Smith Family Road Trip by The Smiths. The Smith family had been planning their road trip for quite some time, eager to escape the life's busy hustle and bustle and spend quality time together. As they drove down the deserted highway, the sun slowly was setting behind them. They felt a sense of excitement mixed in with trepidation. As night fell, they pulled off the highway and onto a dark, winding country road. The trees loomed overhead, casting long shadows over the car, and the air grew cold and damp. Suddenly, the car's headlights flickered and then went out entirely. Panic set in as the Smiths realized they were stranded in the middle of nowhere with no cell phone service or other cars for miles. They tried the radio, but all they heard was static. They decided to wait until morning to figure out what was going on with the vehicle. As they settled in for the night, strange things began to happen around them. They heard footsteps outside the car at first, but no one was out there every time they looked out the windows. They heard whispers and laughter coming from the woods, but whenever they would investigate, they never found anything. Then, the Smiths began to notice something genuinely terrifying. A figure stood just beyond the reach of the headlights, watching them. It was tall and thin, with long, bony fingers, glowing red eyes. It didn't move or make a sound, but its presence was suffocating enough. The family huddled together in the car, too scared to move or speak. As the family lingered outside the car for hours, finally it could disappear into the woods, and the Smiths took off down the road as fast as they could. But the horror wasn't over there. The car started to shake violently. The Smiths began to hear strange growling noises from under the hood. Suddenly the car lurched to a stop, and the family found themselves surrounded by a pack of snarling, hungry wolves. They were trapped, with no way out. The Smiths could hear the wolves tearing at the car, and they knew it was only a matter of time before they broke in entirely, and were ripping them to shreds. In a last-ditch effort to save themselves, the family huddled together and prayed for a miracle. And as if somebody was actually answering their prayers, the car's headlights suddenly flickered back on. The wolves scattered, and the Smiths began to speed away, hearts pounding with fear and relief. As they drove away from the horror they had just experienced, the Smiths knew they would never forget the terror of their family road trip gone wrong.
My Brush with Death by James S. This story is one that still freaks me out to this day. So I drive for a medical transportation company. We drive elderly and disabled people to appointments, shopping, home from the hospital, etc. In my line of work, it's a rare but unfortunate eventuality that our clients will pass away. This usually happens in sets of 3. My week started as usual. I was driving around on a fairly busy day. I headed to pick up a VA hospital client and take them to their appointment. I show up and the whole place is busy. People are everywhere dressed in black. I continue to walk up to the front desk and tell them I'm here to pick up so-and-so. The nurse at the desk goes white in the face. She informed me that the client I was there to pick up passed away 20 minutes before I showed up. That was sad news, and I had to tell my boss. The rest of my day went on as usual. Tuesday came around and I had the day off. Wednesday, I start my job and work late into the evening when I get the terrible news that I am taking a lady to spend the night with her husband from one nursing home to another. They didn't expect him to last through the night. I dropped her off and get a sinking feeling in my stomach. I know that when one partner of an elderly couple dies, the other usually follows. Knowing this, I was worried that she would be the next, as they always happen in sets of 3. Thursday came around, and I got the news that her husband had passed, but she and her family were doing okay. Thursday goes by pretty well. I take one of our clients from the hospital and tell him to take care of himself and take it easy. Nothing else happens until late Friday night. I get called at 2 a.m. to pick up someone from the hospital and take them back home to the next town over. I get in my van and head to St. Mary's Hospital. As I head to the hospital, I notice it's getting foggy. I pull into the hospital and the whole place is covered in a dense fog. This is creepy, and I think to myself as I want to get home and go back to sleep. So I enter the ER to pick her up. She was a lovely elderly lady. I wheel my wheelchair into the room so that the nurse can help her into it. She smiles at me and asks if I'm there to take her to heaven. I smile and tell her no, I'm there to take her home. I was trying not to show that I was creeped out by her question. She's charming and keeps complimenting me the entire time I drive her home. In this dense fog, that seems very unnatural. After 30 minutes, I pull into her driveway and drop my lift as I unload her and help her into the house. She thanked me for the 100th time. I tell her to have a good night. As I put up my lift, I get a chill down my spine. The fog is very dense, so I get in my van and head to catch Interstate 70, but I soon notice I have yet to see the ramp to the interstate. I pull over and get out as the fog starts to dissipate. I then realize I am not on the interstate, but on the way back to town. How could I have gotten out this way? I turned right, not left. I was baffled but just wanted to get home. So I continued driving and got home to go to bed. I had Saturday off. And Sunday, as I was working, I got a call from my boss letting me know that the guy I took home Thursday had gone by ambulance Friday and was in a coma. They let me know he passed away early Sunday morning. That was hard to hear, and I was unprepared for the following news. The lady I took home Friday night had passed away and was found by her caregiver a few hours after I dropped her off. This hit me hard and freaked me out that there were 4 people in 1 week. I was freaked out and was worried I might have it happen again. Am I the death taxi? No. Or I hope not. But this experience got to me.
A Ghost Haunts This Highway by Anonymous. The Johnson family was on a road trip driving down a lonely highway at night. The moon was complete and the stars were out, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. The road seemed to stretch forever, with no sign of civilization. Suddenly, the car's headlights illuminated a figure on the side of the road. It was what looked to be a woman dressed in an old-fashioned gown with long, flowing hair. Mrs. Johnson gasped and asked her husband to pull over. But as they got closer, the figure suddenly vanished into thin air. The family was spooked but decided to continue on their journey. As they drove on, strange things began to happen in more earnest. The radio would switch on by itself, and they could hear whispers and footsteps coming from the back seat. The children were scared, and Mrs. Johnson was on the verge of tears. They realized that the woman they had seen on the side of the road was definitely a ghost. She had been killed in a car accident on the highway many years ago, and her spirit had been haunting the road ever since. The family tried to ignore the ghostly presence, but it became more and more persistent. The car's engine would suddenly fail, the headlights would flicker on and off, and they were trapped on this road with no escape from the ghost determined to torment them. Finally, the ghost revealed her true intentions. She wanted the family to suffer the same fate that she had, to die in a car accident on that same highway. The Johnsons were horrified and knew they had to escape quickly. They hit the gas pedal and sped down the street with the ghost chasing after them. But just as they thought they had escaped, they crashed into an abandoned car on the side of the road. The family was killed instantly, and I'm assuming their spirits joined their ghost haunting that highway for eternity. Why I Don't Drive at Night Anymore by Anthony W. I'm driving down a deserted highway, surrounded by dense forest on both sides. It's getting late, and the sun has already set. I'm on my way after visiting a friend, and I'm exhausted. As I make my way through the winding roads just trying to get home, I hear a strange noise from the engine. The car starts to slow down, and before I knew it, it's completely stopped entirely. I tried to start the car up again, but it was no use. I'm stranded in the middle of nowhere, with no cell phone signal and no other vehicles in sight. I slowly began to crawl into a panic, wondering what to do. As I sit there in the darkness, I begin to hear strange noises coming from the forest. It sounds like something is moving through the trees, but I can't see anything at all. My heart starts to race as I realize I'm completely alone out here, with no way to defend myself. I'm kicking myself knowing I should have brought at least a crowbar or something. Suddenly, I see something move out of the corner of my eye. It's a shadowy figure, creeping closer and closer to my car, ever so slightly. Frantically, I try to start the engine again, but again it won't move. The figure is now right outside my window. I can see that this thing is definitely not human. It's definitely some sort of monster or beast. Its eyes are glowing red. Its face is twisted into a grotesque grin. I scream, but there's no one around to hear me. As the creature tries to break through the window, I realize I'm trapped. There's no way out, and I'm entirely at the mercy of this, whatever this is. I closed my eyes and prayed for a miracle, but the creature is gone when I open them again. I don't even know if it was real or just my imagination, but I don't care. Luckily, after I try to crank the car again, it luckily starts with a few sputters, and I drive away as fast as possible, vowing never to return to that cursed highway ever again. Deer Monster on the Highway by Anonymous. As I drove down this deserted highway in the dead of night, I couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. The darkness seemed to be closing in all around me, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something was following me. Out of nowhere, a flash of movement caught my eye in the distance. At first, I thought it was just a deer crossing the road, but as it got closer, I realized it was something much more sinister. The creature looked like a deer, but it was much larger than any deer I had ever come across before in my lifetime. Its eyes glowed an unnatural light, and its antlers twisted and turned in ways that defied all reason. As the creature charged towards my car, I hit the gas pedal and tried to speed away. But no matter how fast I went, the monster seemed to keep up with ease, its twisted antlers scraping against the sides of my vehicles from time to time, sending absolute shivers down my spine. Panic set in as I realized that there was no escaping this creature. I tried to turn off onto a side road to lose it, but it was no use. The creature was right behind me no matter how much I bobbed and weaved, breathing hot breath on the back of my neck. As I looked in the rearview mirror, I could see the creature's glowing eyes staring back at me, and I swear this thing had a twisted smile on its monstrous face. I knew that no hope was left. I was trapped with no way out. In that exact moment, I could only pray for a quick end to my nightmare as the deer monster closed in on me with terrifying speed. The last thing I heard was the sound of its twisted antlers scraping up against the metal of my car as the world around me faded to black. The next morning, I woke up in a hospital, and I had no idea how I got there. But apparently, first responders got to me after somebody called it in, and I had been saved just in the nick of time. All that was noticed or found at the scene was a small strip of deer fur. Greetings, Swamp Dweller. I've got a story that's not horrifying but still concerning and creepy. So, to begin, this happened back in 2015 in the mountains of North Carolina on the Blue Ridge Parkway. I can't remember the exact area, but it occurred at one of the many outlooks along the parkway. At the time, my girlfriend and I were taking a road trip and decided to drive at night to avoid traffic and road construction delays. We made a few stops at the overlooks along the way, and we had been going for quite some time, and I had decided that the last tower we should encounter, we would rest in the vehicle for a few hours, then continue. My truck at the time had a sunroof, so looking at the stars was a given, and we parked in a nice spot and got settled. We gazed at the stars for a couple of minutes, almost in a trance-like state, and soon we were both fast asleep. I somehow woke up, remembering I didn't lock the doors when something caught my peripherals. It was a shadowy, tall figure that didn't look like a human being at all. The shadow figure reminded me of your typical gray alien, with dim, glowing yellow eyes, almost like embers or hot coals from a hot fire. I rubbed my eyes thinking I was seeing things, but I was not, and it seemed to be growing taller. I couldn't move fast enough to crank the ignition and haul ass out of there, but I did just that. and as soon as I did so, my girlfriend shot wide awake, asking me what was happening. As we burned out of the parking space and fled, I could see the figure move into the middle of the road behind us. I ripped around a hairpin corner, no longer in sight of that thing. My girlfriend asked me again, and I told her I had seen something standing near the car that did not look like a human. She tried calming me down, telling me to slow down, but when I did slow down some, I noticed there were headlights from another vehicle approaching from the rear at a fast speed. We had not seen a single car since sunset, and the blinding headlights were now a few feet behind my tail end. "What is this guy's problem?" my girlfriend said. I said they might see that thing too and wanted to get far away like us. Then just like that, the headlights vanished. "What the hell?" I said as I glanced in the rearview mirror, tapping my brakes to illuminate the silhouette of a work van and a single occupant. Then the headlights came back on and inches off my bumper. I made a beeline exit to get off the parkway and head back towards Asheville or Waynesville. I can't quite remember which one, but so did the tailgater. Panic was setting in because we knew this van was now following us. I see an open gas station in the distance and floor it, pushing our vehicle to about 100 miles per hour. I slowed my approach and pulled into a gas station outside the front doors. The van continues down the road, passing us, making us both sigh in relief. I asked my girlfriend what color the van was and if she got a good look at it. She nodded and said it was military tan with a very dark window tint. It looked like a work van of some sort. As we were able to get into the store, the van pulls up into the station, parking at a distance. My girlfriend screams that we need to get out of here, and quickly. I back the car out as fast as I can, lighting up the pavement again, and blow past the parked van, glancing at our pursuer. Have you ever seen that part in the Matrix where the agents begin to shift and morph? That's precisely what it looked like this person was doing. Again, I got the car up to speed, rolling a hot 100 miles per hour, trying to lose this, well, whatever this was. A solid minute or two passes and my gut says that the van is no longer back there, and our speed outran it. I think it's time to finally head home. Sighing in relief, my girlfriend agreed. On the route back home, there wasn't much of any traffic. We had traveled almost 130 miles, but in the opposite traffic lanes, I saw an all too familiar van. It was the same one from that chase. "How is that possible?" I said, getting quite unnerved and antsy. My girlfriend said the same thing, telling me to stomp on the gas. I get off the highway and make a way for a police station. We make it to the station, park, and wait, trying to collect ourselves from this crazy episode. Across the street from the station, there was a car wash in a strip mall. My girlfriend speaks up and points in the direction of the strip mall, gasping, cursing. It's the same freaking van again. It was the same van from the highway. And then two more identical vans pulled up next to the one. We watched in horror as all these tall and dark figures emerged from the backs of the vans and began crossing the street in our direction. I laid on my horn and started flashing my lights. I tried to do anything I could to get the attention of the entire police station we were parked in front of, to which 3 officers came running out, yelling, seeing if we needed help. As I went to look back where the figures and vans were, there was nothing, just an empty, dark parking lot. Okay, so I'm a 31-year-old trucker, and you can call me Diego for privacy reasons. I come from a trucking family, and all of my cousins and uncles who drive big rigs down in Mexico have tons of paranormal trucking stories, as Mexico is very rich in paranormal activity. On the other hand, I don't have many stories. That is until today, at least related to trucking, that is. I am writing this a few hours after this has happened, so it's still fresh on my mind, even though I doubt I'll ever forget today's events. So my run is mainly a trip from southeastern Wisconsin to southern Michigan and back. Now for context, once I enter Michigan, I get from the interstate and get on a rural country road, as my company prefers that we avoid toll roads to cut down on cost. They say the less we spend on tolls, the more we can pay our drivers. Anyway, on my way there, all is normal and everything is going well. I get to our drop yard and drop my loaded trailer for the following driver to take it to its final location. I look at my tablet and figure out what load I'm taking back with me. I hook up to the trailer and do my pre-trip inspection. Everything seems reasonable. I grab the paperwork for the load from the box in the front of the trailer and look through it. My company requires all shipments over a certain weight to be thoroughly looked at and certified on a scale to make sure the load is legal and not over the legal regulation weight. Well, I looked at the scale receipt and this one was not, so I contacted my company, and they instructed me to grab one of the 4 empty trailers and take that back to southeastern Wisconsin. This will be important later in the story. I walk in front of the trailers and slap each one until I hear that distinctive hollow sound indicating that it's empty. I do this to save time and not have to walk behind and open every single trailer. Once I found one that sounded like it might be empty, I grabbed my flashlight and started to do my pre-trip inspection on that trailer, making sure there weren't any flat tires and all the lights worked, etc. I walked to the back to open the trailer, shining my light in there to make sure it's empty, which it was, and surprisingly it was even swept out by the last driver, which is rare. Once all that was done, I turned on the Swamp Dweller podcast and returned to the road. About 45 minutes into my trip, I'm driving down the country road with my high beams on at least around 2 a.m., and there were no other people on the road. As a matter of fact, I have woods on both sides of the road. This is where things get a little weird. I forgot to mention that there is an electrical storm, but there is no rain and you can't hear any thunder. I know this because I always ride with my window down. Anyway, the lightning lights up the sky every couple of seconds, and I admire how beautiful it lights up everything around me. As I come around a bend on the road in the distance, I see a person walking on the shoulder of the road, and as I approach him, he turns and waves as if to say hello. The person was a man. He was wearing a hard hat with neon green pants and a reflective vest of the same color. That is why I saw him from a reasonable distance away, but there was no construction anywhere in sight, before or beyond this point. And I know this because I passed through there on my way to my previous destination. As I got past him, I pressed on my brakes to illuminate the road behind me. At the same time, lightning struck up and lit up the area. I'm staring in my mirror, and this guy is gone. In a split second, he disappeared. I thought that was very weird, but I got over it and focused back on the road. About 3 minutes down the road, I hear 3 loud knocks on my trailer. I turn my radio down and I try to listen closer, but I hear nothing after that and think that it must have just been a bump that I hit in the road. About 5 minutes later, I hear 5 loud knocks, again on my trailer, and think it's very weird. Now, I drive like this every single day and I'm used to it, so I wasn't tired or sleepy. I was wide awake, so I can't blame it on that. I turn down my radio and keep it off at this point and try to listen. A couple of minutes later, I hear 5 more very rapid hard knocks in my trailer again. As I've said, I always knock on the trailers to see if they are empty or loaded, and I recognize the sound quite well. So now I'm worried that I missed something when I checked the inside of the trailer. So I decided to pull over to the side of the road and open the trailer and check what was in there. As I slowed down and pulled over, about a second later, maybe 25 feet in front of my truck, I see a huge tree fall on the road. At this point, I got scared because it wasn't struck by lightning and there was no wind. I put my truck into gear and took off because, as I said, I was listening to Swamp Dweller before that, and I was already on edge. My initial thought was whatever pushed over that tree, I don't want to stick around and meet it. So I drove around on the side of oncoming traffic, which there was none at that time of night, thank God, and went around the tree. I pulled into the next truck stop and decided to find out what the hell was in my trailer. I grabbed my flashlight and go to check. I open the door and shine my light and, well, there is absolutely nothing or anyone in there. I get back in my truck and start driving. I don't honestly know what to do. Giving it some thought, I realized that even though I saw that man out on the side of the road as clear as day, I couldn't see his face, and as I said, when I looked back, he had disappeared. And those knocks on my trailer were getting faster and louder every time, as if it was some sort of sense of urgency, as if they wanted me to stop my truck. And if I didn't stop when I did, I might have been killed by that tree. At this point, I believe it was a spirit trying to stop me so the tree wouldn't smash my truck. Well, after that, when I got back to driving, I didn't hear the knocking anymore until I got to my destination, at which point I unhooked from the trailer and proceeded to do my post-trip inspection. And again, there was nothing or anyone in the trailer. So, I don't really know. I guess, thank you to the spirit for saving my life potentially. And, yeah, I don't really know what to say. This story scared the daylights out of me. Thank you for sharing my story if you do, Swamp Dweller. I'm a big fan of the show. I work emergency on the weekends at a very large veterinary hospital. My shift begins at 5 a.m. and I leave the house at 4:15 a.m. Although I live in a very large Midwestern city, it is always a drive-in on Sunday mornings. Very few of the city folk are out at that time. Many of them have gone to bed as it is for the weekend. That doesn't normally bother me at all. The streets are always crowded during the day, and it's a nice respite from the normal gridlock. It was a Sunday, March 28th, 2020. I remember the date exactly as it was the day after the state government had issued a shelter-in-place response to the COVID outbreak. Because I worked in the veterinary medical field at an ER hospital, I was deemed essential and my routine carried on as normal. Usually at around 3 a.m. the alarm began making its annoying bonging sound, waking me up from my restful sleep. I started getting ready for work. There were dogs to feed and let out, lunch to be packed and coffee to be made. It was a typical Sunday morning before work. I left at my usual time and noticed that the roads were even quieter than normal. There was virtually no one out besides me and the occasional police vehicle, to the point of it being surreal. As I make my way to work on the quiet streets, I came to a divided highway with 2 lanes of traffic going each way. The speed limit on that road is 45 miles per hour. Not that anyone obeys the law. However, it was dark out and frankly I was enjoying having the world to myself, so I was driving the speed limit that day. As I'm driving down the right lane of the road, it barely registers to me, but it seems darker than it normally is at the time. I didn't put that much thought into it that until suddenly, almost like someone placed a thought in my head, I thought a dog was in the road in front of me at the far distance. I squinted my eyes and investigated the darkness in front of me and didn't see anything, so I ignored the thought and continued driving down the right lane. But then the distinct thought that a dog was in the lane before me blasted back into my head. I ignored this warning no longer and quickly merged to the left lane. Just as I accomplished this, I looked at the right of the road. A man was walking steadily down the middle of the street, right towards me. As I passed him going 40 miles per hour in the lane to his left, I looked over, and he looked at me. He just continued his slow and steady walk down the road. My first thought was to thank God that I did not hit him. Then I became so grateful that I paid attention to the voice in my head. But then I realized how strange the situation was. There are sidewalks and frontage roads off this road. Plenty of places to walk and not be in the way. Why would he be walking down in the middle of the road in the highway? Why did I keep thinking that a dog was on the road when I saw nothing? I kept glancing back in my rear view mirror as I continued to drive and saw no one. It was as if he just faded away or perhaps was entirely shrouded by the strange and new eerie darkness. What happened next was entirely out of character for me. I usually think about situations like this repeatedly, meditating on them, dwelling if you will. But as I kept driving, the whole event just faded out of my memory. I can only compare it to a dream when somebody wakes up with a vague recollection of what went down, and then it just wanes away as the day goes by. A couple of days later, I suddenly recalled the incident and began thinking of how strange it was. As I drove to work the following weekend at the same time, I paid careful attention to that section of the highway in particular where I saw the man walking. It immediately struck me that I could see if a figure had been walking there in the distance. The lights from the surrounding businesses and streetlights made it possible. It seemed much lighter that morning, although it was the same time of day with similar weather. Why had it been so dark that weekend before? A few months later, I was at work and a client came in and observed that her last name was the same as the name on the road I had been driving down the morning of the strange occurrence. I asked her if she somehow was related to that road. She told me that her in-laws used to own the land where the road was built. I casually, jokingly told her I saw a ghost on that road or something else extraordinary. She immediately became very interested. She told me that her mother-in-law had stories of strange events on that property before it was sold. I'm not sure who that man was that night. I have no idea why it was so dark or why the whole occurrence faded after it occurred. I continue to be grateful to whoever warned me to pull over and help me not hit that person. Deep down inside though, I knew that some good versus evil was occurring that morning, and I was being put to the spiritual test. And although I don't understand any of it, I'm glad I listened to that voice. Terror in Southern Washington Mountains by Zozo11. Hi, swamp dweller and swamp folk. I apologize if my grammar or spelling isn't excellent. I'll do my best. This is a hiking story and a small town story, I guess. And I live in a tiny town in southern Washington with a population of less than 1,000 people. Immediately outside the town borders are a dense forest on 3 sides and hiking trails throughout the entire area. My fiance and I are in our early 20s, and I live on the outskirts of town. For the sake of the story, let's say her name is Grace. Grace and I are about as prepared as we can be when going out into the woods, no matter how short of a hike it's planned to be. Most important to this story is that I am always armed with a sidearm, and Grace is always sure to carry her bear spray. I always try to go hiking together or look for crystals whenever we have free time, and this day was no exception. On this particular day, we would stay close to town and explore a trail we had never been to before. It snakes down the mountain and has multiple areas connected to the main river at our site. As we went down the initial section of the trail, I smelled smoke, which wasn't unusual in our area, but as a whole, it was slightly unusual for this particular spot. I let Grace know and we continued with our adventure. After collecting some nice rocks, probably about 5 minutes later, we started seeing animal carcasses littering each side of the trail. Upon closer inspection, the deer in the particular areas we had seen had been butchered sloppily and left to rot. Most hunters in my area are highly ethical and wouldn't waste this kind of meat. They also don't discard things in this manner typically so close to town. With this, I told Grace we could still hike but keep her head on a swivel. Usually our understanding is that I'm mainly in charge of staying aware of our surroundings until we are more than a few feet apart. Grace can stare at the ground and look for crystals while I keep an eye out for bears or people, and that's exactly what I was doing today, which is why at the bottom of the trail when we reached flat terrain I noticed in the distance a smoking fire pit. It looked as though it had been out for an hour or two, but I had a gut feeling that we were dealing with poachers. Whenever I notice something slightly important, or if Grace does, we let the other person know, and I did so. Grace said she'd like to continue for a bit longer, and if I say we should go, we'll leave. About 200 yards into this section of the woods was a clearing. As Grace filled her bag full of crystals and neat rocks, she looked up and started saying my name to get my attention and ask me a question. But halfway through my name, she suddenly stops. I turn to meet her gaze and look in the direction she was staring. With my hand already on my sidearm, and less than 15 yards away was a man peeking out from behind a tree, staring at us, but he seemed to have no clothes on. It was damn near 35 degrees out, and the worst part was he had blood smeared all around his mouth, face, and chest. It looked as though we were in some sort of Walking Dead cosplay, and I was waiting for him to make a move before I knew which move I could make in response. Finally, after about 30 seconds of staring, he slowly stood behind the tree. When he did this, I told Grace to keep her eyes on that tree while I looked around to ensure there was no one else. I put Grace as close to me as she could be and put her bear spray in her hand. As I scanned the tree line around us, I saw another face. But this one, he had a crazed look in his eyes, as though he had broken out of the nearest prison for the criminally insane. I told Grace not to move, and I told her where the other man was about. And finally, I told her it was time to leave once and for all. As I looked the second man over, he just began smiling with this wide grin. While Grace said she hadn't seen the first one in a while, I told Grace I would watch our rear and left side of the woods. As we walked up the trail, she would need to manage the trail's right side and front section. We'll be switching off if need be. She said okay, took the safety off her bear spray, and we began walking back to town as I gripped her backpack with one hand and held my pistol in the other. To make things worse, it was starting to get dark and it was about a 10-minute walk back. I wasn't necessarily concerned that we couldn't handle these weird men in the woods, but why was Grace risking getting hurt if we didn't have to? As we made it about 50 yards down the trail, I lost sight of either man, but we started to hear twigs and leaves breaking on both sides of the course, and it was a person or persons making the noises, not animals. If you spend enough time in the woods, identifying these footsteps and the animal's weight becomes more understandable. Still, because of our situation, each snap of the twigs and crunching in the leaves made my stomach drop. Knowing the next noise I could hear was Grace gasping as one of the men charged us. I couldn't afford to lose my cool, so I try to clear my head and continue at a good pace. My pistol is entirely out of my holster because I'm so concerned that something might happen now that they're following us. About 50 to 100 more yards for us to go, and the sounds of those people walking through the dense forest are getting closer and closer to us. It's to the point where the sounds are so close that I can't understand why I don't see them yet, and if they saw us, why didn't seeing me with a gun deter them? Are they actually that insane, or do they just not care? Or maybe were they both armed? With all these thoughts racing through my mind, the sounds all suddenly stop. The footsteps, the cracking twigs, the leaves crunching, and I notice the birds have gone quiet too. We can see the parking lot opening just ahead of us, and Grace is picking up the pace. It's making it so much worse that it's quiet now. Are they still following us? Just while being more careful not to give away their location, I tell Grace, maybe they finally turned back and decided it's not worth it. At this exact moment we hear music, incoherent and rambling whispers in the woods, but it sounds like there's way more than 2 people. It clearly sounds like it's 20 or more individuals. We are finally in the parking lot, and we can still hear the whispering. It sounds like just rambling, like random words strung together, but they are responding to each other and speaking to each other with these incoherent whispers. The freakiest part of the whole situation for me was this part. As we get in the car and lock the doors, we look into the forest one more time as we start the car. And on the other side of the trail, right at the edge of the tree line, are faces peering through the pines. Out from behind the trees, the eyes are as white as can be, grinning, seemingly smiling. Grace is crying and doesn't understand why this is happening or who these people are. Truly, I don't blame her. After seeing that, we took off and put that area behind us. I called the sheriff to let him know of poachers in the area. I didn't say anything about the weird people we saw. We are locals here and word travels fast. The last thing I need is to be labeled as crazy in town, but whenever we're in the woods now and I hear breaking twigs, I can't stand not knowing what it is making the noise. I don't know who these men were, where the voices were coming from, or if the sheriff ever investigated the area after our report. I don't know if it was drugs or what caused these people to behave this way, but I know that if we ever weren't armed and were not aware of our surroundings, we were definitely going to be dead meat.
Abandoned Mental Asylum by Jake. My friends and I used to love urban exploring in high school. We had gone to many places in and around our town and experienced things. So we decided to revisit this abandoned mental asylum on this cold, windy winter night. It was huge, the size of a small college campus in the middle of the woods. So my 4 friends and I arrived at this asylum around midnight. It was freezing this night, so we planned on staying inside as much as possible. We started our journey across the campus to check out some of the buildings we missed the last time. Some buildings still had windows, meaning they stayed warm inside. So we explored 2 significant school-like buildings, which could have been more uneventful. Instead, we cracked jokes, took pictures, and had fun overall. This was when we decided to explore a smaller 2-story building. This building was completely overgrown, but was mostly intact. All the windows were present, except for one with a sound-size hole in the glass. The back and side door was locked, but we managed to force the front door open. As we were about to enter, we noticed one of those metal food trays that people usually put the salad in at parties next to the door. We only thought a little of it, since we'd seen a lot of weird things while exploring, and this was nowhere near the top of that list. We entered and started walking around, shining our flashlights everywhere. The inside of this building was trashed, contrary to the outside. The first floor had lots of dust in the air, so 3 of my friends decided to head out front and wait for my other friend, who I'll call Jay for this story, and me. After finding nothing extraordinary in the basement or first floor, we headed upstairs. As we turned to head up the stairs, we noticed the stairs were clogged with chairs and furniture, making it challenging to maneuver our way up. This should have been another red flag, but we were too naive. So instead, we checked out a couple of office-type rooms and found some astounding paperwork and stuff left behind. One room was gone when we reached the end of this side of the hall. The door was closed, which was not unusual, so we tried the handle. Locked. Then we tried option 2, kick. Nothing. Last we tried to body the door open. It wouldn't go. We said screw it and went to check the other side of the second floor, but we heard the door creak open as we turned to walk. We turned and looked to confirm, but it was not open far enough to see anything more than pitch black inside the room. We pause for a second, and as we stand there confused, the door flings open and we see movement. Obviously, a person in dark clothing. We both turn and sprint to the stairs, jumping about 10 to 12 steps over the mountain of trash on the stairs. Our friends, inside of the stairs at the front door, see us do this, slightly confused for a second, but quickly picked up on what was happening. We all ran the probable mile back to our car, freezing. Once we got to the car, we warmed up and explained what had happened to our friends. We determined it was probably a homeless person taking shelter in the building, since it was somewhat warm compared to the 20 degrees outside. Nevertheless, still a scary experience, because we have no idea what that person's intentions were when they flung that door open on us. We don't think they chased us, but they were not catching us, as we were all high school athletes and were going on adrenaline. We've gone back since, but have yet to go near that building. When exploring urban areas, watch for signs of people living in places.
Something Unusual is in the Woods by Zelvin. When I was around 15 years old, I lived in this house near the woods, and we had this long stretch of dirt road not too far away that used to be a railroad many years back. A friend and I were driving a quad bike on this dirt road because no cars drive there, so you could do whatever you wanted. You know, play around with all the fun stuff. One day on this dirt road, as we were playing with this quad bike, we saw someone walking down the street. We slowed down and drove forward. As we got closer, it looked to be a person walking several dogs. To clarify, we were still pretty far away. Once we got a bit closer, it looked more like a moose, so at this point we stopped the quad bike and decided just to watch it from afar. It slowly kept walking towards us. It started to look more like a person again, but without any dogs. So we decided to start up the quad bike again and we drove towards this person. Suddenly, it looked like this person was absolutely drunk off their balls because it started going side to side on the road like it couldn't keep its balance. So we drove a little faster to check on what was going on. When we were pretty close, the person fell off the road. At this point, we moved fast to ensure everything was fine, but we couldn't see anyone. We had gone pretty far down the road, so we were at an open field. If someone had fallen off the road, we would have seen them by now, but there was nothing, just an empty, vast area around us. We get pretty freaked out, and after a couple of minutes, we hear this gunshot and some sort of moaning from an animal or some person maybe. I can't explain it, but it was a weird sound. The gunshot isn't that weird because of where we live. It's pretty standard for people to go out and hunt animals or whatever. We didn't think much of it and just drove back home. The next day, we decided to get on the quad bike again and go see if we could see this figure. At some point, we drove past where we originally saw it, and I could swear, deep down into the woods, I could see a figure standing there. Again, as we got closer, it began to turn into what looked like a human, then some sort of moose or something, and then back to a human. I'm not sure what we were witnessing. But after another minute or so goes by, we once again, just like last time, hear a similar gunshot go off, and then we hear what sounds like a moaning or a groaning sound. I'm not sure if this is some sort of haunting that is just residual, or if we are actually hearing something criminal. Park Ranger Sees a Monster by Anonymous AI. It was a typical day for Ranger Tom as he patrolled the trails of Yosemite National Park, surrounded by the magnificent beauty of the towering mountains and lush forest. But as he hiked more profoundly into the wilderness, he began to sense that something was not quite right. The birds were silent and the animals were seemingly nowhere to be seen. Then, as he rounded a bend in the trail, he came face to face with a creature that defied all description. It was massive, with fur as black as night and piercing yellow eyes that seemed to glow in the darkness. It let out a blood-curdling roar that echoed throughout the forest. Tom quickly realized he was no longer alone in the wilderness and was stalked by a beast unlike anything he had ever encountered. He tried to run for it, but the creature was too fast and too strong. It seemingly closed in on him, and Tom could feel its hot breath on the back of his neck. He knew that he had to find a way to escape or he would be the next victim of this beast. He searched the area for a weapon to protect himself from the monster. Finally, he had a fallen branch he found that was strong enough, and he picked it up to defend himself as the creature lunged towards him. Tom was backed up against a wall, a rock wall that he couldn't climb or couldn't get around. For hours, Tom fought for his life against the beast. Whenever he thought he had the upper hand, the creature would return more robust than ever. Then, just when he felt he could not last any longer, he heard the sound of footsteps and voices in the distance. A group of hikers had stumbled upon the scene and were able to scare the beast away. Tom was severely injured but alive, and as soon as he was rescued and taken to safety, the officials said that this was a bear attack. But even now, as he sits in his hospital bed, Tom cannot shake the feeling that this beast is still out there, waiting for its next opportunity to strike. He knows it wasn't a bear. He experienced it. He damn near lived through it. The thought that this thing may come back after him haunts him every single day. He quit his job, never to return to the wilderness. He will never be able to work at Yosemite National Park ever again. Nearly Gutted by a Mountain Lion by Leon L. I'm not really a fan of hiking, but my friends convinced me to come with them on a trip to Kentucky. It was supposed to be a fun adventure, a chance to get away from the city and explore the state's natural beauty. We set out early in the morning, armed with backpacks full of supplies, and began our trek through the beautiful, magnificent forest of the Kentucky wilderness. As we walked, the air grew thicker, and I noticed the trees grew denser. The trail we were on seemed to disappear in front of us, and we found ourselves pushing through thick underbrush, hoping to find our way back to a recognizable path. It was then that I heard a loud growl coming from somewhere deep in the woods. My heart began to race as I realized that growling was getting louder and closer. I looked around trying to see where the sound was coming from, when suddenly a mountain lion emerged from the bushes. It was enormous, with a sleek coat and piercing yellow eyes. It was staring directly at us, and I could feel its predatory gaze sweeping over me. I froze in terror, my mind racing with thoughts of how to protect myself. I had heard that you were supposed to make yourself look bigger to scare off mountain lions and bears, so I raised my arms and shouted as loud as I possibly could. My friends did the same, and the lion seemed to hesitate for just a moment. Then, without hesitation, it lunged forward, snarling and baring its sharp teeth. I felt a surge of adrenaline as I sprinted away as fast as I could, my friends doing the same. We ran through the underbrush, hearing the lion's roar behind us as it chased us down. We were running for our lives, our hearts pounding in our chest. Finally, we burst through a clearing, and I looked back to see the mountain lion had given up the chase. I collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air as my friends gathered around me, all shaking with fear. It was a close call and one that I'll never forget. From that day on, I never took the wilderness for granted and always took extra precautions to remain safe. A couple of years back when I was in high school, my friend, let us call him A, invited me to go hog hunting out on his property in Gonzales County, Texas. Property was a pecan orchard that backed up to a river in the area, and my friend's family had been hunting there for many years. Usually it was dove and deer, but with the recent and growing nuisance that is the feral hog population, that's what they focus on. The first time we went out was without incident, but then we decided to invite some more people. Bringing my brother Z and his friend Jay, we had been friends for some time now, and formed a group we had called the Boys. Anyway, it was late December when we went out, and we would be staying in a cabin on the property, or at least that was the plan. The cabin had 2 main rooms, a sunroom, which had been added on later, with windows on every wall, and the main room in the cabin with the kitchen area, bathroom, and beds. There were only 3 beds, one of which was a trundle bed, and a pull-out couch in the sunroom. Both the trundle and pull-out couch had not been used in quite some time, so they had more than a few spider webs and other unpleasant things infesting them. Z and J said hell no to freezing in the sunroom and the spiders, so they ended up sleeping in the car for the night. Now, the whole group was well acquainted with the paranormal, and we would joke about seeing skinwalkers or wendigos on the trip, even though we knew they were not in these parts of the country. We even joked about Yeehaw Yoshi, a play on the Navajo name for the skinwalker, Yinod Lushi. We were playing around, saying it would come and visit us in the night. We arrived at the property around noon, unloaded our guns and belongings from the cars, and settled into the cabin. We spent the day messing around and looking around the property. Around 5, we decided to head to the nearest town for barbecue, and then came back and headed out to our makeshift blind before sundown. We waited at the blind until it was too dark to shoot, and headed back to the cabin, freezing our butts off the entire time. When we got back to the cabin, we made a fire, and while we hung out around it, I found some stupid green text about skinwalkers and read it to the group. After a little while, we decided to have some fun and walk around the orchard in the dark, just hoping we would see something. During the walk, we were all on edge because we could all tell there was something around us. Deer and the like, but shining our lights around only made the walk even creepier. Seeing a whole herd of deer and their eye shine looking right at you is not a very comforting feeling. After we got too cold to continue, we headed back and got ready for the morning. We were going to go sit at the blind again. While we were gathering our stuff, A noticed that our hog call was nowhere to be found, and Z found J's rifle outside, fully loaded, even though I remember watching J empty it inside the cabin. We just brushed it off as us being forgetful, and we all went to bed. A and I in the cabin, Z and J out in J's car. A quickly went to sleep, but I stayed up a bit longer watching YouTube because I was not really tired. Now, here's where I should mention that I suffer from night terrors. Despite being in my late teens, although I had not had one in at least 5 years by the time of the trip, they were still a possibility. Despite that fact, I know I was not tired, and I was not asleep. My bed was right next to a window that looked out into the yard of the cabin, and A's bed had a window that looked into the sunroom. But because the sunroom was all windows, you could see out into the lower part of the orchard towards the river. It was about midnight, and I rolled over, so I was facing away from the window near my bed. And when I rolled over, through A's window and the sunroom windows, I saw a tall figure walking right next to the sunroom. It was way too dark for me to discern any features aside from the shape and size. I woke up A and told him I saw someone walking outside, and he groggily suggested it was probably Z or J, taking a pee. But I rejected that, because why would they walk all the way near the cabin to take a pee outside, when they could just go right outside the car? It doesn't make any sense. Not only that, but the figure was much too tall to be either of them, because the taller of the two was only 5'8". A just ignored me, and said it was probably a neighbor messing with us. Even though we had been shooting all day, and anyone who tries to mess with people that armed is thoroughly stupid, I tried to pass it off. A texted our group chat, retelling what I had seen, and then we went to sleep. In the morning, Z and J told us that they were actually planning on coming into the cabin because it was so cold out in the car, but they said F that when they saw the messages in the group chat. They also said they had heard tapping on the window to the car around the same time I saw the figure, but they didn't see anything and just assumed it was A or me trying to mess with them. They also said that they heard the hog call in the orchard, and they were sure it was the call because it was very distinct. Though, a hog might not be able to tell, a human can definitely discern it was a call and not a hog. But they mentioned that the call sounded almost distorted when they heard it, as though it were being used by something that didn't produce a sound as we did. After we had talked about what happened in the night, we got ready to go out to the blind before the sun came up. But as A was putting on his camo pants, he noticed there was something in his pocket. It was a pecan, and he swears that he did not put it there. There is no way it could fall into his pocket either, because his pocket had a Velcro flap covering it. After that, we went and sat out without any more incidents. The next day, when we finally started packing to leave, A found the hog call underneath his bed, even though, when we were searching for it, We both checked there and never saw it. I know this can all be chalked up to an overactive imagination, but I know what I saw, and I believe my friends. On a side note, ever since that trip, I have had night terrors or some odd incident every time we've gone hunting since. I hope one day that we catch something that is a little less porcine and a little more supernatural. ATV Off-Road Horror by Ricky. So, for some background information, I live in a very small town in North Carolina. I grew up fishing and hunting my entire life. This story actually takes place just last night. A buddy of mine, who we will call Jimmy, and I decided to let the dogs loose and see if they could go catch a raccoon. We went to Jimmy's old house and turned loose all 4 of our dogs. About that time, I realized something bad was going to happen, but I didn't think much of it. I just had this weird feeling in the pit of my stomach. That kind of feeling you get when you know something doesn't quite feel right. The dogs hunted for about 15 minutes and probably got somewhere around 400 yards away. We begin to call them back before they get too far. We walked the 400 yards and got to the dogs. For more information, there is a dirt road where we ride 4-wheelers on. So to the left of the road, there's a hollow or a slight decline. And when you walk up the hill, it comes to a trail in a large clearing of fields. So we were walking up this hill to hit the road. While scanning, I saw 2 substantial orange eyes to my right, easily 8 to 9 feet off the ground. They were reflecting off my flashlight beam. It was approximately 70 yards away, so I looked at Jimmy and asked whether he saw that, and he said he did. When I went to see what it was gone, and this sent chills down my spine. I was pretty freaked out, to be honest. I was now crouching over, looking everywhere. All I could hear were leaves crunching around me, but I couldn't see anything making the noise. So we started picking up the pace once we reached the road. We had to call his dad for him to come pick us up. Yes, the road was big enough to have a truck drive down, but it would be very hard to turn around. We're very lucky that my dad was able to get through the gate and get to us, because that would have easily been a very, very long and miserable hike back to the main road for him to pick us up. But one thing that I will always question is that feeling of being watched, those sounds, and never seeing what made them. I can concede that maybe there was some sort of small animal that just so happened to be heavy enough to make those noises, but I think that's very, very unlikely. Now, I'm not going to say it's some sort of skinwalker or Bigfoot like the cliche, but I honestly want to know what was out there with us that day. Horror Stories in the Stables by Anonymous. This story starts in Penobscot, New Brunswick, Canada. During the start of COVID, I was laid off from my job as a dog groomer, so I boarded my horses at McLeod Brook Stables and worked as a stable hand. I cleaned the stalls, fed horses, blanketed them, turned them out, all that good stuff. The first experience happened one night, and it was pretty late. I was finishing up chores. My mom was with me this night because she would ride Sailor with me in the indoor ring while I was riding my own horse, too. I was feeding the horses. They stayed in at night because it was February, and our winter could be very, very brutal. When I finished, my mom was smoking outside in front of the barn. The next thing I knew, 2 horses came running into the barn like bats out of hell. They were in a run-in stall, which is a big stall with a door always open so they can come and go as they please. The 2 horses were very freaked out, scared looking even. Their eyes were wide and snorting. They were looking back outside. My mom came running through the main door. She said, "Did you hear that?" I said, "No, I didn't. What happened?" "The horses came running scared." My mom told me she was out in front of the barn smoking. It suddenly went quiet, and she heard this god-awful scream, like a demonic pig squealing, just blood-curdling. She said it happened quite a few times in a very fast succession. I didn't quite hear it in the barn because I had a radio playing. I could tell she was scared though, and she was not messing around. Her eyes were big, and she was shaking and on edge. She was afraid and didn't want to go out to the car. Now, I've known my mother my whole life, of course, and I've never seen her act like this over nothing. So we waited for some time before we got into my car. I turned on the headlights and shut the door. It was a calm night. No wind, not a sound to be heard. It was rather eerie. In my car, I got a nasty gut feeling something just wasn't right. My mom also was on edge and also had bad feelings. I began to yell about getting in the car and not getting out. I told her to lock all the doors, and she began to ask what was wrong, and I told her I don't know, I just had a bad feeling. She got in the car, shut the door, and I tried starting it, but the damn thing just wouldn't start. It was like the battery was dead, but I just got the battery changed, the oil changed, tires rotated, all that good stuff less than a month ago. Then I saw this elongated, white creature running out like an ape in front of my car. It had long fingers, and it was almost opaque. It freaked me out. I had a terrible, terrible gut feeling something was just not right. I looked at my mom and asked if she had seen it. She said, "No, I didn't. What do you think it was?" I don't know how to describe it much more than that. I was pale and shaking. I pushed the start button on my car and it started with no problem all of a sudden. I started driving and told her what I saw, and I think she actually believed me. I tried researching it. I tried seeing if I could find anything close to what I saw that night. I did find something that did look somewhat close, and this creature was called the Rake. Now, I'm not even sure what the Rake is. I've seen some people say it's a creepypasta, other people say it's a variation of something like a skinwalker. But it looked exactly what I had seen. The hair on my neck and arms stood straight up when I saw that image online. I had to run downstairs to show my mom immediately, and when I showed her, she freaked out too. Now, the second incident happened about 2 days after seeing it. I decided to go for a trail ride on my horse, and it was sometime around 3 p.m. I was going to have a quick ride before getting my nighttime chores done. So I saddled up my horse and got ready to get on the trail. The trail that I wanted to go on was a trail that I had rode all the time. So I knew it like the back of my hand and felt very confident on it. It was warm for a winter day. The snow on the ground was still and solid. It was beautiful. When I trail ride, I like to look around and enjoy the scenery. We were coming up on a turn and my horse was looking at something that I couldn't quite find. Her ears were pinned straight forward, which meant something caught her attention. Then I saw two white, pale, elongated creatures running across the trail about 40 feet before me. They were plain white, extended, had long claws, big, round, dark eyes, and gaping mouths, almost like a dark hole that would suck your soul. The closest thing I can even remotely describe this thing as was like those crazy gray aliens you see online all the time. It was just such an impossible maw to describe. They were running like apes in the woods. I could see them well because there were no leaves on the trees at this point because it was winter. I got this bad, almost sickening feeling in my stomach and I began to feel uneasy. I told my horse to go. She took off running past where they crossed the trail. We just kept running as fast as we could until we finally hit snow that we couldn't get through. I dodged tree branches, looking back to ensure nothing followed us because those things could run so terribly fast. Once we got far away from that part in the woods, I told her that she could settle down. I was shaking and freaked out beyond belief. I couldn't believe what I had seen. It was something out of this world, something cryptic. I've also been open to the paranormal, and I feel like I can see things most people can't. I have a gift, I guess, but I never thought I would see anything like this in a million years. A couple of weeks after seeing those creatures in the woods, Greg, the barn owner, was helping with chores. He was feeding, and I did hay and water top-ups for the night. The radio wasn't working, so it was hushed and rather quiet. I could only hear the horses eating. I fed the sheep, and Greg checked on the horses in the run-in stall. Then we heard this absolute terrifying scream come from outside. It sounded like a pig scream, but demonic, like I said before. Something an animal couldn't quite make. I had chills and goosebumps, and it creeped me out to the core. Greg told the kids, "Come on, let's get in the house now," and left in a hurry. He left me to finish the chores, so thanks, Greg, for leaving me alone out there. I wondered if he had heard this thing before, and maybe he just knew it wasn't necessarily super dangerous. After I finished my chores, I hurried to my car, and as I got in and headed home, far away from there, One of the weirdest experiences I ever had that would stick out from my mind had definitely been imprinted. I don't really know how to explain the story any further, and I definitely don't go out in the woods at night or at day without anyone with me. Thanks again, Swamp Dweller, for sharing my story, and honestly, I wonder if anybody in the comments has ever had a similar experience. A Small Town Horror Story by Zozo11. I live in a tiny town in southern Washington with less than 1,000 people. Immediately outside the town borders are a dense forest on 3 sides and hiking trails throughout the area. My fiance and I are in our early 20s and live on the outskirts of town. For the story's sake, let's say her name is Grace. Grace and I are about as prepared as we can be when going into the woods, no matter how short of a hike it's planned to be. Most important, for this story anyway, is that I am always armed with a sidearm, and Grace is always sure to carry her bear spray. I always try to go hiking together or look for crystals whenever we have free time, and this day was no exception. On this particular day, we would stay close to town and explore a trail we still haven't seen much of. It snakes down the mountain and has multiple areas connected to the main river in our sight. As we went down the initial section of the trail, I smelled what I thought was smoke, which I guess wasn't unusual in our sight as a whole, but slightly unusual for this particular spot. I let Grace know, and we continued with our adventure. After collecting some nice rocks, about 5 minutes later we saw animal carcasses littering each side of the trail. Upon closer inspection, they were deer. In particular, they had been butchered sloppily and left to rot. Most hunters in my area are highly ethical and don't waste what they don't have to. They also don't discard things like this so close to town. It can definitely bring an unwanted guest like bears, mountain lions, and who knows what else. With this, I told Grace we could still hike, but to keep close and to keep her head on a swivel. Usually, our understanding is that I'm mainly in charge of staying aware of our surroundings until we are more than just a few feet apart. Grace can stare at the ground and look for crystals while I keep an eye and ear out for bears or people. And that's exactly what I was doing today. So I noticed a smoking fire pit in the distance at the bottom of the trail when we reached the flat terrain. It looked like it had been out for at least an hour or two, but I had the gut feeling that we were dealing with poachers. We let the other person know whenever we notice something slightly important, or if Grace notices something that's weird to her, she'll yell out to me. And I did so. Grace said she'd like to continue a little bit more, and if I said we should go, we'll leave. About 200 yards into this section of the woods was a clearing. As Grace filled her bag full of crystals, she looked up and started saying my name to get my attention to ask me a question. But halfway through saying my name, she suddenly stops. I turn to meet her gaze and look in the direction she's staring, with my hand already on my sidearm, and less than 15 yards away was a man peeking out from behind a tree, staring at us with this most menacing look I've ever seen. His eyes almost looked soulless. We could only see his upper half, but from what I could see, he wasn't wearing any clothing. It was nearly 35 degrees outside, and the worst part was he had blood smeared all around his mouth, face, and chest. It honestly looked as though he were in the show The Walking Dead, and I was waiting for him to make a move before I knew which I should make in response. After about 30 seconds of staring at us, he slowly stood behind the tree. When he did this, I told Grace to keep her eyes on that tree while I looked around to ensure no one else was out here. I began to look around, and I began to make sure that she had her bear spray in her hand. As I scanned the tree line around us, I saw another face. But this one, he looked like he had a crazed look in his eyes, as though he had either broken out of the nearest prison for the criminally insane or had lived out in the wild his entire life. I told Grace not to move, and I told her where the other man was. Finally, I told her we had to figure out a way to leave. As I looked the second man over, he just began smiling this wide, creepy grin. While Grace said she hadn't seen the first guy in a while, I told Grace that I would watch her rear and the left side, and she would have to watch in front of us and to the right. I told her we could switch if need be. So she said okay, took the safety off her bear spray, and we began walking back to town as I gripped her backpack and held my pistol in my other hand. To make things worse, it was starting to get dark, and it was just a 10-minute walk back. I wasn't too concerned, and we could handle these weird men in the woods, but why was Grace risking getting hurt if we really didn't have to? As we made it about 50 yards down the trail, I lost sight of either man, but we started to hear twigs and leaves breaking on both sides of the trail. And it was a person or persons making the noises, not animals. If you spend enough time in the woods, identifying these footsteps and animal noises becomes a bit more easy. Still, because of our situation, each snap of the twigs and crunching of the leaves made my stomach drop, knowing the next noise I could hear was Grace gasping at one of the men charging us. At this point, I obviously couldn't afford to lose my cool now, so I tried to clear my head and continue quickly. My pistol is entirely out of the holster now because I'm so concerned that something might happen. They're following us and they're only about 50 to 100 yards behind us at most. We only have a couple hundred more yards to go at most either to get out of here. The sound of those people walking through the dense forest are getting closer and closer every step. It's to the point where it sounds like they aren't close, but they are at the same time. It sounds like they're right next to me, but I don't see anything, even with my flashlight. Now obviously I can't just take my gun and fire it in the air like you hear a lot of people in stories doing, because I do value my safety and everybody else's well-being. But they didn't seem to care that I had a gun in my hand. It was obvious I was brandishing it. There was no way that nobody would know that I had a weapon. With all these thoughts racing through my mind, all the sounds suddenly stop. The footsteps, the cracking twigs, the leaves crunching, and then I noticed the birds have gone quiet too. We can see the opening to the parking lot and Grace is picking up pace. It's making it so much worse that it's quiet now. Are they still following us? What's going on? Just while being more careful not to give away their location? I tell Grace, maybe they finally turned back and decided it's not worth it. At this exact moment, we hear manic, incoherent, rambling whispers in the woods, but it sounds like there are more than 2 people now. It sounds like 20 or more individuals. We are finally in the parking lot at this point, and I can still hear the whispering. It sounds like rambling, but they are responding to each other and speaking with incoherent whispers. It was the most accessible part of this whole situation for me. As we get in the car and lock the doors, we look at the forest one more time as we start the car. And on either side of the trail, right by the edge of the tree line, are multiple upon multiple faces peering through the pines and out from behind the trees, eyes as wide as can be. All of them are grinning. Grace is now crying. She doesn't understand why this is all happening or who these people are. We eventually get back into town and let the sheriff know, but they tell us about poachers in the area and say they were probably just trying to scare us. But that's one hell of a way to scare people out of the area if you ask me. I don't know what we witnessed that night, but I definitely have no intentions of ever going back. I used to love camping. By Jonah Wolf. I was honestly beyond excited to embark on a camping trip with my friends near a secluded lake in the heart of the woods. The beautiful scenery and serene sounds of nature promised a weekend filled with adventure and relaxation. As we arrived, the sun's warm glow faded, replaced by unsettling darkness that crept into the trees and across the water's surface. We quickly set up our tent and built a fire, eager to settle in for the night. I felt a creeping sense of unease as we sat around the fire, sharing stories and laughs. The forest seemed to come alive at night, and the rustling of leaves and snapping of twigs sounded closer than they should have been. Honestly, I did try to brush it off, attributing it to my imagination, but the sensation of being watched just would not go away. When I needed to answer nature's call, I hesitated to leave the campsite safety. As I stepped deeper into the woods, the feeling of being stalked truly intensified. The shadows seemed to dance, and the rustling of the leaves grew louder. I couldn't shake the feeling of being followed, and I sprinted back to the campsite as fast as I humanly could. As the night wore on, the presence of the stalking thing grew more vigorous. Every time I looked out into the darkness, I could swear that something was moving just beyond the reach of the firelight. The hairs on my neck stood on end, and I could feel my heart racing. I tried to dismiss it as paranoia, but the feeling was far too intense. When it was finally time to hit the sack, I crawled into my tent and zipped it shut, but the sound of something breathing heavily outside kept me from falling asleep. I strained my ears, trying to make out what was lurking just beyond the thin fabric of my tent. My imagination conjured up images of vicious predators and bloodthirsty monsters. A low growling sound filled my ears just as I was about to doze off. My heart leaped into my throat as I realized that whatever was outside of my tent was no figment of my imagination. I could feel the hot breath on my face, the rustling of fur against the fabric of my tent, and the scratching of claws. Terror absolutely gripped me, and I knew that I had to get out of there as quickly as I could. I threw the tent flap open and sprinted into the darkness. My heart was pounding. I could hear the creature chasing me, its growls and snarls echoing through the woods. I didn't dare look back, afraid of what I might see behind me. When I finally collapsed on the shore of the lake, I could feel my body shaking with fear and exhaustion. As I sat there staring into the inky blackness, I realized that something was moving just beneath the surface of the water. A pair of eyes staring back at me, unblinking and ominous. As the first rays of sunlight began peering over the horizon, I stumbled back to the campsite. My friends were already awake, looking at me with concern. I tried to explain what had happened, but the words stuck in my throat. From that day forward, I knew that there were things in the woods that were better left undiscovered. I had survived the night, but the memory of that stalking presence and the glowing eyes in the lake would stay with me forever. I Witnessed Something Terrible by Anthony September. The sun set as I walked deeper into the Ocala National Forest. The trees were tall and dense, casting long shadows across the forest floor. I had been hiking for hours and was starting to feel tired, but I didn't want to turn back just yet. I wanted to see how far I could actually go. As I walked, the sounds of the forest grew fainter and the air grew colder. As I was entering a different world, completely isolated from the rest, I felt a sense of unease as I continued, but I brushed it off, telling myself that it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But then, I began to hear something. It was a low, rhythmic chanting, almost like a heartbeat. It was coming from just ahead, and I knew I had to investigate. I switched on my flashlight and followed the sound, my heart racing with anticipation of what I might find. As I got closer, the chanting grew louder. It was coming from a clearing in the woods. I peered through the trees and saw a group of people gathered around a fire. They were all wearing dark hooded robes, and I couldn't see their faces very well. At first, I was intrigued by the scene before me, but then I saw what they were doing. They were performing some sort of satanic ritual. The air grew thick with some sort of evil presence, and I felt like I was being watched by a million eyes. The group began to chant in some sort of unknown language to me, and I felt my body begin to shake. They were sacrificing animals and offering them to the devil. The smell of burning flesh filled the air, and I felt sick. I tried to turn and run, but my feet just wouldn't move. They were like paralyzed. I felt like I was stuck there with fear as I watched this group continue their weird ritual. Suddenly, one of the hooded figures turned and looked directly at me. I couldn't see their face, but I felt like they were staring into my soul. They beckoned me to come closer, and I felt myself stepping forward against my will. I then realized that I was trapped, and this was not a mere ritual. This was a trap, and I was the prey. I tried to scream, but no sound would emanate from my mouth. The group continued their practice, their chanting growing louder and more agitated. The energy in the air was palpable, and I felt my body pulling towards the fire. I knew I had to leave, but my body just wouldn't cooperate. I was trapped, a helpless witness to this terrifying scene. I felt like I was in some sort of movie. As the ritual went on, I found myself getting weaker and weaker. I could feel my life force draining away, and I knew that I was in grave danger. The group's chanting grew louder and more fierce, and I felt like the ground was shaking beneath me. I saw something move in the darkness, and just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, it was a figure looming over the group, watching their every move. I think it was the devil himself coming to claim his prize. I screamed as loud as I could, and suddenly, the spell was broken. The group dispersed into the darkness, running in every which direction, leaving me alone in the clearing. I somehow stumbled back to the forest, my heart pounding in my chest. When I finally emerged from the trees, I collapsed, gasping for air. I knew what I had witnessed was something that I would never forget. It was a horror that I could never really erase from my memory, and I knew that I would never venture into the Ocala National Forest again, especially not alone. And for all of those asking, yes, I did go to the police. I did file a report, but I'm not really sure anything ever really came of it, because I never heard back about it. I don't really live in that area. I live about 45 minutes away, and I used to drive there all the time to go fishing and swimming and hiking. But after that little trip, I don't think I'll be doing that for a long time. Thanks for listening to these creepy and allegedly true Deep Woods horror stories sent in by viewers just like you. If you have a story that you would like to share in a future episode, be sure to submit it at swampdweller.net or on Reddit at r/thedarkswamp. I'd love to share your story with everyone here in the swamp. It's stories like yours that help keep this show going on a daily basis. If you enjoyed tonight's stories, please be sure to hit that like button as it helps this video reach more fresh eyes, and that helps the swamp grow its ever-expanding waters. If you're new to the swamp, why not join us? Be sure to subscribe and turn on those notifications to never miss a new episode, as I upload them nearly every single day, and all things natural and supernatural. I do apologize if I sound extra tired in this video. I have not been feeling that great, and I wanted to make sure I still got this content out for you guys. So if my voice is sounding a bit tired, that is definitely not your ears. It is me just being a bit more tired than usual. Hopefully you enjoyed these stories though, and I'm very sorry for being late on this upload. If you're on the go and don't have YouTube Premium but still want to download and listen to your favorite Swamp Dweller scary stories no matter where you are, you can download them absolutely free from Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and pretty much anywhere else you find podcasts online. Thank you guys so much for supporting the Swamp the way you do. I'd love to know what story in the comments was your favorite tonight, and I'll see you all soon with another creepy episode. I'll Never Camp in Yellowstone Ever Again by Adventurous Mark 45. Personally, I've always loved camping, and Yellowstone National Park has been on my bucket list for many years. The thought of experiencing the park's stunning natural beauty up close and personal had always excited me, but little did I know that my camping trip to Yellowstone would be a horrific nightmare I would never, ever have the chance to forget. My friend and I arrived at the park and set up our tent at a campsite deep in the woods. It was the perfect spot, really, away from the hustle and bustle of other campers, and we were thrilled to be surrounded by the tranquility of nature. The first few days were everything we had honestly hoped it would be. We hiked through the forest, spotted wildlife, and enjoyed the park's scenic views. But things started to turn dark on the third day of our trip. We were on a hike when we heard strange noises from the woods. At first, we assumed it was just the wildlife, but as the noises grew louder and we realized something was not quite right, a low guttural growl made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. We tried to ignore it and continued on our hike, but the growling followed us. Finally, we started to feel like we were being watched, and the hairs on our arms stood on end. That's when we saw a dark, shadowy figure lurking in the woods. It was too far away to make out any specific features, but we could tell it was massive and not of this world. As we returned to our campsite, the growling continued to follow us. We tried to keep our cool, but the fear was too much. When we finally returned to our tent, we locked ourselves inside and tried to ignore the growling outside. The night was long and terrifying. We could hear the creature outside scratching at our tent and making horrible sounds that filled us with absolute dread. After that, we barely slept, and when we did, it was fitful and filled with nightmares. When morning finally came, we packed our campsite as quickly as we could and left the park without ever looking back. To this very day, I really don't know what that creature was, but I have a very strong feeling that it was something beyond human understanding. The memory of that camping trip still haunts me, and I know I'll never be able to forget the horror of what happened in Yellowstone National Park. But please don't let that deter you from visiting. Overall, it still was a very, very serene place. We Accidentally Discovered a Lost Tribe by Anonymous Possum. It would be a fun and exciting experience to go camping in the Bolivian wilderness with my friends, I thought. So we packed our bags and embarked on our journey, excited to explore the vast expanse of unspoiled nature. The first few days were actually quite amazing. We hiked through the dense jungle, crossed raging rivers, and climbed towering peaks. We even caught glimpses of exotic wildlife like jaguars and tapirs. But things quickly started to take a turn for the absolute worst. One night, while sitting around the campfire, we heard strange noises from the forest. At first, we thought it was just some animal, but the sounds became more and more human-like. We were all on edge, but we decided to ignore it and tried just to go to sleep. The following day, we woke up to find that some of our supplies were missing. We assumed it was just some animal that had taken them, but we were all so wrong. As we continued our journey, we saw signs of human activity. We found footprints, broken twigs, and even discarded clothing. We tried to rationalize it by telling ourselves that some local tribespeople were curious about us, but we couldn't shake the feeling that something was just not quite right. As we continued to hike, the feeling of being watched grew more robust. Then finally we started to see figures lurking in the shadows, and they would disappear every time we turned around. We were absolutely terrified at this point, but we didn't want to give up on our adventure. That was until an unknown tribe confronted us. Now, I had done quite a bit of research and had not heard anything about a specific tribe being uncontacted in this area, but I had read that it was possible that they could exist. They were a fierce-looking group dressed in rough animal skins and carrying crude weapons. They didn't speak our language and we couldn't understand theirs. They made it clear that they didn't want us there, and we knew we had to leave before things worsened. But before we could go, they attacked us. We tried to fight back, but they outnumbered us by far and had the advantage of knowing the terrain. Finally, we were forced to flee, abandoning our supplies and running for our lives. We were lost and alone in the wilderness, with no way to communicate with the outside world. Days passed and we ran out of food and water. We were exhausted and on the verge of giving up, but we refused to let these unknown tribespeople defeat us. We finally managed to find our way back to civilization, but the memories of that terrifying trip have stayed with us for years. I still have scars from the cuts and bruises that I gained from all the plants and falling while trying to run. We avoided many traps and all kinds of crazy contraptions that they had put out there in the woods for what I assume is protection and potentially hunting. Now, whenever I hear strange noises in the forest, I remember that camping trip and shudder at the thought of what could have happened to us. I know that the story was short, but I had to share it. It's one of those things that just haunts me every single night of my life, and it would be nice to have some sort of therapeutic escape. My Appalachian Trail Horror Story by N.A. Hiker 95. I never thought my hike along the Appalachian Trail would lead me to one of the most horrifying experiences of my entire life. Nevertheless, my girlfriend and I, who had always been avid hikers, decided to tackle the trail for our anniversary. After hiking for some hours, we decided to finally make camp for the night. We found a perfect spot overlooking the mountain range and quickly set up our tent. As the sun set, we sat around the campfire sharing stories and roasting marshmallows and making some hot dogs. Then, suddenly, we heard a rustling sound in the woods. At first, we assumed it was just an animal of some sort, but as the noise grew louder, we became uneasy. Then we heard a sound that chilled us to the bone, a low guttural growl that seemed to be coming from all around us. We quickly doused the fire and retreated to our tent. We tried to convince ourselves it was just a bear, but we both knew something was just quite not right here in this situation. Now, we are experienced hikers and campers, so this was strange to us to not recognize these noises. We lay in the darkness, listening intently to the growling sounds growing louder and more intense. Then suddenly the tent began to shake violently, and we could hear scratching sounds on the fabric. In sheer terror, we realized that whatever was outside was trying to get in. My girlfriend and I clung to each other, paralyzed with fear. Not knowing what to do, as we heard the sound of claws shredding through the tent. We could hear heavy breathing and growling from whatever was outside. We knew that we were not going to make it out of this alive, so we started saying we loved each other. Just when we thought all hope was done, the tent ripped open and we saw the terrifying sight. A vast creature covered in fur and razor-sharp teeth stood before us. It was like nothing we had ever seen before. It let out a roar that echoed through the forest, and we both knew it was the last thing we would ever hear. Almost as if some sort of greater being was watching over us. A bear ran into the picture, roaring itself. It seemingly felt, maybe it was feeling challenged by this creature's roar. It tackled the creature, and the creature swiped back at it. They began fighting brutally, scratching and mauling at each other. Ultimately, I can't say who won because they began to go out of sight and we took that moment to run and run as fast as we ever have. Luckily, we made it back to the Appalachian Trail. We ran as fast as we could and made it to the nearest conservation building that we could find and met up with some other hikers. We told them our story and got airlifted to a hospital as quickly as possible. We are lucky to survive and to be able to tell this story, but I have no idea what it was that nearly ended our lives that day. I just have to thank Mother Nature and that bear for, I guess, feeling threatened by whatever happened. After I did some research many years after, it did turn out that that was the time that most mother bears would have cubs around. So maybe it was just right time, right place. Fresh out of high school, my friends and I decided to take one last trip together before we all split up to go to college. The Pacific Crest Trail was the destination. A few nights of drinking, hiking, and camping was exactly what we needed together. Ian, my boyfriend, picks me up from my house. I've never been to the Pacific Crest Trail, so he tries describing its beauty the best he can. Babe, you're gonna love it, I promise. Nothing but fresh air and wilderness. We will be one with nature. I'm not so sure Mother Nature would approve of the ungodly amount of alcohol you have in the cooler. Well, what about this? Ian pulls out a sandwich-sized Ziploc bag of weed. I know Mother Nature would approve of this. She grew it. You've been holding out on me, I said, snatching the bag from his grip. I open it and take a deep breath, inhaling the familiar aroma. It's a long ride. Might as well roll one up for the road. Sounds good. I'll call the others and get them to meet us at the location. Ian connects his phone on his Jeep radio, putting on his 80s hair metal playlist. I light the freshly rolled joint, and we settle in for a road trip. We decided to meet up at the Bridge of Gods. The Bridge of the Gods sits at the convergence of the historic Columbia River Highway State Trail, 3 National Historic Trails, and the Pacific Crest Trail. We walk over the bridge together, being extra careful because there is no shoulder on the narrow bridge, and we must share with cars and trucks. We make it across with no problem and hike for a while until we decide to go off-trail to find a spot to set up camp by the river. 3 tents between 6 people, Nova and his girlfriend Tessa, the twins, Sadie and Katie, and finally myself and Ian. I sit back with a black cherry white claw and take in the beautiful, beautiful surroundings. The sky let out an orange glow as the sun sank behind the jagged mountains. The mountains came down to meet the cold, untamed river. Nova and Ian began to make a fire before the night came. As the darkness falls, the alcohol flows. The flicker of the flame lights the night. We all reminisce about high school and talk about all that we would like to do for our future. Ian gets quiet and stares off into the darkness that is the river. What's up, Ian? I ask. I think I can see the outline of a boat floating not far off the bank. We all look in that direction. Ian pointed. Yeah, I think I see it too, Katie said. Nova walks over to his backpack and pulls something out. He twirls it in his hand and looks at it for a moment, before putting it in the direction of what we think is the boat. Is that a gun? Put that up, Nova. I spoke. Chill out, Brittany. It's just a flare gun, Ian said as he grabbed my hand to calm me. Nova pulls the trigger, and a trail of light streaks out towards the boat. It lights up the immediate area around the dark outline. It was a boat. Not just our mind playing tricks on us in the dark. 2 people stood in the flat-bottomed boat, looking our way. They wore orange hoodies that hid their face. Oh my god, people are watching us, Sadie said. Get the hell out of here, you damn weirdos, Nova shouted. Nova and Ian began picking up rocks on the riverbank and throwing them at the boat. After a few moments, we could hear the engine start and drive away. We finally get over being freaked out. We did our best to put the incident behind us and continued drinking and partying throughout the night before eventually passing out in our tents. I woke the following day to a commotion outside. I unzipped the tent and dragged myself out. The sun hit my eyes and I winced as a sharp pain shot through my head. Drinking obscene amounts of alcohol seems like a great idea until the next day. when you have to wake up with a splitting headache and you get a queasy gut. I see Ian with his hands clasped on top of his head, standing in front of a flat-bottomed boat and sat on the riverbank on our campsite. "Ian, what's wrong? What's going on?" I ask. "These assholes from last night, they docked their boat here, stole all of our supplies while we were sleeping." Nova walks up behind us. "I'm having trouble finding the trail. I have some food and water stashed away in my tent. Let's refuel and go look like a group." After eating, with no supplies, we decided to cut our trip short, pack up, and look for the trail we strayed from to get to this riverbank. "Let's split up," Nova said. "We can go in pairs of 2. Try not to stray too far from the others, so if you find the trail, you can alert the others by yelling." Nova and Tessa enter the woods. Sadie and Katie enter about 20 yards away, and Ian and I do the same. Ian grabs my hand and he leads the way. We say nothing to each other, only the sound of twigs breaking and brush under our feet fill the silence. "I think I see something," Ian said. I look around to try and see what he sees, and that's when I notice it. I think we both figure out what it was at the same time by the terrified look we gave each other. 2 hours left. A man in a bright orange hunting hoodie stood several yards away. He didn't move. He just looked at us. A camouflaged ski mask covered his face. He didn't move even when we ran into the opposite direction of him. Even without being chased, we ran as fast as we could, leading to me tripping over some undergrowth and falling. My extended hands were the only thing stopping me from slamming my face into the unforgiving ground. A sharp pain shot through my wrist into my elbow. I let out a yelp in pain. I'm not sure if it's broken, but I know it's at least sprained. The price I had to pay to save my face from colliding with the forest floor. Ian quickly comes to my side, helping me up and inspecting the hand. I held it close to my body. He flexed the wrist, sending a shockwave of pain through my arm, causing me to jerk my hand away. Behind him, I noticed some movement. It was one of the men in the orange hoodie stepping out from behind some trees. I point a shaky finger behind Ian at the man. Ian glances over his shoulder to see what has me so shaken. "We'll check this out later. Right now we have to run." Ian grabs my elbow, careful not to touch my hurt wrist. We make a hard left and quickly make our way to what is hopefully the trail we came in on. We break through the trees, but it's not the trail. It's a small clearing. It looks like someone has recently been here. A still smoldering fire set in the center of the small clearing. Sadie and Katie break through the brush into the clearing a few feet away from where we came in, followed by Nova and Tessa shortly, to the right of where we came in. We all share stories, and they all sound very similar. "These men funneled us to this spot," Katie said. "Why do they want us here? What do they want?" Nova responded. "Well, you did shoot a flare at them," I say to Nova. "The creeps were floating there watching us. What was I supposed to do?" "Stop fighting. It'll get us nowhere. We need to figure out how to get back to the trail," Sadie interrupted. We looked around the clearing. It was roughly about half the size of an NFL football field. There was nothing out of the ordinary other than the smoldering pile of coals left behind. "Let's turn around together and enter the woods and search for the trail. It has to be close," Ian said. We began to walk towards the section of woods we had entered the clearing through, and several of the men with orange hoodies and camouflage masks stepped out of the tree line. We turned as a group and began running in the opposite direction. We got halfway to the other side of the clearing before there were more men wearing the same orange hunting hoodies and camouflage masks stepping out. More emerged from the tree line surrounding us. I'm pretty sure there were 12 of them in total. Some of them had rifles in hand. Our group huddles together as it looked like these hunters were slowly closing in around us. 2 hunters grab the twins, Sadie and Katie, and begin to drag them away, kicking and screaming. Ian and Nova run towards the 2 hunters that grab the twins. Nova throws a punch that connects with the hunter's chin and drops him to the ground. Nova grabs Sadie by the hand to help her up when a loud boom fills the air. The unexpected explosion temporarily disorients me. My ears ring. I look around confused about what just happened and where the explosion came from. I hear Sadie let out a terrified scream. I look to see her coated in blood and Nova lying on the ground beside her. Ian turns around, running away from the scene unfolding before us. The look of fear in his face let me know exactly what had just happened. One of the hunters with a rifle had shot Nova. Ian took about 2 steps before another shot rang out. Blood spray came out of the side of Ian's head like a lawn sprinkler. Ian drops mid-stride, pulls her into the nearest tree line, and I hush her violent screams. No additional words are needed as we began to both sprint away from the chaos. I feel terrible about leaving Sadie and Katie to die. But any other action than what I took would have led to all of our deaths. I could hear the hunters scrabbling after us. At least, that's what was running through my mind at that moment. Tessa and I ran full speed for what felt like miles. My legs burned, my lungs hurt, and I would not dare to slow down. To my relief, we stumbled upon the trail. I look around to regain my sense of direction. "The bridge is this way," I yelled to Tessa, and we began sprinting again. We ran to the bridge, where we flagged down a car, and they called the emergency number to alert the police. I was frantic trying to explain to the officer what I saw, that we ran off leaving our friends to die. Tessa could only weep. She tried to tell her version, but she couldn't get the words out. Tessa was physically shaking, and instead of words, vomit was the only thing that came from her mouth. Several hours had passed, and the sun was starting to set when the officers found my friends. The hunters had erected 2 wooden crosses that Sadie and Katie hung from. Their abdomens sliced open, and the twins were connected by their intestines tied together. Their guts decorated the wooden structure they hung from like a set of gory Christmas lights. Ian and Nova lay at the foot of the crosses. I don't know the reason behind the gruesome slaughter of my friends, but I do know I'll never revisit the Pacific Crest Trail. I used to go to the mountains every year, multiple times if fate would allow it. There's something so peaceful about feeling isolated from the rest of the world. I don't have to look down at my phone and worry about bills or keeping up with my friends. For a brief window of time, it's just me and what the world has created. Every year, I would visit the town of Estes and stay overnight, so I could grab an early start and avoid as many people as possible. It had gotten to the point where I was recognized and formed friendships with some of the locals. Most anyone working at the diners, where I got some fuel before heading up the mountain, probably knew who I was. My car and I would traverse the Trail Ridge Road. Stopping on the viewpoints along the road, I would observe the wildlife. Rolling green would lay out in front of me, dotted with the remnants of snowfall. I would make sure to stop at every given opportunity and take a few good breaths to slowly acclimate myself to the higher altitude and lower intake of oxygen. That's what I used to do anyways. I haven't been back there in a few years now. I think it was 3 years ago now that it happened. It's hard to keep track anymore. I try not to think about it too much. I've had issues with the memories popping back up without much cause and sending me into a fit. My chest gets all tight and it's hard to breathe. I swear, whenever it happens, I can hear its footsteps. But I'm getting ahead of myself. My therapist that I started seeing following the event told me it might be a good idea to get it out, write it on paper, or tell people my story. So that's what this is. I have no idea if something like this will help, but at this point I'll try anything. I'd love to finish telling my story and be able to get an uninterrupted night's sleep. So, 3 years ago, like I said, if I ever got the opportunity, I would go back multiple times in a year, and as fate had it, that was such a year. I had a decent chunk of vacation time saved up at work, so I decided to take an extra holiday for myself. Everything went about as you'd expect. It was warmer than normal, as I try to go in the colder months usually. I got into town the same as always. I booked nearly the same room in the same hotel as the last time I visited and threw my stuff into the hotel room. Before heading to bed, I made sure to plot out my intended traveling so I could show someone where I was planning to go. I had been there so many times, and as beautiful as everything was, I liked to try and go off the beaten path when I could. In the event something happened to me, I wanted people to know where I was. That's exactly what I did the next morning. I was greeted by the workers at the local diner and made sure to show them the map, telling them when I expected to return. With enough fuel to get me through most of the day, I headed out. The first place I wanted to go was a decent drive up Trail Ridge Road, Lulu City, a place I was surprised that I'd never gotten around to visiting. Pulling onto the side of the road, I sat at the shoulder looking at the elevation between me and the town. A town that had diminished into a small portion of the horizon. Turning the car off and locking it, I was pleasantly surprised to find myself alone on the trail. The fewer people that were around me, the more connected to the environment I could feel. It's like when you watch a movie in the theater. You're so much more immersed when it's quiet. Just a few chattering conversations can taint the entire experience. They say with hindsight, it's much easier to see the red flags. When I think back though, it's hard for me to tell where my first sign to turn back really was. You'll hear a lot of sounds walking through the forest, and sounds travel pretty far. So it's hard to say what's unusual and what isn't. Even if you've heard something hundreds of times, it can sound alien. I remember as I was walking the trail, I heard what sounded like several booms from a distant thunder. The noise happened in rapid succession, like the beating of drums, though the weather hadn't called for such noises. At the time, I thought it could have just been the snapping of a nearby tree and the resulting noise of it was smacking into the ground. I ignored it and continued on my path, feeling the mountain air fill my lungs surrounded by trees, all by myself. There was the occasional skittering of wildlife. I even came across a large print in the middle of the trail. I assumed it to be a bear, as black bears have been spotted near the trail. It's a nearly 4-mile hike, which isn't all that bad as the elevation didn't climb too much. Around 2 hours after I had initially set out, I found myself looking at the old sign for Lulu City, an old mining town that had been abandoned in the 1800s. I walked slowly through the place. There were old cabins around the area and various plots of land that once served as foundations for more homes. It was incredible to sit in a ghost town, nestled near the Rocky Mountains. It was almost as if the place had pushed them out. From the little research I had done, it seemed like the profit margin for the silver they were mining just wasn't enough to justify the town. Though, knowing what I know now, I can't help but wonder if something else was at play all those years ago. I looked around for a while at the large open area where the town used to sit. There were around 40 cabins at the town's prime. All that remained were the remnants of 3, a few building sites, and a sign for the town. Citing the population was at 200 people. I sat down for a moment, leaning my back against a tree, looking at the area surrounding me, pouring some water down my throat. I watched the tree line. There was this creeping sensation you get when someone is staring at the back of your head. I felt that, but it was like I knew where the feeling was coming from, but I couldn't quite see it. As I was focused on an area of trees where the paranoia was stemming from, I noticed a shadow moving. I had thought at first it was just a dark area where the sun had difficulty getting through. As the shadow shifted, however, it was revealed there was just a dark mass blocking my view. My initial reaction was to just assume the figure was a black bear or an elk, but it was hard to convince myself of that as the shadow reached far too high off the ground. Either way, I just sat and watched. I wasn't about to call any attention to myself, especially if my initial reaction was correct. I had bear mace and the likes, but if I could avoid using it, I would rather do that. With the shadow retreating into the woods, I stood slowly from my spot and decided to exit Lulu. As I turned around, I heard a familiar cracking of trees. This time, however, the sound continued for a good minute or two. It was as if the drums of war had been rung and a warning was shooting through the mountain. I wondered if anyone on the other trails were able to hear the noise, as it was so loud that it made me cover my own ears. As I started retreating from the noise, it stopped, and as I reached the exit to Lulu City, I saw a shadow once more. This time it was much closer to me. I was able to make out more about it. Part of its dark structure being the antlers atop its head. They weren't the same. jagged and pointy antlers that decorated the indigenous elk around Rocky Mountain. They were more solid, resembling that of a moose's. They were much larger than any pair I'd seen before, though. Large enough to shovel the snow out of the driveway in one go. I backed up a bit, hearing the foliage bending and cracking under my footsteps. I honestly did not know how to approach the situation, because I did not know what I was looking at. The thing was still shaded by the trees, and I couldn't make out its body structure other than it being massive. I wonder how something of that size was able to move so quickly through the trees. Then I caught a glimpse of the eyes it was using to watch me. It was only when shreds of light reflected off of them. The first two shimmering orbs appeared from under its antlers, and then to my shock, another set of lights, fainter than the ones above them, appeared. It was uncanny. Looking at something with such a familiar shape, yet I couldn't decipher what the thing was, or what it wanted from me. I didn't want to keep staring, in case it took direct eye contact as a threat. Averting my gaze, I listened to the creature stumbling around before the commotion caused by their movements dissipated into the foreground. With the noise of that thing distant, I turned back and saw no sight of the thing. I decided it was best to leave the area quickly and quietly. I thought the thing might consider Lulu City its territory and was giving me a stern warning. I started walking back, ready for the easy hike. Watching the dirt path at my feet, I came across a fresh footprint. It was massive. Putting my foot into it revealed that my foot didn't even make up half the size of one of its toes. The thing was massive and heavy. I didn't want to call my trip short, so as I walked the trail back to my car, I thought of just going to the next spot ahead of schedule. I always try to end my visits by looking out over Bear Lake. It's just so pristine, it's hard to ignore. I kept my eyes on the trees the whole time, making sure that some hulking shadow wasn't lurking. Before I knew it, I was exiting the trail and climbing into my car. With a hum, and the vehicle sprang back to life. It wasn't too long before I had gotten to as far as my car would take me before I had to stop and walk the rest of the way. Surprisingly, once again I found myself alone. There were a few other cars where I parked, but once I got to the lake, I didn't see anyone else on the trails. It felt like everyone had been scared off. Bear Lake is normally a pretty popular spot for people visiting. I had the feeling like I was missing something, like everyone else got a memo that I didn't. I sat for a while on a large boulder by the side of the lake, watching the winds ripple small patterns over the smooth surface of the water. It wasn't often you could go there and not hear the howling of screaming children and their parents, so I intended to soak as much of it in as I could. As I sat there, I could see the line of trees on the other side of the lake. The tops of them created an ocean of green that only surrendered to the peaks behind them. I watched that ocean of green sway like a hurricane was sweeping through them. The treetops moved and buckled as I heard familiar smacking noises begin to get louder. The realization dawning on me that whatever I had seen before wasn't warning me. It had been following me and continued to do so as I left the site. I had driven there, though. I thought it would be impossible for that thing to be able to have made it here so quickly. With the shifting of the treetops getting closer, I slowly rose to my feet when I saw something eject from the top of the trees. It hung in the air for a moment before crashing down into the lake before me. It was brief, but I saw the object enough to know that the thing had flung a rock rather large, probably bigger than my body, like it was nothing. I started stepping backward when my ankle rolled on a rock and I fell backward, crashing to the ground. My elbow made contact with the hard surface, pulling apart the fabric of my sweater and slicing through my skin. Quickly, I opened the small first aid kit I had brought with me, hearing the thunderous noise getting closer. I poured my drinking water onto the wound and wrapped it with a bandage. As I finished tending to the small wound, I noticed that the noise had halted. Slowly ignoring the pain in my ankle and the stinging on my elbow, I looked over the rock to see. The trees were no longer swaying, only moving with a gentle push of the wind. That's when I heard a noise to my right. A huff. Turning slowly, avoiding sudden movements, I saw the beast that had been watching me. I saw it bathed in the sun, every detail. This thing was some twisted amalgamation. It dwarfed me in size. I could have been twice as tall and still not met it eye to eye. I did not know what I was supposed to do, if I was supposed to run or stay still. I watched its pitch black fur ruffle as it took a step towards me, offering another huff out of the bear-shaped nose. Its whole head reminded me of a bear, except for the angular structure around its eyes that looked more like a buck. 4 stern and focused eyes, all of varying shades of amber, peered toward me. Its body, again, was reminiscent of a bear that had a bizarre length to it, almost like its belly was dragging against the dirt. If it wasn't for the massive paws pushing down into the ground, the thing would topple over. It moved its head back and forth, shaking its whole body. Small clicking groans emitted from the open jaw, a jawline with thick and sharp teeth. My reasoning was starting to go out the window, and the urge to just run and get the heck out of there was mounting by the moment. I was backing away and had noticed I was making it back to the trail, but the creature matched my movements. We were both surrounded by trees, and the thing started moving its head side to side, smacking its large antlers onto the nearby trees. As it did, the tree's bark ripped free, exposing lighter tones. As close as I was, the smashing of the massive antlers against the trees was like a shotgun going off next to your ear. It caused me to hold my hands over my ears as I tried to back away. I wanted to run, but the moment I put too much pressure on my ankle, I knew I would buckle, so all I could do was continue to back away, hopping, and just hope that it wouldn't charge. It just kept walking forward, smacking one tree after another like it was trying to intimidate me. I watched amazed as if its large frame bulldozed through the trees like it was nothing. I don't know what I did to upset it more than I already had, but the clicking noise from its mouth picked up and it charged at me. The ground was trembling under the thing's footsteps, and before I had time to process what was happening, an antler made contact with me. The memories get all foggy from there. I remember being shunted to the side, my legs colliding with a tree, and I spun out into the bush. Nearly unconscious, I laid surrounded by dirt and leaves as the bear-like creature approached me. It smelled me, interested particularly in the blood spilling out of my legs where the bones had broken on impact. I got a good look at its eyes before I passed out. One was a set of eyes that you'd expect to see on a mammal, while the others were more lizard-like. Those eyes were the last thing I saw before passing out. It was a miracle I ever made it out of there. Some other visitors had heard the commotion and headed over to find me passed out. They stopped my bleeding and got me to the hospital in Estes. I wish I could go hiking still. I'm not afraid of running into that thing again, but my legs were beyond repair, and I haven't been able to walk ever since. I still think about that creature. I did as much research as I could, but never found anything that looked like that thing. Some monstrous combination of a bear and elk. I wondered if that was the real reason Lulu City was abandoned. Maybe I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I don't think I'll ever know. Sometimes I hear the clicking noises it made. Every thunderstorm I hear makes me think about the creature bashing its head into the trees. Maybe it did that as a show of strength, like when bucks smack their antlers together. I don't want to believe that's true though, because I couldn't imagine what a behemoth like that needs to prove its strength to. What other secrets could the Rocky Mountains contain? Are there more of those things there? Or perhaps another manner of beast? Every night I go to sleep, I look out my window. I think of those 4 eyes peering at me through the dark, waiting to finish what they started. I'm not sure if I'll ever feel better having written this all out. Reading it as I go, I almost don't believe it myself. Maybe I'll feel better if I just convince myself nothing ever happened. That I just fell and tumbled hard enough to crack the bones in my legs like twigs. Maybe then, I'll be able to get some sleep. Swamped. Stalked in an Ohio State Park by Queasy Comfort. I work as a child care professional, and one of the kids recently got into hiking, so I took him to an excellent Salt Fork State Park trail that I like. We were all set to hike to Hosak's Cave after parking near the trailhead's beginning. The entire course is about a half-mile long, so I chose this trail for our daily hike. I also decided this trail because any time I had been on it before, it was hectic and full of people and a trendy spot which made me feel a bit more secure. However, this past summer we had a cluster of severe summer storms that caused massive damage to the trail, so to my surprise it was much more complex and empty. However, I wasn't bothered by the open path because a small construction crew was working on a bridge that was just barely visible from the trailhead. He was still up for the hike, despite the entire width of the trail being washed out until it was no more than a foot wide, with a 6-foot to 12-foot drop into a creek bed with a solid rock and several trees that had fallen down. He is very athletic, and I was confident in his abilities. If he was confident that he could do so, I thought that he could. And he seemed to be very excited to tackle our adventure, so who was I to say no? We made it to a platform that allows you to see the entire cave. There were many downed trees surrounding the platform, and it was closed at this point, but we had made it this far, so we decided to maneuver around the venue and proceeded the few hundred feet into the cave. We spent most of the time in this area due to the difficulty it was to get there, so I know exactly what it looked like. There were tree roots directly under the platform, and you could climb down either side. It is also worth noting that Hosak's Cave is much more like a cliff with an overhanging rock formation and a trickle of a waterfall directly in the middle. It's not a creepy closed-up cave. It's very open and beautiful. We got to the cave and I noticed a candle that was not burning recently but had been sitting on a large rock with a heart carved into it. I chalked it up to someone having a date and disregarded it. He wanted to climb to the top, where I noticed 2 more candles and 3 stacks of small rocks that somebody had stacked up. I felt weird at this point, but it was about this time that he found a small puddle full of baby salamanders and wanted to catch them. This was the happiest I had seen the kid in a long time, and I didn't have the heart to tell him it was time to go. We spent about an hour catching baby salamanders, and I watched him have the time of his life. We finally decided to leave, and when we got to the platform, dead center in the middle of the tree roots was a wet washcloth hanging that was not there before. He noticed it as well, but did not pick up on the severity of the situation that we were apparently in. At that moment, I factually knew 2 things. 1, someone was watching us, and we did not see them. And 2, they were now potentially hiding in the woods and made it a point not to be seen, but leave an object to be noticed. There was no running back with the narrow trail, and I was not about to tell him that we were in potential danger. I told him to go in front of me, and I kept encouraging him that he was doing great over and over, which seemed to speed him up naturally. I never saw anyone while we were on the trail, but I had the most intense feeling of being watched the entire hike back. We got to the car, and I locked the doors immediately. On our way out of the park, a filthy man, probably in his 30s, came out of the woods and made it a point to stare at me with the blankest expression I had ever seen on a human being. The man followed me with his eyes and head as I drove by him and continued to stare at him until I couldn't see him anymore. At that point, I knew the third fact. He made it a point to make himself appear to me, and facts 1 and 2 were confirmed. That stare stuck with me for days, and I considered counseling after this as it bothered me for several weeks, causing me severe anxiety. I tried to tell myself that maybe we just interrupted his bath time and he was camping and didn't want to startle us. After all, the crazy-looking man had ample time to do anything he wanted while we were catching salamanders. I could not rationalize why he stared into my eyes the way he did. If he wanted to be unnoticed, why would he have made himself so, obvious? Deep down, I know it was much likelier that this was a deliberate action intended to scare me. He never had any idea how panicked I was, and to this day, it is the most fun I had ever seen that kid have. He brings it up regularly, and it's a positive experience for him. But on the other hand, it was one of my worst experiences and made me feel sick and disturbed. Shredded Up Animal by Cal. I'm not sure if this would be considered a paranormal story per se, but nothing else really makes sense. Let me try to explain this a bit better. My family goes camping every chance we get. The place we'd always go had no natural predators, at least nothing more significant than a fox. My dad chose this spot so we kids, me and my 2 siblings, could frolic through the woods without much of a worry. This particular trip was during a long weekend in May. There was still a considerable amount of snow, so my dad brought us ATVs and some sleds. It was the day after we had arrived, and my dad wanted to go on a little trip down the road we came up. I asked to come, and he allowed me to. So we both hopped on his quad and set out on our little trip. I just remembered that we had deer around the area, nothing crazy, but the odd one would wander through our campsite every so often. You could tell they had no natural predators in the area since they didn't run away when there were humans around. My siblings and I would pretty often get close to them, and my parents would always yell at us to stay away because they are rather dangerous. I mean, look up the statistics of how many deer kill people a year, not even including car crashes. It's actually kind of insane. Anyway, my dad and I were a few miles from the campsite when we rounded a corner and came across one of the most gruesome sights I've ever seen. On the side of the road were the pieces of a deer. At least I think it was a deer. There was blood everywhere. Worse still, there was still steam coming from the remains, which meant this was a really recent kill. My dad is usually a pretty calm guy. Not much can rattle him. But I could tell that this freaked him the hell out. He was in the process of turning us around when this, well, I don't know what this thing was. It was like a screech that came from the forest at first. It was so loud that we both cringed and covered our ears. I remember searching the forest for the source with my eyes, but my dad was in the process of hauling ass down the way we had came. It could have been a trick of the light, or because I was freaked out, or maybe how I saw things, but I could have sworn I saw something running alongside us. But only for just a second or two. I know I sound crazy, but the thing looked like a large dog before it just vanished into the trees. My dad raced back to camp and we were all packed up and headed to a different location by the end of the day. We never did go back to that campsite after this encounter. I did ask my dad about it a couple of years ago, and he just said it was because the new camp was better than the old. Better trails and whatnot, he said. But I think he's full of crap. I think whatever we encountered that day scared the hell out of him, and I believe that whatever I saw, he did too. But I, for one, am thankful we never went back. I'm not sure if I could sleep at night after what I saw. It still haunts me to this day in my dreams. I Saw a Ghost in the Woods by Kodak White. Last night, my friend and I decided we wanted to go into the woods to get a little scared. So we brought flashlights and a knife and we went down to the creek. We turned the flashlights off to get the best experience and stood there. We overwhelmingly felt like we were being watched, so we left the woods shortly after, freaked out. I guess you could say we got exactly what we wanted. Later that night, we were hanging out on a small street near our houses and we wanted to get scared again, so we went to a dark corner of the road where it was just suspicious houses and just the entrance of the woods. We both felt that same feeling from earlier that we were being watched, so we looked down into the woods, and roughly, maybe 50 to 75 yards away, we noticed a specific part was pitch black while you could make out the rest of the woods. The feeling started to get more ominous, and we began to feel surrounded and heard walking in the woods and leaves. We began to hear crunching of twigs and something sounded like it was coming faster towards us. Finally, the silence was too loud, and without speaking to each other, we both had an overwhelming feeling of dread and we sprinted back up the street towards our house. But while I was running, I turned to look back, and for a split second, I swear I saw a girl in a white gown in the dark spot I had mentioned earlier. She didn't have a body. The only thing I could make out was her upper torso, but it looked like it was a gray aura outlining where a body should be. We ran back to my house and couldn't even describe what we were feeling, but I'm now staying out of the woods for quite some time, especially after dark. Lured into the Woods by Swimmy3301. This happened to me only about a few hours ago. I was out walking my dog, and we were walking down the street of my neighborhood, which is in a rural area surrounded by woods and forest everywhere. I began to hear what sounded like an owl making their typical noises, so I didn't really pay it much mind. I began walking further with my dog through the area, and it sounded like the owl was constantly moving. Even though there was no real way that I wouldn't be able to see it. The trees were pretty thin, obviously it's been cold, all the leaves are down, you can see pretty well into these wooded areas. I followed the sound additionally because I have a personal connection to them. I'm just a big fan of owls, and I hope more people are. After many direction changes, I sat down at the forest edge, and was standing before the dark entrance. The owl was seemingly gone now, but a creepy crawling sound could be heard, which was faster than it should have been, and being directed towards me. It was coming deep from inside the woods. Then I listened to the owl again, hooting from where the strange approaching crawling sounds were coming from. My dog then became terrified and threatened whatever lurked in the darkness. At this point, because the crawling became even faster and incredibly unsettling, I sprinted backward around 30 meters and turned around to see if anything was behind me. Then came that owl sound once more. It was almost like it was beckoning me to return. At this point, I stopped for a second to try and calm my dog down and lead them back home. Suddenly, distorted laughter was all I heard erupting all around us in the forest. This was definitely not that of a human. It almost sounded like it had reverb echoing all around us. After that, I headed straight home, locked all of the doors as it was nighttime here. I know this story was short. I might have some more updates soon as I have to walk my dog often. Thank you for reading this, and please share your thoughts in the comments. Hey Swamp, my friends call me Ray, but I'm changing the names of everyone else involved. We lived in Texas until last year when we moved to Alaska. There isn't much I can say about my job without giving away the company, but my time is spent outdoors. 2 years ago, my wife, Haley, was involved in an accident and we fell on some hard times. We also have 2 kids, so it seemed like we were being offered an opportunity to get back on track. I could hardly say no. While we didn't expect to love it out here, we thought it would be bearable long enough to pay off some debt. But no research could have prepared us for this place. It took over a year for my wife to physically recover from the car crash. She still has PTSD. Working from home and not traveling on interstates fit into our new lifestyle nicely, though there are plenty of downsides. The fact that an ocean now separates us from the rest of our family bothers me the most. The kids didn't want to leave their friends, but luckily they haven't hit their teen years yet, or the resistance would have been much worse. Jason is only 10 and Jenny is 7. Surprisingly, they've adjusted better than we could have ever dreamed. The strange day and night cycles aren't split into 6-month cycles as we had always heard. There are a couple of occasions where it's one or the other, but it's mostly just long summer days and winter nights. The kids were happy to discover what a novelty it all was to everyone back home. During the first 2 weeks, they practically lived on FaceTime. It made us feel like everything would be okay, which was a big deal considering how poorly Haley and I were coping. The overall stress was unbelievable. Moving to a new city is a significant undertaking, but this was a different league entirely. We failed to appreciate that Alaska is very cold. Obviously, we knew it was something to prepare for in terms of buying the necessary supplies, but those who have never experienced a proper winter can't grasp how drastically it changes your daily life. We couldn't afford 4 entirely new wardrobes on top of new tires and the countless other items we didn't consider. Thankfully, our families were able to help. I don't know what we would have done without them, to be honest. Our house is far more excellent than we had in Texas, which was another plus for the kids, if not slightly ironic. Usually it's more expensive to live in the city than in the country, but that's not true here. Thanks to my company, we got a great deal on our house, but everything else is nearly double the price. We came very close to selling our cars, rather than have to pay for them to be brought over, but thank goodness we didn't. Had we understood my drastically higher salary was to cover basic living expenses, I'm not sure we would have moved. And our only neighbor, Odette, lives across the road. She and her husband bought their home over 40 years ago, but sadly he passed away last spring. She doesn't get out often, but she's very kind. The day we moved in, she came over with a delicious casserole. There's nothing like a free meal after a long, hard day. Especially that day involved your first glimpse at the grocery store's outrageous pricing. Odette accepted our invitation to stay for dinner. She may be in her late 60s, but she can keep up with the best of us. She has 1,000 stories. The kids would have listened all night if we let them. Once they were finally in bed, the rest of us had our coffee in the den. That's when Odette's stories started to get a little weird. The light-hearted tone in her voice suddenly turned very grave, and her gaze dropped to the floor. When you bought this house, did Alan tell you about any of the local legends we have around here? Her words ran together as she blurted them out. Nope, none that I can remember. I was confident because there had been almost no contact with the actual owner. I looked to Haley for confirmation, and she was also shaking her head. The drastic change in our neighbor's demeanor made us feel like she was about to deliver some terrible news. Like something along the lines of the previous owner slaughtered his whole family, or was some sort of serial killer, or something like that. Something dangerous. I had a feeling. She sipped her coffee and took a deep breath before continuing. Did you know Alaska has its very own Bermuda Triangle? We had certainly not heard about this, but she told us all about it. Something like 5 out of every 1,000 people go missing around here, and most happen in the area we are in. I was surprised, but not necessarily frightened. Many states are uninhabited. It wasn't a stretch to assume people might go out, lose their way, and succumb to the wildlife, or the elements. It was like Odette could hear the thought forming. That's when she explained the Kustaka legends. Kustaka are ottermen. I remember hearing a few Bigfoot stories in the past, but nothing we dreamed that could be real. Even as we listened to her describe the 8-foot-tall shape-shifting creature, I couldn't create a severe mental image of a giant, man-like otter walking around on 2 legs, at least not maliciously. Our neighbor described how they would sometimes take the appearance of a loved one to lure their victims into the woods. There's no shortage of people willing to give first-hand accounts of their own experiences, though witness testimony doesn't mean much to me personally. It seemed like the Kustaka were Alaska's version of cow tipping. Just because something is impossible doesn't stop everyone and their brother from saying it happened. Even though these creatures usually lure victims to their doom, Odette claimed they sometimes appear in human form to approach those who are lost or injured. They pretend to offer the victim aid, but they intend to lead them deeper into the forest, where they will turn the human into one of their own. I'm still unclear about what the process entails, but I didn't try to learn. Even now, it's difficult for me to wrap my head around this. When I asked Odette why she was telling us these things, she said it was because of her son Cam, who hired a Kentucky boy to work on his crew several years ago. They warned Kyle of the various dangers from day one, but he thought they were hazing the newbie. When his aggravation began affecting his job, performance, Odette invited the whole crew to a barbecue in hopes that the boy would take her words more seriously. Unfortunately, he chose not to attend. Then, at roughly 3 p.m. the following Tuesday, Kyle signaled a bathroom break to his supervisor and stepped away. He was never seen again. No one expected him to vanish in the middle of a shift, but concerns proliferated when 20 minutes passed without his return. Initially, they hoped he was only trying to scare them for revenge. Cam and 3 others searched for him while the rest continued working. Formal searches were conducted over the following weeks, but there was no trace. There's nothing Odette could have done, but she feels deep remorse for his loss. Our hearts ached for the poor woman. Haley and I found ourselves believing in the Kustaka to ease her mind, but we began discussing it after she left. As someone who wasn't raised with Otterman lore, it was tough to take seriously. So what did we do? We turned to YouTube and discovered Alaska is known for many creepy cryptids, and Kustaka stories are among them. The History Channel has a great show called Missing in Alaska, and episode 10 has what we were looking for. It told of a writer who came down to research the legend for a book, but he vanished too. That's insane. I won't go through the whole video, but while it was enjoyable, it didn't convince us ottermen existed. We believed that the locals truly believed in them, which was good enough. We decided to humor the legend as a show of respect. Honestly, it encouraged safer practices in the wilderness, which can only be a good thing. Overall, our strategy worked well, though I was admittedly nervous starting the new job when I learned some of our work would take us through the triangle. My co-workers' stories didn't help either. but things got more accessible after the first month passed without incident. The days began to bleed together as life moved on in a beautifully mundane blur. And eventually, I forgot about the legends completely, until late February. The job should have been simple. Find the spot on the land, dig, and get home before something gets frostbite. It was the same routine like any other day except for Jason's birthday. He was disappointed I had to work and didn't want to open his presents without me. We FaceTimed long enough for him to rip open some paper, but the signal dropped. Luckily, Haley had the foresight to give him the iPad first, and I felt less guilty about his decision to wait for the rest. I worked like a machine. I didn't even stop for lunch. My mind was focused on getting the job done and making it home. That evening, in the gray light of dusk, we packed up and made the short hike back to our trucks. It had been a long day, and no one lingered around to chat, and I didn't blame them. I was 5 to 10 minutes down the road when I realized my phone was still at the site. When talking to Jason, I had propped it up on a tree and forgot to grab it when my hands were free again. If it had been anything else, I would have left it for the next day, but not my phone. No thoughts of danger entered my mind, but why would it? I was returning to a place I knew well, and it would only take a moment to walk in, get my phone, and get back on the road. I drove as close to the site as safely as possible and found myself running the rest of the way. I still don't understand why I felt so rushed. There was no doubt Jason had been thoroughly engrossed in his new tablet all day. His other presents weren't going anywhere. Yet I was running through the wilderness like a fool. It was almost completely dark when I reached for my phone. I hadn't thought to grab a light, so I'm not sure what I would have done if it had gotten dark first. As I stood trying to turn on the phone's flashlight, I heard what sounded like a fox crying out. A friend had recently found one trapped in an old hunter's snare, and I wouldn't say that I liked the thought of leaving it if the same thing happened again. I rushed off with my light pointed at the ground ahead. I was nervous about leaving the trail, but the cry sounded very close. I continued straight for a few yards, maybe 20 or so, without seeing any sign of the fox. No matter how far I walked, it seemed like it would be past the next shrub. I must have walked 50 to 60 yards when the noise was immediately cut off, like someone pressed stop on a tape recorder, and it suddenly began to snow heavily. The weather here is unpredictable, but that instance was strange, even by Alaskan standards. The howling wind was the only sound in the forest, and I had to move quickly. It doesn't take long for flurries to become full-on snowstorms here, and I didn't want to think about what would happen. As the snowfall increased, I turned back the way I came, and the light began reflecting into my eyes. The temperature dropped rapidly, and my truck was the only shelter for miles. I opened the phone's compass to ensure I maintained a straight line, but no matter which direction I pointed, it wouldn't spin. Hoping to use the GPS, I hunched down against a tree and turned off the light while trying to open Google Maps, but there was no signal, not even to send a text. To make matters even worse, I only had 48% battery remaining, and solid white snow walls were now surrounding me. It's a miracle I didn't lay down to die on that spot. If I weren't a father, things would have gone differently. I don't know. Forcing myself to leave the tree's illusion of safety was extremely difficult. I was practically crawling when I continued from my desperate search for the path. The wind tore into me from the right. My beanie doubled as my face mask, and thankfully, I developed a habit of putting my gloves in a coat pocket, or they'd be in the truck with my boots and earmuffs. The body loses the most heat through its ears and feet. The added layer of my coat's thick hood helped protect my head, but I feared the worst for my numb toes. No expense is spared regarding the boots we wear out here. They are knee-high, insulated, and clunky. Perfect for the job, but awful for the roads. Like most of the guys, I changed into something lighter at the end of the day, and that's why I was wearing a pair of regular Red Wings. Even though my feet were too cold to feel, I knew each step forward was filling my boots with more snow as their rims dipped beneath the surface. If nothing else, the sheer weight increase was enough to be sure. My mind was overrun with daydreams of life on disability after losing my feet. I would become an alcoholic, Haley would leave me, the kids would hate me, and I would move in with my parents. It was as clear as the air was white as I realized my hands were also going numb from clawing myself forward against the worst gusts of wind. I would have cried, but I'm sure my tear ducts were frozen shut. My snowballs were lodged somewhere between my lungs, but I'm trying to keep this PG, if you will. I was on the verge of digging a hole behind the next tree I stumbled into when I froze in place at the sound of a familiar voice calling my name. It was faint over the storm. I thought I imagined it at first, but then I heard it again, slightly louder. It was my boss, Brian. I screamed so loud that my raw throat felt like it was cracking open, but I wasn't going to waste my chance at survival. My heart swelled with overwhelming relief when he answered my cries, and I pulled myself upright while impatiently waiting for rescue. The wind calmed slightly, allowing for me to hear his footsteps. The sound was beautiful and terrifying. He was approaching from my left, meaning I had to be going the wrong way. My sense of relief was tainted with horror as my brain entered several what-ifs in the next short seconds it took for Brian to come into view. A fierce gust of wind stopped him roughly 30 feet away, and he shouted,
"Follow me!"
before turning to lead us back. The thought of reaching my truck, mostly the heater, pushed me away from the flood of worst-case scenarios. There would be plenty of nightmares and therapy bills for those later. Staying low, I hurried forward to close the gap between myself and Brian, but he was also picking up speed. That was fine with me. The faster we got out, the better, but I was so focused on trying to catch up that I failed to notice we still hadn't reached the path. Even worse, I was moving at a dangerous speed with only a dim light pointed ahead of my feet. Any misstep could have easily twisted or broken my ankle. Eventually, common sense took over. My mindless panic. "Brian, wait!" I shouted as loudly as my raw throat would allow, but he didn't seem to hear me. I tried again and again as we continued to speed through denser foliage. My feet were getting tangled in vines, thorny branches were tearing my coat, and I knew something was wrong. I should have known much sooner. Finally, I stopped dead in my tracks, turned around and resumed moving as fast as I dared, fully aware I would not survive a fall. My encounter with the figure I called Brian played through my mind in a split-screen fashion alongside Odette's warnings of Kustaka, taking on the appearance of friends to lure victims more plunging into the forest. The only thing capable of pulling me from those thoughts was the horrifying sound of Brian's voice calling out,
"What are you doing? That's the wrong way."
I know it's always a mistake to look back, but that's precisely what I did. At first glance, I saw an enormous black shape dart past a tree and vanish from sight. My heart skipped at least 3 beats before I could force myself to move again. The shape I saw was a minimum of 8 feet high, and there was a dark undertone in the voice that yelled,
"Come back. We're trying to help you."
It sounded so close when it spoke that I stumbled and couldn't help casting a glance to my right. I didn't think it was possible to feel even more frightened than I was, but the image of a giant, hairy, disfigured face seared into my mind as I struggled to regain footing. It was poking its enormous head from behind a tree. I could still see it now, clear as day, burned into my mind, and there is little hope to ever forget that thing in the future. I'm not sure how long I ran, but it felt like an eternity. All I can say for sure is that I kept putting one foot in front of the other, and eventually I had several voices calling my name from multiple directions in the distance. To say I was skeptical would be a vast understatement, but I didn't know what to do. Every move felt fatal. What if they are all Kustaka, or one of the several other cryptids I've heard about? What if they're real people, but I ran away? What if the first monster catches up while I'm standing here? Hoping it was a reasonable thing to assume monsters wouldn't have flashlights, I decided to shout a tentative cry for help and run towards the first light I saw. Unfortunately, that cry turned into the high-pitched squeal of a teenage girl when a branch snapped directly behind me. In complete darkness, I surged forward, unsure if the snag at the bottom of my coat was real or imagined, and a dozen shots rang out in reply. In seconds, spotlights were pointed in my direction, and the sound of weapons being prepared to fire was sweet music to my ears. I screamed, "It's behind me!" several times before collapsing, but I didn't need to say more. Everyone understood my meaning perfectly. I was later told that Kustaka probably left when it heard all the other people. As I thought, Haley called Brian when I didn't come home, and he took care of the rest. They all raced back to search for me. Apparently there's no point in wasting time with police in those weather conditions, and I'm grateful they didn't. There's no doubt I was close to the end. After I collapsed, they zipped me into a sleeping bag Tommy had the foresight to bring from his truck and carried me out of there like in a body bag. I wasn't too far off in the direction I was traveling, but I wouldn't have found the trail. Even without the possible Kushtaka encounter or psychotic break, whichever you believe, there's no doubt that I would have died out there if they hadn't found me. I had to spend a little time in the hospital because of the frostbite. It's a complicated healing process, but miraculously, I've gotten to keep all of my fingers and toes. I'm primarily okay now, but my sense of touch isn't quite what it used to be in the worst places. No circumstance will ever get me to step foot into the wilderness alone again. In our original budget, we planned to live here for 4 to 5 years, which increased with the unexpected living cost. I'm not so sure if I can last that long, though. Haley and I have decided to call our families tomorrow to discuss possible options. If we could find jobs beforehand and arrange a place to stay while we look for a new house, it may be possible to leave sooner. We don't plan to tell them about the triangle. They would be deeply concerned for our mental health. We're heartbroken, and I regularly work near dangerous wildlife. Those are facts. I'm sure there are more, but those are enough. I'm ashamed of how stupid it was to put myself in that situation, which must have been evident to the others. I can guarantee every person in our tiny town heard what happened that day, but no one has questioned me about it. I don't think I could say all of this if they did, not face to face, and I'm sure they know that too. But writing it out like this, I don't know. I do feel a little better. Well, that's all I have to say besides thanks for doing what you do. Even if you don't use this for your channel, I appreciate that you took the time to read it. If I weren't trying to move away from this frozen wasteland, I would be supporting you with more than likes and shares. Keep up the great work, and best wishes to you and your family, Swamp Dweller. In 1977, 2 Yale University students, Terry Jentz and Avra Goldman, planned to spend their summer cycling across the United States. But their trip came to a premature and traumatic end when they were attacked by an unknown axe or hatchet man while camping at Klein Falls State Park. The police failed to make an arrest, so years later, Terry decided to investigate for herself. So, what happened, you may ask, and did Terry find her attacker? Stay with me in the swamp and let's find out. Welcome back to the swamp, my friends, and welcome if you're new. Today I'm going to be sharing the sad and absolute tragic story of the Klein Falls axe attack. Now, this is definitely a little bit different from my typical video that I'd be covering when it comes to wilderness crime, but this story, when I found it, was definitely one that I thought you guys had to hear. So sit back, relax, and get ready for one hell of a story. The Trans-America Trail leads from the east coast of the United States to the west, although some people, like Terry Jentz and Avra Goldman, opt to travel west to east. The length of the trail varies depending on your route, but most sources claim it's somewhere around 4,200 miles, with adventurers completing an average of 200 miles per day. Less experienced hikers might be traveling around 60 to 80 miles each day. Originally, the trail started in eastern Tennessee, but over time, it became more common to ride from Yorktown in Virginia to Astoria in Oregon, or vice versa. Those undertaking the trail can experience breathtaking United States landmarks including Yellowstone National Park, the Cascade Mountains, the deserts of Utah, the Rocky Mountains, and Sawtooth National Forest, to name a few. The trail is mostly off-road, offering riders clean air and scenic views, but it's not ideal for beginners. Depending on weather and location, adventurers might come up against snow, rocky terrain, mud, and challenging desert landscapes. However, in 1976, 4,000 riders of varying ability attempted the trail to celebrate America's 200th birthday. Following the Declaration of Independence in 1776, a group of experienced cyclists started planning the route in 1973. The idea came to them while traveling from Alaska to Argentina, but the 1976 event, dubbed Bike Centennial, was attended by many inexperienced riders using budget-friendly equipment. Half of those that started the trail didn't complete it, but even so, a year later in 1977, it seemed a manageable undertaking for new riders following the success of Bike Centennial. Terry, Avra, and a group of their college friends decided to take on the Trans-America Trail after overhearing someone who had taken part in Bike Centennial raving about their incredible experience. However, one by one, the friends dropped out or changed their minds for various reasons until only Terry and Avra were left. Although they had planned to go as part of a larger group, and their safety in numbers, they didn't want to cancel their trip and miss out on an exciting adventure. Terry and Avra were dorm mates and inseparably close friends, so they felt comfortable enough with each other to travel as a pair. And unfortunately, as we have come to find in many of these mysteries on the Swamp Dweller channel, this doesn't really turn out to be the best case scenario. But we're going to move on to the practice run that they tried. Neither Terry nor Avra were experienced cyclists at all, so they decided to do a practice run by taking a weekend trip to northern New Haven. This gave them an opportunity to experience cycling long distance before committing to that actual 80-day, 4,200-mile Trans-American trail trip. They experienced minor problems on the New Haven trip. For example, the chain on Terry's bike kept coming off, but they were still both enthusiastic about undertaking the long summer trip when they made it to their campsite. However, I think in hindsight, their New Haven trip could be seen as an eerie foreshadow of events to come, because they were harassed by a drunken man shortly after arriving at the campground. They decided to put up their tent with the door facing the woods as opposed to the clearing, in hopes that this would make it more difficult for the creepy man to find the zip if he were to return with sinister intentions. As they feared, they were disturbed in the night when somebody aggressively shook their tent. They yelled at the intruder to leave them alone and to go away, and the person did eventually leave without getting inside of the tent. It might have been the drunken man from earlier, but they didn't see the nighttime invader, so it could have honestly been anybody else. They didn't want to let this bad experience stop them from taking their summer trip, but they decided to err on the side of caution by camping only at official campsites where they were likely to see other campers and have some sort of safety net. They also planned to avoid camping close to roads where passing cars would be able to see their tent. They really were trying to put their brains together and think every possible thing through so they weren't caught off guard at any point. Now, as summer begins, they begin by traveling to Astoria by bus in Oregon to start the Trans-America Trail. Terry and Avra got to talking to Mark and Kathy, a married couple who were also headed to Astoria to cycle the trail. When they got off the bus, Terry and Avra went ahead because Mark and Kathy's bikes had got lost during their travels. But Mark and Kathy were more experienced riders, so they caught up with the girls the next day. Terry and Avra broke their own rules by camping near roads and at non-official campsites when they were with Mark and Kathy because they felt safer in a group of 4. However, a week into the trip, Terry and Avra were starting to struggle, and they were worried about holding the couple back. So on June 22nd, they agreed to split up and meet again the following day. Because Terry and Avra were going to spend the night without Kathy and Mark, it was important to them to camp at an official campsite. They cycled to Klein Falls Park, where their guidebook claimed overnight camping was permitted, but when they got there, they found signs saying that the park was for daytime use only. Klein Falls State Park, also known as Klein Falls State Scenic Viewpoint, is a 9-acre park located on the Deschutes River, approximately 4 miles west of Redmond, Oregon. Terry and Avra considered cycling another 10 miles to the campsite in Redmond where they knew Mark and Kathy were staying. But they were tired of a day of cycling, and exhaustion created tensions between them. Avra was keen to go on to Redmond, whilst Terry wanted to stay at Klein Falls. Avra eventually relented, and they set up camp near the river. They faced the door of their tent towards the river for safety, hoping this would confuse any intruders. Terry and Avra confessed to each other that they felt uneasy and sensed that they were being watched. But they discarded their concerns because there was no visible reason to feel unsafe. They had friendly conversations with other park visitors and everything seemed fine. Before turning in for the night though, Terry watched young drivers cruising in the parking lot drifting to show off to their friends. She went to bed shortly after these drivers left the park. Now, this is where things really take a turn for the worse. Terry woke abruptly in pain and quickly realized she was pinned down by a heavy weight. She could barely move. The sides of her tent were flattened and it dawned on her that she was trapped beneath a car or truck. Imagine the terror and the bewilderment of waking up from a deep sleep to find yourself underneath a vehicle. I mean, honestly, that sounds like even worse than any horror movie I've seen. Like, even worse than that horror movie Rubber, where it's literally like a tire that murders people. But anyways, Terry's first thought was that the kids from earlier who were messing around in the parking lot, popping wheelies and donuts, she thought that they must have returned and accidentally driven over their tent somehow. She did hear a car door open and then one lone person got out. Then, Avra was screaming at someone to leave her alone, followed by 7 thuds. Avra fell silent. Terry listened as footsteps returned to the vehicle. The truck drove forward, relieving the pressure on Terry's chest. But before she knew it, she was experiencing immense pain in her head and arms, and she realized she was being repeatedly hit with something. She was able to see her attacker now that the vehicle was no longer above her. He had an axe or a hatchet in his hands. She was unable to see his face in the darkness, but she could see his body. He was smartly dressed, wearing cowboy boots and a clean plaid shirt tucked neatly into his jeans, standing with one leg on either side of Terry's body as he slowly lowered the weapon into her chest. She grabbed it and pushed it away. She begged the man to take anything he wanted, but please leave her alone. He slowly retracted his weapon, returned to his vehicle, and drove away. Terry heard Avra moaning and found her friend by the river. Avra had suffered horrific head trauma. The injury was so severe that part of her brain was visible. Terry knew she had to get help. She put in her contact lenses with bloody hands, which caused her to see the world through her own red fingerprints. There was nobody nearby because the park was day use only, as we mentioned before. She went to her bike intending to ride to the next town, but she struggled to unlock her bike from the picnic table. She had chained it there earlier for obvious security purposes, and because of her injuries, she had wounds from the hatchet all over her, plus several broken bones from the car running her over earlier. Her upper body, remember, had been completely crushed by this vehicle. Miraculously, though, Terry saw a truck approaching in the distance. She worried it might be the attacker returning, but Avra needed urgent medical attention, so she knew she had to take the chance. She waved for help, and the truck pulled over, and she was relieved to find 2 teenagers inside. The teenagers, Bill Penhollow and Boo Isaac, sometimes also referred to as Darlene Gervais, happened to be driving through the park. They were shocked by the extent of Terry's injuries. They described her as being drenched in blood from head to toe to the point it was dripping from the ends of her hair. They loaded the 2 women and their belongings into the truck. While they were doing this, a vehicle with glaring headlights stopped nearby. Bill recalled it as a truck, whilst Boo was adamant about it being a car. They were terrified the attacker had returned, but whoever it was, they drove away. It is possible the attacker came back, but left after seeing Terry and Avra had found help. But I guess we'll never truly know at this point. Bill and Boo took Terry and Avra to the St. Charles Medical Center in Bend, Oregon. Terry had broken ribs and a broken arm and multiple gashes from the axe or hatchet that needed stitches. She also needed a blood transfusion and surgeries to her shoulder, nose, and forearm. Avra had a skull fracture and was rushed into theater. She survived but was left partially blind. Avra has no memory of the attack. Terry, on the other hand, was able to remember the incident in disturbing detail. She described her attacker to the police as a young man around her age. Although she didn't see the vehicle, she thought it was a truck from the engine noise and because the driver sounded like he was stepping down from a height greater than a car. She said her attacker was probably 5'10 or 5'11, but not fit or muscular. Unfortunately, even after hypnotherapy, she was unable to recall the man's face. Unfortunately, as we've come to find in a lot of wilderness crimes on this channel, the police didn't really find much evidence at the scene aside from tire tracks. Both rear tires and one front tire appeared to be bald or partly bald, whilst the other front tire had a distinctive tread. Several witnesses reported seeing a man loitering in the park. He was wearing a plaid shirt and driving a red truck with Washington plates. The person was never identified. At one point, a man in police custody for another crime confessed to the Klein Falls attack, but a polygraph test suggested he was confessing to a crime he had not committed, and the police had no evidence or any reason to believe this man was responsible. Terry and Avra grew gradually distant from each other over time to the point where they sadly were no longer friends. They both eventually returned to Yale and later graduated, and they spoke occasionally during this time. But their relationship was never truly the same. Some people felt the Oregon police didn't do enough to find Terry and Avra's attacker. Eventually, the case was pretty much discarded because the statute of limitations for attempted murder in Oregon at the time was only 3 years. This meant that even if a new suspect came to light, they wouldn't be able to prosecute. Fortunately, there is now a no limitation of attempted murder. Officially, this case remains unsolved. Nobody has ever been charged with the attempted murder of Terry or Avra, and we might never know for certain who was responsible. However, Terry investigated the case herself, writing a book in the process, and she believes she knows the identity of her attacker. Terry started her research by reading the police report of the investigation. She was disappointed to find that there were probably maybe 30 pages in total. The report mentioned 2 possible suspects, men who in separate incidents had attacked female hitchhikers not far from Klein Falls. Yet, there was nothing in the report that suggested either of these men were fully investigated regarding the attack on Terry and Avra. The report named Richard Wayne Godwin as the prime suspect. After the attack on Terry and Avra, Godwin was imprisoned for the assault and murder of a 5-year-old child whose skull he had used as a candle holder. An inmate serving time at the same prison claimed Godwin admitted to the Klein Falls attack. Some of the information Godwin allegedly gave this inmate relating to the violent crimes turned out to be correct, actually. But Godwin had an alibi for some of the additional crimes the inmate accused him of, and he passed a polygraph test when asked about the Klein Falls attack. This suggests Godwin may not have been responsible. Godwin was known to target children, after all, so an attack on adult women seems somewhat unlikely, but it's not impossible. He was also 5'6", 32 years old at the time of the Klein Falls attack, and of scruffy appearance. This is a stark contrast to the tall, young, and smartly dressed cowboy Terry remembers. Godwin's wife said her husband never dressed as a cowboy, and one of the main reasons Godwin was a suspect is because of his niece, who he had been accused of molesting. There is a running theory that he mistook Terry and Avra's tent for his niece's that he thought was apparently supposed to be staying at Klein Falls Park that night as well, and she was the initial intended to target. His niece was one of the witnesses who reported seeing the man with the plaid shirt and red truck lurking in the park. She later confirmed this man was not her uncle, and to her knowledge, her uncle had not been in the park that night. She also claimed that he never touched her or molested her or anything inappropriate, but, it was a little bit too late at that point. The allegations had been made. All of this led Terry to believe Godwin was not her attacker. She also discovered another more likely suspect in this process, though. During her investigation, Terry returned to Oregon and spoke to as many people as she could, including her rescuers, Bill Penhollow and Boo Isaac. Bill's girlfriend told Terry that Dick Dam, the hatchet man, was the one who attacked her. Terry was shocked to learn there was someone known as the Hatchet Man. I mean, what the hell? And apparently locals believed he was responsible for the attack on her and Avra for all of these years, but she had never heard a word of this. They described Dam as Terry remembered, a cowboy who would have been 17 in 1977. Terry spoke to Dana, another witness who recalled seeing the man in the plaid shirt. She said he watched her and a friend as they swam in the park. Dana's father was a teacher. He taught Dick Dam, described him as a psycho. Dana's father also said everybody in town knew Dam attacked Terry and Avra, but nobody could actually prove it. This was understandably very confusing for Terry, as again she had never heard any of this before in all of the years since this attack. If the townsfolk knew Dam was responsible, why wasn't he an official suspect? And why was there nobody mentioning him at all in any of these police reports? As Terry continued her investigation, she learned of 2 rumors. One was that an axe belonging to Dam was found in the Deschutes River after the attack, the initials DD carved into the weapon. Dam was known to mark his weapons in this way. Another rumor said Dam was flaunting the axe around town, bragging about the attack. It's likely neither of these rumors are actually true, but the possibility that Dam was Terry's attacker is very real. Terry spoke to a woman named Janie, who was Dam's girlfriend at the time of the attack. She described him as a heavy drinker and violent, an abusive partner. The day after the Klein Falls attack, he beat her and almost drowned her in a pond after she threw out a bottle of his vodka. Janie told Terry she noticed his toolbox was missing. She also said she visited the scene of the attack because she suspected her boyfriend was responsible. Janie was adamant that the tire tracks at the scene matched those of Dam's truck. She apparently did report this to police, but she felt she wasn't taken very seriously. In 1995, a detective said tires weren't a match, but this opinion was based on a hand-drawn tire track from police notes that were little more than squiggles. There were rumors Dam switched the positions of his balding tires to avoid suspicions or got new ones altogether. Some people described Dam's truck as black, others said it was blue. Janie said it was 2 shades of blue and had like a silver trim. This led Terry to believe the lurker with the red truck wasn't the attacker and just happened to be creeping in the park that day. Terry also spoke to Dam's ex-wife Ruby, as well as Kelly, another of his ex-girlfriends. Both confirmed he was abusive. He would lock Ruby out in the cold and in confined spaces. He regularly made her dig her own grave in the backyard. He even killed Kelly's pets. He told her he was innocent of the Klein Falls attacks, and as a victim of cruel rumors herself, she believed him. But after learning of his true nature, she believes he is in fact very guilty. Now, over the years, Dam did 2 polygraph tests to clear his name. However, the first test was inconclusive because he was under the influence of alcohol and muscle relaxants. The first results of the second test suggested he was lying when he claimed he wasn't the attacker. The administrator recalled Dam talking like a guilty man, although he never confessed. Detectives wanted to do a third test to be sure the results weren't affected by drugs or alcohol again, but Dam threatened the police following the request for a third polygraph, and he was not home when an officer went to collect him for the test. With the statute of limitations for the crime having run out, the authorities weren't really heavily pursuing Dam as a suspect at the time. In 1996, Dam was arrested for kidnapping his 18-year-old male hunting partner. He was found not guilty of kidnap, but guilty of coercion and unlawful use of a weapon. For spectators, including Terry, it was a relief to see him finally imprisoned after his previous 19 arrest had resulted in minor or no consequences. He seemed good at wriggling out of trouble. Dam has since been arrested for crimes including harassment and DUI, but he's currently a free man as far as I know. All things considered, he's a possible suspect for the Klein Falls attack and the man Terry believes assaulted her. But to play devil's advocate, she didn't see the face of her attacker, so how can she be sure it was him? That said, Dam has been described by many as a smart cowboy, and this matches the description of the individual Terry clearly remembers. There's also no doubt he's a violent man. If you'd like to learn more about this case, Terry's book, Strange Piece of Paradise, makes an interesting read. She recounts the attack and her investigation in painful detail. I also want to shout out the true crime podcast, Murder in the Rain. They dive into this case in 2 parts if you want to hear more. And that's all for this episode. If you enjoyed this video, please drop a like. It really helps with the algorithm. Thanks for supporting the swamp, and I'll see you next time. If you enjoyed this story, be sure to let me know in the comments and tell me what your favorite part of it was, and if you have a suggestion for a case, be sure to comment them down below. If you enjoyed this video, again, hit that like button, it really helps me out. If you're new to the swamp, be sure to subscribe. I upload new episodes just like this almost every single day, and all things natural and supernatural. I couldn't do this on a daily basis without you guys. I really do appreciate y'all. If you're listening to this on Apple Podcast or Spotify or whatever other podcast platform out there, it would really be helpful if you could give this a 5-star rating. We're super close to 1,000 ratings, and that would really help me out a ton. I'd really appreciate it. Thank you guys, as always, for supporting me, and I'll see you guys soon with some more creepy stories out tonight. The Greenbrier Werewolf by Anonymous AI. Greenbrier's quiet, peaceful farm community stood an old, creaky house at the end of a long dirt road. It was a house that had been abandoned for years, but the locals whispered stories about strange noises that could be heard coming from the place at night. They spoke of howling that sounded like no animal they had ever heard and footsteps that could be heard even though nobody was there. But the most frightening thing they have talked about was the werewolf monster rumored to be lurking in the shadows. One family, known as the Hamiltons, had recently moved to Greenbrier and purchased the old house, eager to restore it to its former glory. It was a beautiful home with a large garden and plenty of land, perfect for their 3 children to play and explore. But from the moment they arrived, strange things began to occur. Now, on the first night, they heard howling. It was a sound unlike they had ever heard before, echoing through the fields and into the bedroom window. Mrs. Hamilton thought it was just a pack of wild dogs, coyotes, maybe even wolves. But Mr. Hamilton knew better. He had heard the stories about the werewolf monster that lurked in these parts, and he began to worry that they had made a terrible mistake moving into this house. The next night, the footsteps began. The Hamiltons were all in the living room watching TV together when they heard the sound of someone walking around upstairs. But when they went to investigate, there was nobody there at all. They searched the entire house up and down, but there was no sign of anyone or anything. That's when they realized the rumors were true. The werewolf monster was indeed haunting their home. As the days passed, the family became more and more terrified. They would find scratches on the doors and windows, and occasionally they would catch a glimpse of something moving in the shadows. The werewolf monster was getting bolder and was no longer content to stay hidden. One night, while the family was sitting for dinner, they heard a loud banging on the front door. Mr. Hamilton cautiously approached the door and peered through the peephole. What he saw made his blood run cold. Standing on the porch was a hulking, hairy creature with glowing eyes and sharp claws. It was the werewolf monster they had all come to fear, and it had come to claim its next victim in the flesh. The Hamiltons ran to the back door, but it was far too late at this point. The werewolf monster had already smashed through the front door and chased them through the house. They ran from room to room trying to find a hiding place, but the werewolf was always one step behind them. They could hear its growls and heavy breathing as it closed in on them. In the end, the Hamiltons were lucky to escape with their lives. They left the house and never, ever looked back, leaving the old creaky house to be tormented by the werewolf monster for eternity. From that day forward, the locals would tell stories about the cursed place at the end of the long dirt road, warning anyone who dared to come near. They say that on some nights you can still hear the howling and footsteps and see the glowing eyes of the werewolf monster in the shadows of the home. My Cattle Are Vanishing by Concerned Farmer 308. I've spent my whole life tending to my farm, which has always been peaceful and simple. But in recent days, things have taken a sinister turn. It all started with my cattle vanishing one by one, leaving no clues as to what could have been happening to them. I searched the fields, the forest, and even the nearby towns, but there was no sign of them and no sign that they were being stolen or anything like that. You know, at first I really did think it must have been the work of some wild animals, but I couldn't find any tracks or signs of struggle. It was as if they had been plucked from the earth and taken away. Every day I became more and more on edge, if I'm honest, never knowing when the next cow would disappear. Then, strange things started happening at night around my home. I would hear strange noises from the barn, and when I would go to investigate, there would never be anything there. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was always watching me. Something dark, something evil. It all came to a head one night when I was doing my nightly check on the cattle. I heard a low growling sound coming from the darkness, and my heart leapt into my throat. I knew it wasn't an animal. No wild animal I have ever seen could sound like this. The sound was too deep, too ominous. And then I saw it. A massive figure appeared from the shadows, its eyes glowing like molten fire. It was unlike anything I had ever seen, a hulking beast covered in matted fur with teeth as long as my fingers. It snarled at me, and I damn near froze in terror. I knew then that I was no match for this creature. I began to run back to my house as fast as I could, but I could hear it following me close behind, its growls growing louder and more ferocious with every passing moment. I locked myself inside my house and prayed for safety, but deep down, I knew this was only the beginning. This creature wanted something from me, and I didn't know if I could escape its wrath. As the sun began to rise, I knew I would have to confront it, face my fears, and find a way to protect my farm and my life. But for now, I could only wait and hope that I would make it through the night alive. I haven't experienced it in quite a few nights now, so I don't know if it's gone or if it's just planning to come back. I'd love to know any advice in the comments. Violent Poltergeist by Peggy A. I had always loved the quiet solitude of rural life. So when I inherited my grandparents' old farm home, I thought I had found my paradise. But little did I know that the peace and tranquility I craved would soon become a nightmare. It started with little things at first. I could easily brush off as coincidences or forgetfulness. Doors I had closed would be found open. Objects that I had left in one place would be moved to another. And strange noises would come from the walls at night. I tried to convince myself that it was just my imagination. But as the days went by, the disturbances became more frequent and violent. One night, I was awakened by the sound of shattering glass. I got up to investigate and found a vase on a shelf had been hurled across the room, smashing against the wall. I was alone in the house, so no one else could have done it. The thought of something evil living in my home sent chills down my spine. The disturbances continued with increasing frequency and intensity. Furniture would move by itself, doors would slam shut, and I could hear disembodied voices whispering in my ear. I felt like I was being watched constantly, and I never let my guard down at all. One night, as I was lying in bed, I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. I turned around, but no one was there. Suddenly, the bed shook violently, and I was thrown to the floor. I could hear laughter, but no one else was in the room with me at the time. The poltergeist attack continued to escalate, though. Knives would fly out of the counter. Plates would smash against the wall, and chairs would move all around the house. The house was filled with oppressive evil energy that seemed to grow stronger every single day. One night, I was awoken by footsteps coming from the hallway. I grabbed a flashlight and investigated, but no one was there. Suddenly, I was rushed by a cold, clammy sensation. Something felt like it grabbed my ankle and was trying to drag me, and I fell to the ground. I could see a shadowy figure standing over me, and I knew it had to be this poltergeist. I knew I had to leave this house, but the poltergeist would block my path every time I tried to escape. I was seemingly trapped with the evil entity that had taken over my home. Ultimately, I was forced to call in a team of paranormal investigators, and they confirmed my worst fears. A violent poltergeist infested my home. But with their help and many different ceremonies and banishing things, we eventually got the entity out of the house. But the memory of those long nights in that rural farm home will haunt me forever. UFO Experience by Jezebel B. First off, I love your channel. I have several stories I'd like to share. A couple are paranormal, some are cryptid, and some are kind of strange. But I'll try to be as detailed and precise as possible, and I will start with this first story. I want to describe what my daughter and I saw in 2011. I think it was because my daughter was around 9 or 10 years old at the time. We live in the Appalachian area of East Tennessee, about 30 minutes north of Knoxville, in a very rural county. We drove to my mom and dad's house for dinner around sunset. This is roughly a 5-mile trip from our home, and a very curvy, winding road is necessary to drive. My daughter was in the front passenger seat, and as we came around a sharp curve, there was I don't know how to describe it, something or someone sitting like in the road. Close enough it startled me into swerving away. It was sitting on the edge of someone's driveway, with its back turned to the road and its feet stretched out in front of it. Its legs were short, like it wouldn't be very tall, maybe less than 4 feet. It looked almost like a Halloween dummy or something because it was dressed in a black coat and hunched over position. It was actually pretty close to Halloween, so it was very plausible that it was a decoration someone put there to startle drivers, or maybe they were just throwing it out. We slowed down to look at it, and oddly enough, I remember its hair very clearly for some reason. It caught my attention more than anything. It was long, black, and straight, also weirdly shiny. So anyway, we drove by this thing looking at it, and this thing slowly turned around and looked back at us. It was alive, and it was not a dummy, as I had first assumed. I only got a brief glimpse of his face, and it instantly reminded me of a rotten apple. It was very dark brown, black, and very wrinkly and wet looking. My daughter screamed, and we immediately drove away quickly. So this short experience is all I have of it, but I do know what we both saw. Maybe it was a concise person in a Halloween costume, but the way they were sitting on a blind curve in the middle of nowhere really doesn't make any sense to me. My cousin lives about a half a mile away from where we saw this thing, and when I told her all about it, she was thoroughly freaked out because she had seen something very similar fitting that description crossing through her backyard a couple of nights previously. I don't know what the heck it was, but it hasn't been seen since by anyone I know. The UFO sighting I really wanted to write in about, though, occurred in a cemetery about a half a mile away from my house. As in the previous story, the identical cousin was with me, and her name was Nikki. It was summer, maybe 2012 or so, I can't remember the exact year, but we were sitting on the hood of my car in a small cemetery called Cumberland View, where we always often hung out because it was right between both of our houses. This is extremely close to the sighting of the Halloween creature that we mentioned a minute ago. Now, a bit of background about this cemetery. Our family is all buried there, so it wasn't very strange for us to park there and talk for hours on end about anything and everything. It's not like we were just loitering around some random dead people, if you catch my drift. No drugs, no alcohol, neither of us touches the stuff. The cemetery is built on a hill with a church on top of the mountain to our left, so where we were located we can only see the top half of the steeple of the roof. As we were talking, something above the church steeple in the sky caught our attention. At the same time, like neither of us said, "Hey, look," we both looked at it. We noticed it within a few seconds. It had moved extremely fast and was directly over us in no time flat. It didn't seemingly stop. It just kept going and was gone as quickly as it appeared. It was absolutely enormous though. For one thing, it was shaped like a triangle, but the only other white light was directly in the center. The light was constant and bright, and it wasn't blinking or flashing. The second was that this thing was completely silent. There was not a single sound emanating from it, and it was shallow to the ground, as in like it looked like it was barely clearing the treetops. It was above the church, over our heads, and then out of sight within 30 seconds or less. We just looked at each other and got back in my car, not even talking about anything, until we reached her house. Then we were both like, okay, what the hell did we just see? We didn't tell many people, probably because they wouldn't have believed us anyway, but we still bring it up to each other to this day. The possible missing time experience happened again with my cousin Nikki. We were only teenagers when this happened, sometime between 1996 and 1997. As I said before, we live in a very rural area, and we often went camping with her parents and brothers several times during the summers. Many other aunts and uncles and cousins would join us as well sometimes. We camped quote-unquote raw, as my uncle called it, just finding a spot on the bank of Norris Lake and pitching a few tents for a few weeks at a time. Our most frequented site was at Matty Beach, where you can only go with a four-wheeler or a four-wheel drive vehicle. But of course, I'm taking this way back in the woods. Because so many of us were there so often, we had a designated bathroom area located quite a ways away from the camp because, no one wants to camp a few yards away from that. So Nikki and I had our tent on the farthest edge of the clearing, and we woke each other up whenever we needed to go pee at night so we could use a buddy system and not walk through the woods alone. It's not that we were scared. These woods were familiar, even in the dark, but we weren't supposed to go alone at night according to my uncle's rules. In hindsight, they were good rules. So we get to the pea tree, and she does her business, and as she's finishing up, I decide I might as well go too since we are here. I'm mid-pee and we hear something coming through the thick underbrush. At first, we assumed someone else had to use the bathroom as well, but when no one appears and the sound stops altogether, we could still hear the bugs and usual nighttime wood noises, so it wasn't dead silent. But there was something close by that had stopped moving toward us. There are black bears in these woods, but we're pretty sure bears don't try to be sneaky like those noises sounded. But we never saw anything. After just a few minutes of us standing still and listening very intently, We shrugged and said whatever and went back to camp. But when we arrived back at the base, somehow we were on the opposite side of where our tent was, as if we had somehow circled the entire place, which was impossible because, as I said, we were very familiar with our surroundings, even in the dark. We were spooked and quickly got back into our tent. We never went back to sleep because it was almost dawn, but it was completely dark when we left to pee. Of course, this was before cell phones and we didn't have watches, so we couldn't swear we lost time. But how the hell did we leave camp, go directly to pee, stand listening to something sneaky in the woods for a few minutes, and then come from the opposite side seemingly a couple of hours later? I never told anyone, and we still talk about it every now and then. I posted a lot of these online, and someone suggested the missing 411 phenomenon. We are located close to the Great Smoky Mountains National Park. This last one is pretty short and straightforward, and it all happened in the house my son's father and I moved into. Nothing big, nothing too terribly scary, just weirdness, like the smoke detectors going off in the middle of the night for no reason, even when we would take the batteries out. There would never be a fire, but it would still scare the crap out of you. My sister always got a weird feeling in the main bedroom and the bathroom and refused to even go to that end of the house altogether after some time. My daughter's toys would make noises on their own in the middle of the night, and most often a doll she had would walk around. It was weird. I could swear you could hear these little doll feet moving, and then it would sometimes talk, but normally, to make it talk you would have to squeeze it fairly hard. The most direct what the hell moment in that house happened in front of my two sisters and myself. We were sitting in the living room in the dark, watching a movie, with only the dining room light on for any sort of light. We hear a thump like a fist hitting the wall, and as we all turn to look, we all hear a clicking sound and the dining room light switch is flipped, like we saw the button physically flip off as if someone had stood there and turned it off. I had to get up and flip it back up, and the light came back on as if nothing had ever happened. We moved shortly after this, not directly because of these experiences, but because we had finally found a house we could afford. About 10 years or so go by, and I find out that my lawn guy was actually renting that same house and had very similar things going on. His wife finally asked the owner what was up, and apparently the house next door was the scene of a murder-suicide years and years ago. Apparently a man cut his wife's throat and then hung himself. Not in the house we lived in, though, so I don't know if that's the reason for the disturbances in our home specifically. Again, I apologize for the lengthy account. I wanted to be sure I could accurately describe what I recalled from these experiences. I sure hope you enjoyed them, and I hope it's okay to send them all together instead of separately. A Night in Horror by Electrical Line 6982. My name is Heinrich, and I live in Sweden. I will tell you a story that happened to me years ago, but I will never forget it. The worst night and time of my life. I apologize already now that my English is not the best, but I hope you still understand anyway. In 2004, I worked as a forklift driver at a large furniture company in the small town of Husqvarna in Sweden. I loaded and unloaded trucks and collected goods that were going with them. I moved there after school with some friends who also worked at the same company. I met a girl, and everything went well, and I lived life. But in 2007, it came to a break with my girlfriend, and my friends from school had started to move away. So I felt that I didn't have much left in Husqvarna. I started thinking about moving away, maybe going back home to my childhood town of Karlstad, which is 300 kilometers north, where my parents and childhood friends still lived. Karlstad is close to the border with Norway, and one of my friends, Tobias, has started to work as a forklift driver for a Norwegian company in Oslo. A Swede earns almost 3 times more to work in Norway than in Sweden, so many Swedes try to get a job there. So when my friend Tobias from Norway said I could come to Oslo and look for a job at the company he worked for, I didn't hesitate. To get to Oslo from Husqvarna, you must drive about an hour west towards Gothenburg, Sweden's second largest city, and from there, move the other 4 hours on a highway called E6 with 2 lanes in both directions, with some wire railing between the north-going side and the south-going side. The south-going side moves through primarily dense forest. In fall and wintertime, the E6 is heavily trafficked by trucks and other heavy vehicles. As a rule, trucks drive in the right lane, while other faster traffic goes in the left. But during August, many truck drivers are on vacation, so at the evenings and nights, E6 is pretty much empty. So on August 24th, 2007, I started traveling by car towards Oslo from Husqvarna, a distance of almost 5 hours. The idea was to stay for some hours or so, and then go home again. So I left early in the morning and arrived at lunchtime in Oslo. I met my friend Tobias and got to go with him to his job and meet his boss. We talked and joked around, and I immediately formed an excellent bond with the boss. And soon, I submitted my application to start working there. Afterward, my friend Tobias and I hung out at his apartment, we talked, ate, and had a good hangout. I forgot to pay attention to the time, and then I noticed it was already 11 p.m. Realizing I must go home now, I said goodbye to my friend, jumped into my car, and began my 5-hour journey home. I moved away from Oslo and went into the dark, dense forest for an hour. It was a full moon, so you could still see pretty well, even without streetlights. After driving for an hour and now finding myself with a dense forest on both sides of me, I see in the rear view mirror how a car, a Volvo 240, pulls up behind me very close. I don't drive too fast or too slow, and since it's a 2-lane road, I think that if they're in a hurry they can just overtake me in the other lane. After a while, they did overtake me and pass me, but then they turn right into the right corner of the road and stop in front of me. I must quickly turn into the left lane to avoid crashing into the Volvo. I look into the rearview mirror as I continue driving, and soon they get up behind me again and are very close. And soon they overtake me again, and this time they drive away a bit and then turn into the right lane. Again they stop, and then the back door of the Volvo opens, and a massive man in his 30s jumps out and walks toward my car. I'm starting to feel uncomfortable about this, so I'm definitely not going to stop. I turn around again, go into the left lane and pass the man in the car. As I drive by, I see the man trying to grab the door on the passenger side of my car. Now, I absolutely panic and increase my speed to get away from them, but they catch up to me and do an overtake again. They stop a little way ahead, and soon the same man jumps out again and tries to make another attempt at my door. The drive continues and the same thing repeats itself over and over again. Soon I catch up with another car and I get behind this car, hoping that the people in the Volvo will get scared and give up because we are now not alone on the road anymore. But when I lay down behind this car, they and the Volvo overtake me and the other vehicle and lay down in front of us. The vehicle between us must feel threatened because after some short time, the car between us drives out on the left lane, overtakes the Volvo chasing me and accelerates and soon disappears. I pick up my mobile and dial the emergency number for Sweden, which is 112, but the automatic voice operator says the number is not in use. Since I am in Norway, the Swedish emergency number does not work, and I did not know the Norwegian emergency number right then and there. I call my dad and hope he's awake. My dad answers while the hunt continues in the same way as before. I explain with panic what is happening and want him to help me find the emergency number to Norway. My father is a very calm individual and rarely gets upset. He probably didn't understand the seriousness of the situation either, so he said, "Take it easy, try to drive away from them and stop and then ask what they want." After a few attempts to get my dad to cooperate without success, he's clearly not getting it, so I hung up and threw the phone in frustration in the passenger seat so that it bounced down between the floor and the heart and disappeared under the passenger seat. Soon, I am approaching Halden, a small Norwegian town. I see a sign showing an exit lane to the right. I think that now I am saved. I can turn off the E6 and the car chasing me can hopefully leave me alone. But to turn into the exit lane, I have to slow down. When I slow down, the car chasing me comes and drives around up on the exit lane in front of me and parks across it at the end, so that I can't go off the exit lane and exit the E6 because they're now blocking me entirely. So, with nowhere to turn, I have to continue on the E6, and the panic is now massive. I'm terrified, and now I decide that they won't be allowed to overtake me again before I border to Sweden. So I accelerate up to 160 kilometers an hour, and they don't manage to overtake me. They only tend to drive up so that they are almost level with me. I look towards them and see how 4 people in the car are sitting, shouting something at me, and lunging to try to run into my car with their vehicle. We will soon be coming up to a large suspension bridge between Norway and Sweden. I panic and think that if they run over me or if I lose control of the car at this speed, I will fall through the railing and down about 50 meters, if not more. But we get off the bridge, and shortly afterward there is a small truck stop where trucks stop and rest and show customs officers what they have in their cargo. I quickly turn off, and those in the Volvo continue, and I see how they disappear on the E6. I stop in a parking lot inside the truck stop and just breathe. Now, finally it's over, I thought, but it turned out this was far from over. I bent down toward the passenger seat and tried to find the mobile phone that was under there, but I can't find it, so I leave and walk towards the customs house, which is closed. But there is a payphone outside, and I pick up the phone and dial the emergency number 112 and arrive and get connected to the police. I explained what has happened and where I am now. They tell me to get back in the car and a police car will come within 10 minutes. I thank them and get back in the car. And I'm afraid those people in the Volvo will show up again after 40 minutes without the police. So I go out to the phone and again call. They retake my report, and even though I say that I called and reported about 40 minutes ago, they tell me to again wait in my car and the police will eventually be there. Although that I say that I'm happy to stay on the phone with them until the police arrive, but they promise me they'll be there in a few minutes. So I hang up again. I go and sit down in the car and wait. Another 30 minutes pass without any police showing up. I sit and think about driving on. Partly I'm afraid that they'll come back here, and then I just want to go home. So after a few minutes and another attempt to find my cell phone under the seat with no success, I decide to drive on. It has been at least 90 minutes since I stopped here now, and the people in the Volvo have not come back here. So I think they are now moved on, and it must be far enough away from me to be able to start making my way home. I leave the truck stop and drive out onto the E6 again. I drive for just a few minutes and come to a left turn. When I make the turn and come around to the crest of a new straight, I see to my horror, this Volvo is parked in a small parking lot next to the road. I brake to a stop and immediately feel the panic. I'm standing about 50 meters away. I'm considering turning around and driving against traffic to avoid passing them. But I don't have time to think more because the back door opens, 2 people get out and start walking toward my car. Another person gets out of the passenger side. The Volvo then opens the trunk and starts picking something out that I can't quite see what it is. When the other 2 men start walking toward me, they turn to the left side of my car and start walking toward my door. Then, I don't even think, I just press my gas all the way to the bottom and drive away. I look in the rearview mirror and see silhouettes of the people running toward the Volvo again, and I now see from the lights of the Volvo start up and shine toward me. I now understand that they are now taking up the chase again. I keep driving and realize I have a bit of a lead now. I was looking in the rearview mirror and saw them in the distance. A Badger runs out in front of my car when I look ahead again. I don't even have time to steer away. I just run it over with the left front of my back wheels. Right after I drive over, I hear something from the car scraping against the asphalt. Something has come loose after the collision. In panic and terror, I must get off the E6 now. Terrified that the car will break down and give up, soon there is a minor exit on the left which I quickly turn onto and get away from the E6. When I arrive a little way up, I see a sign from a small village that is about 2 kilometers away. I can't remember the name of the town now. So I start driving on this smaller road towards the village, and I still hear how it scrapes under the car. Then I see a small forest, and to the right, at the turn in the street, I no longer see the Volvo in the rearview mirror. And in a panic to get far away from the E6 and big roads, I turn into this forest road and continue into the trees. The road is very narrow. There are 2 ruts, the grass is in the middle, and around the car are large trees. I drive further into the forest road until I come to an end of the road, and it's just more forest. I manage to turn the car around, and now I'm facing the direction I came from. I turn off the engine and exhale. Everything around me is quiet and dark, but soon I can see between the trees far away 2 headlights approaching. The panic returns. They have seen where I turned off somehow, and now they are coming yet again. I see it's them, and when they break through the trees, I realize now that it's just survival that counts. I take my wallet and car keys. The mobile is where it is. I get out of the car, close and lock it. I put my wallet in my pocket, turn around, and start running into the forest as fast as possible. I hear people in the Volvo calling for me. I run more profoundly and deeper into the woods. After some time, I reach a small clearing and see a large stone under a very big tree. I climb onto that rock, grab the tree branches, and climb up. There are thick leaves on the components, and soon I have risen to the middle of the tree and I am entirely hidden. I sit down on a thick branch against the tree trunk, breathe, and listen. I am convinced that I will not survive this night. They will find me, and now I can do no more to get away. And no one knows where I am. I think of my friends and my parents. Will they ever find me out here? Will they ever know what happened to me? Or will I just become a missing person case? When I sit and I think about it, I hear how they are walking in the forest looking for me in the distance, shouting,
"We'll find you."
But luckily, they never came near my tree. I hear how they get deeper and deeper into the forest, but soon they turn and go back. I see everything through the leaves, their flashlights as they search through the woods. I soon hear how they continue back towards the cars. Then it's quiet. I dare not leave the tree. I stay there until it's morning and the sun has risen. Then, I climb down very slowly and very thoroughly and walk quietly back towards the car. At this point, I'm absolutely terrified that they will be standing there waiting. I'm pretty sure they wrecked my car, but when I go to the road again, I see my car. The Volvo is nowhere to be found. It seems they haven't even touched my car. After this, I just went home. I tried to forget all about it. Until this day, I don't know what their case was all about, and what they wanted, or what would have happened if I had let them talk to me. Honestly, I'm terrified to find out. Footprints in the Ice by Bubius Hackred. I'll keep this short and sweet. A few years back, we were having a brutally cold winter. The snow had frozen into ice and covered everything. It was pitch black in the backyard when I let my dog outside one last time before bed that evening. As we exited the house from the sliding door of the walkout basement and onto the lower deck, I felt like something was off. Our home backs up to some woods, so I was accustomed to hearing noises from the wildlife at night. But this was different. Nothing made a sound except the cold Arctic wind, but I felt I was being watched. When my dog was in the backyard, I looked around nervously, expecting a coyote or a predator to pop out of the tree line. My dog did his business, but afterwards stopped and stared at a corner of the woods until I got creeped out and called him back inside. I quickly locked the sliding door and shut the curtains, unable to shake the uneasy feeling I had outside. Then, after double and triple checking all the locks in the house, I finally felt at ease enough to go to bed. Sometime around 3 in the morning, I hear the muffled sound of my dog barking from the basement 2 floors below. I got up, stumbled down 3 flights of stairs, and found him standing at the basement sliding door. He was peeking his head through the closed curtains, barking his head off with the hairs standing up all on his back. I tried calling him away from the door, but he would not let up. I dreaded peeking out the curtain to see what he was barking at, after the uneasy feeling I had from earlier in the night. Finally, I held my breath, swiped the curtain aside. I peered into the blacky inkness, but I saw nothing to cause any alarm. A wave of relief washed over me. I figured it must have been a deer or a raccoon in the yard that set him off. He whined at the door for a few more minutes until I bribed him upstairs with a dog cookie. After that, I went back to bed and wasn't disturbed again that night. That is, until the morning when I went to the basement to let out the dog. I opened the sliding door and walked out onto the deck as he bounded into the snow. When I looked down, my blood ran as cold as the sub-zero morning temperatures. A set of bare human footprints were frozen in the ice on the deck. They were obvious. I could make out each toe of the person's foot. The prints were large and appeared to be in the form of an adult, maybe a male. Looking around, I noticed they started at the base of the deck and disappeared off the side of the deck. I had my snow boots on, so I walked around the yard, but I could find no trace of the footprints in the snow once they left the deck. Keep in mind, the daily temperatures were at around 0 degrees Fahrenheit, and the wind chill was close to 20 below. Frostbite would set in within a matter of minutes for anyone walking around barefoot, especially in the dead of night. I never experienced anything like that again, but I have adopted a second dog. My Ghost Story by Tater. These events started about a year and a half before my youngest nephew was born, and the little bugger turned a year old 2 months ago. I mentioned last time that I'm a practicing witch. I don't broadcast it much, but I don't hide it as I used to do it in my youth. This has led to a few friends over the years coming to me for more specific advice, and a few surprised me since I need to get used to people taking me serious for this kind of stuff. My best friend's aunt, who I believe is some sort of Christian denomination, paid me for a home cleansing in one of the wards I've made for my own home. The story started with this type of interaction with my pregnant sister-in-law. She called me to tell someone about the weird stuff that had started happening around their home. After an old friend visited for a few days, she admitted that this individual had a more sketchy past from life decisions and drugs, and that they used to mess around with a Ouija board when they were younger. That was all I needed to hear, and I gave her my undivided attention. I have to love how a powerful divination tool is sold as a kid's toy. I've heard too many horror stories about them to even give it a try. Anyway, she told me about the strange electrical issues that started when she first got there, but what worried her the most was that it never stopped after she left. Lamps would stop working, for example, and one even popped a bulb in my older nephew's room out of nowhere. What got to her and made her call me was the string of bad luck that started small but soon escalated to my brother getting into a car accident. He was ultimately okay, but the car did not really, make it. It was totaled and they could not afford to replace it. She told me about a heavy feeling in the house, a sense of being watched. Around this time, my nephew started talking about the tall shadow in his room at night. When she told me about this, I was floored and confirmed her suspicions that something had been attached to her friend, who had decided to stick around. She was worried for her family, but the fact that she was pregnant, it cranked everything up to 11. It probably saw them as an easy target, causing stress to feed on the negative turmoil it caused. After the initial shock had faded, I was absolutely livid. I'm the type of person who doesn't care if you mess with me, but when you mess with my loved ones, it's a completely different story. She'd called asking for help, understandably on the more discreet side, so no cinnamon stick pentagram wraiths. She also didn't want to do anything that dealt with smoke for apparent reasons. I told her about simmer pots and simple sound cleansing, something she could do while I got things together for them in the meantime. She could go around the house banging on a bank and telling it to get out if needed. I made a protection jar in a small discreet glass jar smaller than a mason jar that she could place over her doorway or bury underneath her front porch. I also gave to her another small jar full of small tumbled pieces of obsidian. Those were for every entrance of the house, front and back doors, and windows for after she did the cleansing of her choosing. Simple. If it were, I wouldn't be typing this out at 1 a.m. when I can't sleep. I gave her the supplies at her baby shower a few weeks later. With all the friends and family there, I almost didn't pick up on the odd feeling that seemed to radiate from the closet in the corner to my sister-in-law. I'm a practitioner who loves crystals and makes jewelry, so I was discreetly protected from everything. At the time, I had let my anger get the better of me and challenged it to pick on someone their own size. Unfortunately, it did just that and followed me home. It took me a while to realize it, and also for it to get past my protections. Unfortunately, wards need to be refreshed and recharged after a period, and it was that time again. It started by going after me specifically at first, trying to scare me. In my previous story, I mentioned that I'm claircognizant. I often know things I cannot understand and even get quick flashes of impressions or over actual images in my head, like what a ghost looks like and what they're wearing, but I do not see anything with my eyes. This started by hanging back in the shadows before beginning to get a reaction out of me. Then, it liked to wait around doors so it would suddenly be in your face when entering a different room. It was skinny, dark, large, slightly sunken in eyes and long limbs. It spent most of the time in a crouched position, even when moving around. It would only stand up straight when it hung down from the doorway so it could loom over you. I could deal with this and be happy to leave my family alone, but that lasted for only just a short time. Once it realized it wasn't going to get what it wanted from me, most of the time laughing at its attempts to get me, it found a new target. I currently live with my parents, with my partner of 12 years, and our 2 young daughters due to issues with the new landlords taking over where we had been renting for quite some time. None of the other adults mentioned anything when I noticed its absence, but it was around that time my oldest, 6-year-old, started having nightmares often and told me about the recent tapping on her window at night. After reassuring her and giving her one of my protection necklaces, I saw it go into their room one night after we had put them down. It was quick, but I still caught it, and it was smiling. I had been careless and arrogant to think that it would only come after me, and I had to get rid of it once and for all. I was going the whole 9 yards to make sure it couldn't find a metaphorical hole to hide in. After a ritual shower to prepare myself, I opened all the windows before taking down my wards to charge them before cleansing every part of my home. I'm sure it knew what I was getting ready to do because of what happened next. My partner and I sleep in the basement. The girls getting my old room. I gathered everything from around the house and started down the stairs to get things started when I felt a shove at my upper back. It didn't knock me over, but pushed me in a way to have me roll my ankle and then fall down the stairs on my knees and shins. The only reason I didn't just go tumbling ass over the tea kettle was because my death grip on the wood railing. I had gone about halfway down the metal-rimmed stairs before my grip had tightened enough to stop myself abruptly. It took me a minute or so to get my banged-up legs back under me to finish getting down. My legs were cut up pretty bad and would be covered in bruises for the next week or 2. The worst part were the toes of my right foot, though. I had somehow slid down partly on the top of my foot before going the rest of the way down on my shin. My foot was absolutely killing me and swelled up for quite a few days after. After making it to my desk and chair, I let myself quietly freak out for a few minutes. That was the first time anything had ever outwardly attacked me, but it had also convinced me that I needed to finish my task and get it out of here once and for all. I wrapped my foot up with an ace bandage and kept on going. No, I did not get my foot checked out. I live in the US and there is a minimal amount of doctors to choose from that would do anything with toe or foot injuries without costing me $1 billion. I'll spare you the details, but after that, I haven't seen or felt that thing since. Even if I still can't curl my last 3 toes on that foot anymore. Thank you for your time, and I'm sorry that this got so long-winded. Greetings, Swamp Dweller. My name is Patrick. First off, I'd like to say that I love your show. I started listening and watching just a few weeks ago, while I was at work. I absolutely fell in love, and I thought I should share a story that has plagued my mind for years about the time I saw something unnatural, vicious, and thirsty for blood. Personally, I think it was a demon, but I'll let you and the viewers or listeners, whatever you want to call them, decide. I'd like to apologize for the length of this story as there is a lot of detail that follows what happened. Everything in this story is true. I wish it wasn't, but unfortunately, I must live with it for the rest of my life. This story takes place when I was 17 years old as a junior in high school in Salina, Utah. I only had 2 friends in high school because everyone I went to school with thought I was a freak because I have been able to see and communicate with spirits since I was a child. It's a small town, and everybody hears everything. My 2 friends, Logan and Ryan, and I were very avid paranormal investigators. We loved going all over our community, and our county in general, to investigate abandoned houses that were potentially haunted, and cemeteries rumored to be. Me being able to see and communicate with the dearly departed made the experience even more interesting. We decided to do something a little bit different this time, though. We heard rumors that there was a dark figure that roams a wooded park in the mountains of our area. We like to call the mountain Cryptid Mountain, for reasons I'll get into for another story. When we heard about this place, the 3 of us got excited and waited for the weekend so we could go investigate and see what was going on. Fast forward to the day of the event. Saturday came, and the 3 of us could not wait for nightfall to come. So, to pass the time, Ryan stole a pack of cigarettes from his father. His father smoked 3 packs a day and kept cartons of cigarettes in his room. We got in Logan's truck and headed to the park ahead of time to smoke them. Kid stuff. We sat in his truck and smoked almost half a pack in about 5 hours. As soon as the sun started to set, Logan started to get a strange feeling. He bent over, holding his stomach. "Guys, I have a really bad feeling about tonight," Logan stated. "Are you okay, man?" I asked as a concerned friend, patting his back. "He's fine, just being a pussy," Ryan replied before Logan could speak. Ryan was always a hothead and could be a complete and total jerk at times. Logan flipped him off and told him he was a dick, which I giggled at. After about 10 minutes, I asked Logan if he was ready to go and if he still wanted to do this. He replied with, "Let's do it, brother." His attitude surprised me. Just 2 minutes ago he was holding his stomach in pain. Now he's hyped up. I was so confused, but his hype got me excited. We got out of Logan's truck and made our way to the destination. As we walked closer to the playground, we noticed that there was a man looking at us from a window of the supply shed. The three of us looked at each other in confusion, wondering why he was there. We later learned he was the groundskeeper, but more on that later. He looked scared, and it seemed like he was trying to tell us something while he mouthed something and pointed nervously. At first, we thought he was pointing at us, but we soon realized that he was pointing at the playground behind us moments later. Why doesn't he just open the door and tell us? I thought. So I decided I would go and see what he was trying to say. I made my way towards the window and shouted, "We can't hear you! What are you trying to say?" He made his way to the door and cracked it open and whispered, "Don't go into the playground. Something big and mean is over there. If you're smart, you'll just get out of here." Chills ran down my spine when he said this. He closed the door and backed away from the window into the dark of his shed, not breaking eye contact with the playground. I ran back to my friends and explained to them what the man had said to me. Logan got that feeling again, but Ryan expressed that the groundskeeper was probably just some sort of drug addict or something, and was probably just a big pussy like Logan and I. I told Ryan to shut up jokingly, and we made our way to the playground. Ignoring the warning from the frightened man, as soon as I set foot on the round pebble floor of the playground, I instantly felt, angry. I wanted to hurt someone. I wanted to hurt my friends. I wanted to kill them. I shook my head to focus on the task at hand and made my way to the tubed slide, forgetting that feeling. I made my way to the slide and investigated the bottom of the slide and saw nothing, but I could feel that there was something in this area. I looked back at my friends. Logan was combing the area for any evidence, and Ryan was on top of the playset. I stood back up and took one step from the slide. Then, something tripped me. It felt like someone had physically grabbed me by the ankle and pulled me to the ground. When I hit the ground, I let out a loud, "What the hell?" Logan ran over to me in a panic. "Patrick, are you—" He froze in mid-sentence as he looked up at the slide. I looked up at him and asked, "What's wrong?" He just pointed to the slide, jaw dropped and eyes filled with fear. I turned around and saw what he saw. It was a big, shadowed figure staring back at us. It let out a slow, snarled growl. I noticed its hands receding back into the shadows on the slide and saw that it was, wet and pitch black. These long claws were like fingernails almost. I freaked out and kicked away from the slide, trying to get to my feet. At last, when I got to my feet with Logan's help, I turned to Ryan and shouted for him to get off the playset. Ryan looked at the two of us and saw the fear in our faces. Then he saw something crawling up the slide. He didn't stay to find out what it was. Instead, he jumped from the highest point of the playset to the pebbled floor below. When he landed, Logan and I heard a loud crack from Ryan's foot. Later, we found out that he broke his ankle in 2 places when he hit the ground. Logan and I picked him up and ran back to the truck. The anger feeling I felt earlier was back as soon as I set Ryan in the truck. I grabbed Logan's baseball bat from the bed of the truck and made my way back to the playground. I know now that this was a stupid decision. Logan and Ryan yelled and cried for me to come back, but I didn't listen. I got back to the slide and searched for whatever it was that scared the living daylight out of us. It wasn't in the slide anymore, nor was it even on the playground. I searched for what felt like an hour, but was only a few short seconds. I looked over at the groundskeeper's shed and saw the door was open. I made my way over in a fury, thinking I was going to mess this thing up. When I got to the shed, the rage inside me left, My body was replaced with confusion yet again. The groundskeeper was gone, as if he was never there in the first place. I looked inside, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. I looked back at my friends in the truck to see them waiting in suspense. I felt as if something was breathing on my neck and froze in place like Logan did earlier. In fear, I slowly turned around to see something that will forever be etched into my mind. When I turned around, a shadowed face with piercing yellow bloodshot eyes stared back at me, snarling at me with this decayed and jagged-looking smile, drooling some nasty yellow liquid. I was in a state of paralysis. I couldn't move at all. Then, this thing let out a roar so ferocious it brought me back to my senses. I dropped the bat and ran back to the truck as fast as my feet could take me. When I got to the truck, I hurried and jumped in and told Logan to get the hell out of there. After I got my breath back and Logan began to drive, I looked at both him and Ryan, and their faces were pale. I asked them what was wrong. This is what Ryan told me. Dude, when you were running back to the truck, something tall, thin, and black was running behind you, reaching out for you. I was speechless. To this day, I wonder what would have happened if it had caught me. Out of all the craziness and fear, we had Logan take Ryan to the ER. After the hospital visit and Ryan's extremely angry dad, we all went home. The next morning, Logan called me and asked if I went back to the park. I said no. Why? Confused. Because this morning I was getting ready for my early morning run, and when I opened my front door, my bat was sitting on my porch with scratch marks all over it. My heart dropped. I remembered dropping his bat at the park by the shed. I never went back to get it. What Logan said next still haunts me. It had this yellow stuff dripping from it. Later, we found out that the groundskeeper we thought we saw that night died of a massive heart attack in that same shed 10 years prior to our investigation. I know this because we did some digging and we found an article and an obituary. 2 years later, I learned the shed was torn down by the city for safety reasons, and they will not disclose why to the public though. I'd love to read some comments as to what you guys think this was. Thank you for reading my story, Swamp Dweller. When I have the time, I'll share some more tales from Cryptid Mountain. For some people, this may seem far-fetched, but I can assure you this is real. So basically, I have been a sufferer of sleep paralysis for 10 years. I am 28 years old currently. I can sometimes get it up to 10 times in one night, to the point that I don't sleep at all. And believe me, it is exhausting. So I went to a friend who is a healer, and we have done a range of past life regressions and full moon rituals. I now also have begun to practice Wicca, which is not what people think. Nothing at all witchy. It's spiritual and protecting. Since I have found myself and become open to being an empath, I have been seeing voids every night before bed. Then recently, they have shown up in other places. It's like a strange black shifting, like smoke, that I can feel is a void or like a dimension, if that makes any sense. Sometimes it feels bad, as though something is trying to get through, but cannot due to the protecting crystals, sage, spells, and other powerful objects I have around me in my bedroom. I have begun to hear very loud ringing and voices in my head when I sleep, to which it wakes me up because I feel like things are trying to get to me. So, one night of course, I can astral project, so I decided to see if I could find my spirit guides and ask what is happening, when instead, I come face to face with what I can only describe as a sleep paralysis demon. The one who has taunted me for years, making me feel like he was licking my neck and entering me when he felt like. It basically felt like being assaulted by the vilest thing you could ever imagine. His skin is a shade of green, his hair all bushy and black, and his face, I can't explain at all if I am honest, due to mental blocks. He began to laugh as though he had finally had the opportunity to take over my body. Through research, sleep paralysis isn't real, so I started to think, well, how can I feel and see this thing? And if it weren't real, why couldn't I move? So all of this is flowing through my head. I managed to repeat my sage spell, which helps to cleanse your room and house. Air, fire, water, earth. cleanse, dismiss, dispel. Over and over. Then, I kid you not, the fear I felt was unreal. If you don't believe what I'm saying, I do not care. But out from the darkest corner, my spirit wolf Nuka leaped out and dragged this hideous thing behind me, tearing his arms from his shoulder and socket, taking it away, out of my sight. Nuka is bright white with yellow eyes. He's been my spirit wolf for the last few years since I went to a past life and found him. He helped me let go of a few things, especially things that were hurting my soul. He then came back, looked at me, and nodded, and was gone. I found my body again through the darkness. This was over a month ago, and I have not seen that vile paralysis demon again. For anyone that suffers, I would always advise you to contact your spiritual guides and sage your bedroom every night. The protection is unreal, and has helped me more than anything else has. I hope you enjoyed my story, even though I know it was more unconventional than most. I think there is a demon or a ghost following my family. I'll start with saying that I'll have to send this in a couple of parts, so it isn't too long. And I apologize, this has been something that's followed me my entire life, but I'll share the most impactful or strange moments. I haven't told many people this, but since it's anonymous, well, why not? I don't know where to start. This began before I was born with both my mother and my father. When my mom was young, she said there was only one time she felt true evil. She was young and living with her parents at the time. She awoke randomly and saw this tall, slender black humanoid thing standing at the end of her bed. It wasn't sleep paralysis because she went under her covers and screamed for her parents. She didn't tell me much more about it or anything. She didn't really tell me about her other experiences before she passed away either. My dad is very reluctant on sharing his sightings because he has always been told that it was nothing. I've been slowly getting more and more out of him over the years though. Getting on with my personal encounters though. First odd thing that's happened to me was when we moved into our third house. When you walked into the front door, there was the living room down the hall and on the right, and the dining room and kitchen to the left. You go to the living room and there's one hallway with 3 bedrooms and the bathroom. My parents on the left and the rest on the right, and one at the very end. Anyway, both my siblings that lived with me were sleeping in the living room in the sleeping bags because of the move, and my mom and stepdad were sleeping in their room. When my older sister and I woke up, we ran to the back room, which was the one we were arguing about, to see who gets it, because it's the biggest one. When we opened the door to the closet, on the inside to the left of the door, there was a crudely drawn face in Sharpie that looked like a half-dog, half-human thing. My sister immediately yelled at me for trying to scare her out of getting that room, because that wasn't there the day prior, and no one else went in the room. I know for a fact that I didn't draw it, and when I finally convinced her of that, she said we shouldn't take it off, because it might anger whatever did it. She is a strong believer in ghosts. I wish I still had the picture, but I lost the phone as this was over 13 years ago. Another time, in the same house, my sister and her best friend were exploring the attic, which was off limits, and no one ever went up there because they thought it was very creepy. Not even my parents. Well, they discovered some boxes and ran off to tell my stepdad when he got home. He went up there and immediately ran down and called the landlord to take them out of the house right now. He didn't even want to touch the boxes that were up there and refused to tell us what they were. Now when I ask him, he pretends like that never happened, which is infuriating because I'm very curious. Anyway, if you're interested in more stories with this demon or ghost that followed my family, I have a couple of other things that has happened that I cannot explain and might be paranormal. Hello, Swamp Dweller. I'm a long-time listener, and this is my first time sharing a story. I love your channel as it helps me de-stress and distract me from my anxieties. I'm 36 years old, and this happened around the age of 5 or 6 in Wallingford, Connecticut. We live in a large 3-story brick and wooden house constructed sometime in the 1800s, adjacent to a thick set of woods which was the perimeter of our backyard. We used to play in these woods often as kids, riding BMX bikes, playing paintball, just normal kid stuff. As far as critters go, We didn't have anything too serious to worry about, other than the occasional black bear, but normally just deer, fox, woodchucks, and your standard woodland creatures inhabited our property. I was very familiar with the wildlife we shared space with, even at that age. My bedroom happened to be the only one facing the backyard towards the woods, and my bed was parallel to a sliding glass window with no screen. One night I had sat up wide awake to the sound of the window next to my bed being smashed from the outside in. Shards of glass spewed all over the desk under the window, and the floor next to my bed as if a stuntman was just jumping through the window or some sort of SWAT team breaching a door. The next thing I saw will forever be burned in my memory. Now, bear with me. This is going to sound, well, different, but I will describe this as thoroughly as I can. A small, brown and scaly claw-like hand grabs the side of the window and leans a face that I will never forget. The first thing I notice are two bulbous, yellow glowing eyes with pupils locking onto mine, like laser-guided systems. The intense and bulging eye sat upon a sickly thin face, which I can only describe as a goblin. Its wrinkled skin was a grotesque fecal brown, ridden with black porous-like holes. An exaggerated pointed chin hung under a grimace of gnarly, rotten yellow teeth, mangled, looking like a mako shark. This thing bared its teeth with an evil smile, its huge, pointed nose wrinkled and gigantic, flappy ears cringed back so its head looked like an agitated dog. Very slightly, this ugly little, whatever you want to call it, lowered his head while maintaining eye contact, revealing a set of recurved black horns, looking like that of an impala. It was roughly 2 to 3 feet tall, as I saw the entire outline of its being, squatting on my windowsill. This goblin thing, and I, locked eyes. I saw it advance towards me about 1 millimeter, and then the memory completely cuts off there. The next thing I know, I am being reprimanded by my parents for breaking my window, as there was glass all over my desk and floor. They did not believe me about the goblin. I don't really blame them, I guess, as I was a very young child at the time, but I do know what I saw. I was wide awake and this was not a dream. I've investigated this as much as I possibly could and found some possibilities as to what it could have been. There are 2 cryptids that have similar appearances, the duende and something called brownies. Problem is, duendes are normally in South America and brownies are in Europe. I was in Connecticut. Duendes are a little smaller than what I saw, and brownies are said to wear clothes, as this goblin thing was naked. I do plan on getting hypnotic regression to revisit this memory, as well as my out-of-body experience, and maybe something else. But this one hit me the hardest. Was it a goblin, or could it have been some sort of demon or something? Aside from the goblin-like features, the darn thing looked like the devil. It's a lot to get into, but I suspect that this might be the case, and I might have had an attachment to this thing. I think it possibly feeds off my negativity. I honestly wonder if it somehow jumped into me. If you want a visual representation of what this thing kind of looked like, search for the band Necrogoblicon. The singer wears a mask that looks very close to what I saw, only it was brown and with recurved black horns. Thanks again for allowing me to share this experience. I don't know of anyone else who has ever seen a goblin or some sort of demon, but I do feel at home sharing it in the swamp. Why I'll Never Drive on Back Roads Ever Again by Anonymous. I was driving down a long, deserted highway in the middle of nowhere. The sun was setting, casting a beautiful orange glow across the empty road. I'd been driving for quite some time, several hours at the very least at this point, and I was getting very tired. I reached over to turn on the radio, but it was dead. Great, no music to keep me awake. I rolled down the window, letting the cool breeze whip through my hair. It was peaceful, almost serene. That was until my car started to sputter and then died. I pulled over to the side of the road, turning on my hazard lights. I popped the hood, hoping to see something simple like a loose wire or some sort of blown fuse. Unfortunately, I didn't know enough about cars to diagnose the problem offhand, I sighed, digging out my phone to call a tow truck. The phone, of course, had no freaking signal. The sky was getting darker, and the sense of panic began to grow inside of me. I felt alone out here, and my thoughts wandered to all the horror movies I had seen over the years. The ones where people get stranded in the middle of nowhere, and something horrible happens. The Hills Have Eyes, Wrong Turn, you know the movies. I shook my head, trying to push those thoughts out of my head, out of my mind, trying to think of just peaceful, positive things. I needed to stay calm and focus on getting my car fixed and not freaking myself out. As I fumbled with the engine, I heard a rustling in the bushes. I froze, wondering what could be out there. Maybe it was just a rabbit or some other harmless animal. But then I heard a low, almost rumbling growl, something more menacing than I've ever heard in my life. I backed away slowly, looking for something I could use as some sort of weapon to defend myself if need be. But there was nothing, not even a rock. I turned my back to my car, trying to keep calm. Maybe, just maybe, if I was lucky enough, this was just my imagination. I was scanning, trying to see anything with the little vision that I had with my eyesight. But then I saw it. A figure emerged from the trees, its eyes glowing in the darkness. It was not human nor any animal I had ever seen in my lifetime. It was hunched over, its limbs twisted and elongated. It was heading straight for me. I felt a cold sweat break out of my forehead. I had never been so scared in my life. Instant anxiety waved over me. I fumbled for the car keys, trying to get in and lock the doors. But after a second of realizing that they were still in the ignition, I freaked out. The creature was getting closer, and I could hear its raspy breathing. I didn't know what to do at this point, so I stood there waiting for it to attack me. But for whatever reason, it never did. It just stood there, watching me. I honestly don't know for how long I stood there, absolutely frozen to the floor in fear. But eventually, the creature turned and lumbered back into the woods. I was still trembling as I climbed back into my car and tried to start it again. It turned over this time, and luckily, I was able to quickly drive away. I never looked back. I never did find out what that creature was. But I'll tell you this, I will never forget the terror I felt that night stranded on that lonely highway in the middle of nowhere. And I'll tell you this, I will never, ever drive in the middle of nowhere without telling somebody exactly where I'll be ever again. The Hills Have Eyes Are Terrifyingly Real by Stephanie L. I have always loved mushroom hunting. Something was thrilling about scouring the forest floor for elusive fungi, hoping to find the rarest and most delectable species. So when I heard about a particularly secluded patch of forest where the mushrooms grew wild and plentiful, I knew I had to go and check it out. I arrived at the forest rather early in the morning, just as the sun rose. The forest was quiet and peaceful this day, with only the rustling of leaves and birds chirping to break the silence. I set off into the woods with my wicker basket and began my hunt. As the day wore on, I ventured deeper into the forest, and my basket now full of various mushrooms. But as I wandered around, I began to feel like I was being watched in every which direction. Every rustle of leaves or a snap of a twig made me jump in fright, and I started to feel uneasy. Now, as I'm sure you are aware, I have spent a lot of time in the woods hunting mushrooms over the years, and I never really felt like this before. I tried to push the feeling aside and focus on the hunt, but realized I was somehow lost as the sun was beginning to set. I couldn't find my way back to the car, and the forest seemed to close in around me, suffocating me with its oppressive silence. That's when I heard the first howl. It was low and guttural, making the hair on the back of my neck stand on end. I tried to ignore it and keep moving, but then I heard another howl, closer this time. I turned around, and that's when I saw them, two figures emerging from the undergrowth, wild and feral. They were covered in dirt and leaves, with matted fur and claw-like fingernails. Their eyes were wide and unfocused, running straight toward me. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. I didn't know what to do. All I knew is that I had to escape. I turned and ran, with these two feral people hot on my heels. I couldn't even begin to guess how long I ran, but it felt like hours. My legs were burning, my lungs were heaving, and I could hear the sound of the feral people's breathing behind me. Finally, I stumbled into a clearing and saw the glow of my car's headlights in the distance. With a burst of energy, I sprinted towards the car, my heart pounding. I made it to the car just in time and slammed the door shut behind me, locking it and shaking my hands. I looked out in the darkness and saw the feral people emerging from the woods, their eyes fixated on me. I started the car and sped away, my heart still racing. I don't know what those feral people were or why they chased me, but I'll never go mushroom hunting in a secluded area by myself again. All I can tell you is I've done a lot of research since then. I haven't found anything that's actually reliable. I have found some rumors about feral people and wild people in the woods, but I haven't really seen anything that I can really say is substantiated. My worst nightmare nearly came true. By River Anon. I woke up just like I did every single morning getting ready for my morning run. It was a beautiful day. I looked forward to exercising before starting it. The only difference today was that I felt like I was being watched. I shrugged off the feeling and started my run. I lived in a small, rural community where everyone knew everyone, and I felt relatively safe running through those streets without having to look over my shoulder. But as I continued, I noticed a van seemed to be following me. I tried to ignore it and kept running, but the van continued following me. I took a couple of turns just to be sure I wasn't freaking out, and my heart began racing as I realized this was not a coincidence. I tried to speed up, but the van kept up with me. I turned down different streets, hoping to lose the van, but they seemed to know my every move. I was now running for my life, my heart pounding out of my chest. I could feel the fear taking over my body. I didn't know exactly what to do. I tried to yell out for help. I tried to call for help as well, but my phone battery had died. Cliché, I know. As I turned a corner, I saw a man exit the van. He was tall, with dark hair and a menacing look in his eyes. He started running toward me, and this is when I knew I was in true danger. I picked up my pace, but it just was not enough. This man was getting closer no matter how hard I ran, and I could feel his breath on my neck at one point. I screamed for help, but no one was around. Finally, I saw my house in the distance. Knowing I had to get there as fast as possible, I ran as fast as my legs could possibly go. They were burning. I felt like I was going to fall at any second. My legs were absolutely on fire. Finally, after what felt like forever, I finally reached my front door. I could hear the man pounding on the door as I slammed it shut behind me, locking it and calling the police as soon as I could. When they finally arrived, the man was nowhere to be found. I never went for a morning run again, and I have always ensured that I was aware of my surroundings. I learned you can always be careful, even in a small, rural community. Chased by a van that was never there. By Anonymous. I was hitchhiking on a deserted highway, my thumb sticking out hopefully as I waited for a passing car to stop and offer me a ride. I'd been standing there for quite some time, easily for a couple of hours, the sun slowly dipping below the horizon and casting long shadows across the pavement. Just as I was about to give up hope and start walking, I saw headlights in the distance. I cheered inwardly and stuck out my thumb again, trying to look as friendly and non-threatening as possible. As the car drew closer, I saw that it was an old, beat-up van. The kind of van your parents warned you about when you were a kid. The kind that kidnappers and serial killers drove around in. But I was desperate and didn't want to spend the night in the cold, so I shrugged off my concerns and stepped closer to the side of the road. The van pulled up beside me, the window rolled down. The driver was an old man with a wild beard and a crooked smile. He looked me up and down, and I felt a shiver run down my spine.
Where are you headed, boy?
He asked me, his voice gravelly and deep.
Just down the road a bit.
I said, trying to keep my tone casual. The old man nodded and motioned for me to get in the van. I hesitated momentarily, then climbed in, closing the door behind me. I noticed something odd about the truck as we pulled back onto the highway. It was almost silent. For one thing, there was no radio. There was no engine hum, there was nothing. Just stillness. There were no windows either, just metal walls and a single door. I started to feel uneasy, like I had made a terrible mistake. But before I could say anything, the old man grinned at me.
You're a lucky one, boy,
He said.
I don't usually pick up hitchhikers.
I tried to smile back, but my heart was pounding. Something was definitely off about this whole situation. Suddenly, the van lurched to a stop. I looked out the windshield and saw another vehicle in front of us. A black SUV with tinted windows. It was blocking our way, and there was no way to get around it. The old man cursed under his breath, then looked at me with a wild look.
Stay here.
He said.
I'll take care of this.
With that, he exited the van, slammed the door behind him, and off he went. I was left alone in the silent, windowless van, my heart hammering in my chest. That's when I heard a low, guttural growling, what seemed to be coming from outside the truck. I peered out the windshield, but I couldn't see anything at all. Suddenly, the van started to lurch and shake. Something was pushing it from all sides, trying to tip it over. I clung to the seat, my heart in my throat, and that's when I saw a ghostly black van. Just like the SUV blocking our way a minute ago. But this one was hovering in the air just outside the windowless walls of the old man's van. It was a ghostly van that I had heard about, the one that stalked and chased hitchhikers on deserted highways. And now it was apparently after me and this old man. I screamed and I tried to open the door, but it would not budge. The ghostly van was getting closer, its headlights blazing in the darkness. I could hear the screams of its previous victims echoing in my head. Just when I thought it was all over, the old man burst back into nothingness like he was never there at all, and I suddenly found myself outside on the side of the highway in a fetal position. My face was soaked with tears, and admittedly I had soiled myself. I honestly have no idea what happened that day, but I am very thankful I survived and have been able to tell the tale. Sometimes I wonder if I had somehow gotten poisoned or whatever, but I never did drugs, I didn't even drink at this time. So, I really have to wonder, was it a hallucination from being tired, or did I experience something otherworldly? I learned why you should obey the no trespassing signs. By Adam D. I have always been fascinated by the unknown and unexplained. So when I heard about the abandoned mansion in the middle of nowhere, said to be haunted by the ghost of its former occupants, I couldn't resist the urge to explore it. I drove for about 4 hours, the road getting narrower and more deserted the further I went. The mansion finally appeared before me, an imposing structure covered in vines and broken windows everywhere. A cold wind brushed past me as I exited the car, making me shiver. But I ignored it and walked towards the mansion, my heart pounding with excitement and fear. I had made it this far after all. Nothing was going to deter me from getting inside this mansion and seeing everything it had to offer. As I made my way up to the front, I entered the mansion. The darkness engulfed me all around. I fumbled for my flashlight. The air was thick with dust, and the floors creaked with every single step I took. The only sound I could actually hear was my breathing. I made my way through the maze-like hallways with portraits of the former residents staring down at me from the halls. The air grew colder, and I could see my breath forming before me. Suddenly, out of nowhere, since it was so quiet it was almost like a loud thundering boom, I heard a sound. It was faint at first, but it was definitely there. It sounded like footsteps coming from somewhere inside the mansion. My heart raced as I followed the sound, my flashlight trembling. Finally, I reached the end of the hallway and pushed open a door. Inside there was a room filled with cobwebs and dust, but it was different. There was something about it that just caught my attention, and then I noticed it. There in the corner of the room was a figure. It was a woman with long hair and a white dress. She was just staring at me, her eyes filled with a ghostly light. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The woman smiled and then vanished into thin air. I ran out of that mansion, my heart still racing. I knew what I had seen was real, and I knew I had to leave before something worse happened. I was making my way, tripping and fumbling over myself. As I finally got out to my car and drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that something had followed me out of that mansion. Something that didn't want me to leave. From that day on, I have never, ever gone near that mansion. I don't go urban explorations. I don't do anything like that anymore. However, the memory of that ghostly woman still haunts me to this day, and I will never forget the terror I felt when I explored that mansion in the middle of nowhere. Even today, I'll have nightmares of it, even daydreams of it sometimes. It's almost like it's trying to lure me back. Camping in Missouri Gone Wrong by G. Sav. So, as a young kid, I went camping in Missouri. Now, at the time, I was 12 years old and my little brother was 10. We went with my mom and her new boyfriend to camp in the woods there. We set up, and the day was normal, nothing too crazy, nothing wild, nothing to really report. We walked around, we went fishing, stuff like that. But when night came, it got late, and everyone began going to their tent to rest for the night. My brother and I shared a tent. My brother fell asleep rather quickly, and I was eventually starting to doze off. But as I start slowly falling asleep, it gets quiet. Unusually quiet. Then all of a sudden I hear footsteps. I'm confused because I could have sworn everyone was sleeping in their tents. When they get closer and closer to my brother and I's tent, it starts weirdly circling the tent. I thought it was my mom or somebody, but why wouldn't they just call us, right? Why would they be so weird and shuffle around our tent so quietly like this? Also, the steps were way too heavy to be hers. Then I thought maybe it's a bear or some other animal, but they were bipedal. I lay there quietly, trying to figure it all out in my brain, when scratching was slowly coming around the tent like someone or something took a stick and was just dragging it across the tent as they were walking around in circles. Then it slowly stops. After about a minute or two of silence, it could have been less, I don't know, all of a sudden, I feel the tent start to slide. It's being pulled by something. I was about to start freaking out, but I covered my mouth. Then something must have been scared because whatever it was suddenly ran off like a bat out of hell. I could hear bushes being crushed and broken in every which way as it ran. Eventually, I did fall asleep after some time because I was so scared. I didn't want to move, I didn't want to get up, I didn't want to risk anything. In the morning though, I asked my mom and her boyfriend if they had been at my tent the night before, and they asked me what I was talking about with a look of confusion. I started feeling like I was going crazy. I was telling her something or someone moved my tent last night. She looks at me confused and says, "You were just hearing things, probably a raccoon or something." But when I think back on it, how in the hell does a raccoon move a tent? How would I somehow confuse that? I don't know. But I did leave it at that. I never really mentioned it before, and quite frankly, I don't think anybody believed me. But looking back now, I swear it was something crazier. It could have been a Bigfoot, a skinwalker, who knows what it was. Small Town Canadian Mystery by Kiana. I went to visit my auntie and uncle in Canada. They live in a small town that used to be a forest, so everywhere in the city there are lots of deer, coyotes, and sometimes wolves. During the day, you would see deer around, and I remember feeding them apples in my uncle's front yard one time. I have some photos. At night, it was when the wolves and coyotes would come out. Nobody walks around at night, and they would warn 13-year-old me about this. But of course, being the naive teen I was, I didn't listen. I thought if I saw a coyote, I can scare it away. A wolf won't be easy, but whatever. I went outside sometime around 2:30 a.m. I saw lots of deer still outside. No coyotes, no wolves, nothing like that. So I put on my headphones since I didn't see anything worth being worried about. As I started walking, I realized I was near the forest surrounding the town. I took off my headphones and looked around for some time, but I didn't see any animals and there were no noises or anything to worry about again. All I could hear was myself breathing. I kept my headphones off and decided to turn around because of how creeped out I was. As I began walking back toward the house, I saw a deer in somebody's yard. Now, honestly, I know what most of you are thinking. There's nothing to think of, it's just a deer. So, initially, I didn't think anything of it. But it was looking in their window and pushing on the screen as if it were intently trying to check something out. I stepped on some crunchy leaves, and suddenly it snapped its head at me so fast that I could hear its neck crack slightly. I realized the deer was more significant than just a deer. But then it came out from the shadows. It was walking on its hind legs. I was frozen in place, absolutely in fear like I was in a trance, and it was strolling towards me. The owner of the house came out with a gun and pointed it at the deer, but he didn't shoot. Finally, he just said, "I will shoot if you don't leave." To my surprise, the deer didn't even look at the man. It just turned away from me and walked back into the forest. The owner said, "You best run home before it comes back." He went inside his house and locked his door. I immediately started running towards my uncle's house like I was a bat out of hell. I felt like I was being watched intently. I looked into the forest and saw two bright dots in the shadows, which looked like eyes. I ran faster than I ever have in my life. I looked back one more time, but I didn't see a thing. A coyote was outside my window that night, and I had to scare it away to sneak back in. I locked my window and shut the blinds and got in bed. But all I could do was lay awake, replaying what I had just seen, over and over. I've only told a few close friends about this, but I should share it with other people, just so they know that there are some weird things happening out there. I Live in a Ghost Town by Autumn W. I currently live in a little town out west. Well, I say town, but it's not exactly what you picture. Though, it's more of like a ghost town than anything. There are only 4 people that live here in total. The only open businesses are the post office, the library, a singular, privately owned pharmacy, and a gas station. There is also an old hotel on the outskirts of town called Bella Muerte. I've worked there for the better part of a century, ever since I was 21 years old. Unlike most kids my age who jumped straight out of high school and into college, I unfortunately had other plans, or should I say, programs just didn't like me. I lived the town over from the previously mentioned one, a city that had far more people and businesses. I worked from place to place for a couple of years, but nothing substantial, just stuff to pay the bills. One day I came home from work, picked up my mail, and headed inside my house. As I brewed a fresh pot of coffee, I absent-mindedly flipped through the mail. Bills and junk mail were all I ever seemed to get, but then I hit the second-last piece of mail, and it felt, odd. It's hard to describe, but the letter was ornate. It had a thick texture, made from what I can only imagine was some pretty expensive paper. In the most beautiful, flowing script was printed my full name, clear as day. It had no return address, and it didn't have my address, just my name. The fact that someone knew me intimately enough to hand-deliver a letter to me without me knowing was strange. Admittedly, I had very few friends because I grew up an army brat and moved around a lot. I only had a handful of people that knew me well enough to know where I even lived. Out of sheer curiosity, I proceeded to open the letter. On the finest parchment paper on the most delicate letterhead read the following words. "Dear Miss Autumn, I am writing to offer you the most prestigious position at our establishment, the Hotel Bella Muerte. For over 200 years, our establishment has been a heaven for the weary and restless, the old, the young, and the forgotten, and men and women and animals alike. However, recently we have had an ongoing issue with looking for a new caretaker and would like to offer the position to you." The letter said that along with the position, a hotel room, or small apartment as you will, would come with the job, and a salary 4 times what I was currently making a year. The hotel's name seemed familiar, yet everything about the letter and position seemed to be way too good to be true, like a scam of some sort. That's when I noticed at the bottom of the job offer was the address. That, my friends, was when my interest was truly piqued. It was only 1 town over. That's when it clicked in my brain. The Hotel Bella Muerte. Ever since I could remember, there have been rumors and stories about the Hotel Bella Muerte. Strange tales that seemed to be odd, way too scary to be true, tales of ghosts, strange travelers, and much more. We sure heard the rumors, but few people I knew actually believed in them. The kids in the town I lived in would say that if you set foot in the hotel, you would be driven to madness and go loco, as they would say. The tales were just so bizarre. How could we believe them? So after a few days of deliberating, I wrote back accepting the job opportunity. A few days later, I got a letter to congratulate me and set the start date. I was to start the following Monday around noon. As I got ready that following Monday, I put on my best clothing, did my makeup and hair, the girly things, tripped over thin air as I went to the kitchen to get my coffee to go. Then I got in my 1965 red convertible Mustang and made the short drive. On the way into town, I passed by, nothing. The land is entirely barren outside the city I grew up in, except for the tumbleweeds, brush, and bracken that look too perfect to start a brush fire if you ask me, and the few twisted, gnarled elder trees that once stood tall perhaps, but now are nothing more than sorry shadows of what they used to be. I think typical Western movie scenes when I drive out here. The town that held the hotel looked much more similar, with rundown buildings that barely could be considered standing. The further into this ghost town you got, the more exact things became. The gas station was the first thing that looked like it held any living beings. The pharmacy was next, the library, and then the post office. They were all about equal in size and looked just about as run down as any other building, with peeling paint that fell in ribbons to the ground when the wind was strong and acting up. And suddenly I saw it for the first time. The Hotel Bella Muerte, live and in person. And it did not even compare to what I had in mind. When I pictured it, I thought of a rundown building, filled with cockroaches and rats, with only the lowest kind of people staying there. The kind of place where the police did stakeouts to bust drug dealers and hookers. What other kind of place could be in a rundown town like this? But I was so wrong. The sight that greeted me as I pulled up to the parking lot of that place was one I could barely even believe. The hotel was, in a word, magnificent. It looked like it belonged to a fancy city, not a barren wasteland. The outside of the hotel fit the town and the period of the 1800s, with a high-rise balcony and white pillars that stood tall and straight. The brickwork was perfectly inlaid, faded red due to the wear and tear of time, yet still hardy in structure. It looked only a little better in its heyday, if nothing else, than its newness. Whoever owned the building took great care of it, whether in restoration or simple upkeep. It was something to see for sure. As I got out of my car and walked up the front steps, admiring all the intricate woodwork that went into its structure, I looked above the front door and read the sign. The Hotel Bella Muerte, established 1802. I turned the knob of the old door, no gates or groans, just silence as the door pivoted on its hinges, and walked inside. Now, as impressed as I was with the outside of the place, it didn't even compare to what was before my eyes. As you entered the lobby, the first thing that would come to your attention was the grand staircase made of beautiful mahogany wood, rich in cherry brown undertones, swooping as it dipped from its height down to the floor. Then to the left, I became aware of the lobby desk. It was the same type of wood as the staircase, with intricate designs that swirled down its length, carved out by some long dead carpenter. Behind the desk were the letter boxes with the numbers carefully and expertly placed into their centers, numbering 1 to 15. The parlor was to the right, and it looked as though it was frozen in time like the rest of the place, with old furniture with floor designs and high backs to the wallpaper that looked much of the same. It was stupendous. After I had gotten done admiring the lobby, I slowly walked over to the desk. No one was there, not a single soul. I rang the bell on the counter, yet no one came, and after a few more minutes of waiting, I called out, "Hello?" And still no one came. I wondered what I should do next. In our correspondence, I never got a phone number despite noticing an old rotary phone on the desk near the letterboxes. Then I realized I never got the name of the person I was corresponding with either. I was still determining who the employer actually was. As I grappled with this realization, the phone began to ring, breaking the silence. I almost jumped out of my skin, scared absolutely out of my mind by the loud ringing in the otherwise quiet room. Then, after no one magically appeared to answer it, it fell silent after the fourth ring, only to begin ringing once more. After regaining my composure, I walked around the desk to the back, looking around as I did so and feeling as if I were a child about to be caught with my hand in the cookie jar, and I picked up the phone. The whole conversation weirded me out. It seemed so insensitive, yet rushed despite the cheery nature of their voices and reactions, and the weird pet names, of course. I looked at the table next to the phone. As the sisters had said, there was a letter. I opened the letter quickly with the ornate silver letter opener conveniently placed in the first drawer I looked through. Out from the envelope popped a long, and I mean 2-foot letter made of the same parchment paper as my offer letter. As I started to read, I became increasingly more confused and worried. What had I gotten myself into? The letter usually started enough. It outlined the general duties of the job. How to receive payment, $50 per night, stunningly low. I thought for such a place as this, but I'd never been in the hotel business and I wouldn't know otherwise. Housekeeping, even down to the way they wanted the toilet paper changed, was all written down. Oddly enough, they wanted us to put the toilet paper in the wrong way, going under the roll, but who am I to judge? Last but not least, a long set of rules was written that honestly made no sense. Written in bold red print was this following set of rules. Rule number 126. Always lock the doors at night. You don't want to let them in. Rule number 127. Make sure you feed Jesus every night or else. Rule 128. Only take the trash out during daylight hours. Rule 129. Make sure you face the dolls in the doll room facing the wall at night. Rule number 130. Don't ever take candy from the pharmacist. Rule number 131. Never return a book late to the librarian. Rule number 132. Always lick the stamps in the presence of the postman. And rule number 133. Never leave the town under any circumstances, or you'll regret it. And that was that. Not threatening at all, or bizarre, or extremely specific. Just a standard set of rules that made the place seem a little more, undesirable. Now I thought I had gotten myself into something not good. And yet, I was absolutely thoroughly intrigued. I mean, what happens if I leave the town? Why did I have to lock the doors at night, and who was them? Why did I have to take the trash out during the day? And who the hell was Jesus? Nothing made sense. Since I was going to be here a while, I decided to settle in. I looked at the letter again, and at the end was my room number and key in the envelope. Room number 16. There was one extra room in the hotel. After I got the key, I put the letter back in its place and walked up the stairs to explore my new home. The doors on the second floor spanned 3 hallways and a dining room attached to a kitchen. Each room, numbered 1 through 16, alternated from the left side of the hallway to the adjacent side of the room, and then right back again. The walls almost felt like they were breathing, expanding and contracting no matter where you stood, giving you this dizzying effect. It reminded me of one thing, that movie The Shining, and no thank you. As I walked the halls, reaching the dining room, I passed by and I could have sworn I saw a dark shadow pass by the half-open door, but when I looked inside, there was absolutely nothing there. There were only tables and chairs and waiting tables lining the area. Strange, I thought, but I just shrugged it off and continued down the hall. Numbers 13, 14, and 15, and finally, room 16. As I jiggled the old skeleton key in its lock, there appeared to be a slight mumbling coming from the other side of the door. I promptly stopped and listened, but there was nothing but a solitary sound. So I proceeded to open the door. Once it was unlocked, my room, like the rest of the place, was absolutely lovely, but it was empty. Nothing to explain that strange mumbling sound. The queen-sized bed with ornate canopy, all white billowing in the soft breeze from the open window, stood in the left-hand side of the room towards the middle of the length of the wall. The small sitting area was to the right with a wardrobe, a small couch, and 2 high-backed chairs of the same make as those in the sitting room downstairs, the same floral patterns and everything. The open balcony windows were straight ahead. As I walked to them, I became all too aware of the mumbling again. I spun around quickly to see a bird's perch at the edge of the cage corner. I spun around quickly to see a bird's perch and a cage in the corner of the right side of the room. When I say bird, I don't mean a parrot or a cockatoo or even a parakeet or finch. What I saw sitting there was a massive raven. It was just talking. Just strange phrases and random words, but human words nonetheless. I began to approach the bird, and it let out a loud squawk, flapped its wings, and flew straight into my face, blinding me for a second. For visual's sake, it's fair to mention that I really don't like birds. Yes, they are or can be pretty, But they have beautiful songs and all that good stuff, but honestly, it's just not my thing. And I'm sure they're great companions for some people, but I, however, am not one of those people and don't particularly appreciate them or their little, or in this case, enormous, flappy wings that come flying into my face. So I screamed out loud, which only made the screech louder with its horrible, croaky voice. Then, as soon as it had hit me, it flew away. I took my arms down for a moment knowing it was gone, which had been trying to shield my face, and began to look around the room. Not a bird in sight. Had I just dreamed it, or was I just starting to go loco already? I have heard many, many rumors about Hotel Bella Muerte. After calming down a bit, I began to shrug off the fear and replaced it with determination to settle in and set up the room with my things. Once I finished, I heard a strange sound when I put the last pair of pants in the wardrobe. A little dinging sound. That's when I realized I was listening to the bell downstairs. Someone was in the lobby, and it was time for me to begin my job. And with that, I will end my initial story, and I will send in a part 2 very soon. Don't you worry, Swamp Dweller. Knight's Landing. I'm afraid of that place. I haven't been back in a long, long time. I'm scared to go there. Somewhere in Northern California, an hour from the coast in a dry valley, there's a place. This place was my second home. I spent almost every weekend there for many years until I was a teenager. A property in the outskirts of a boring small town near a creek in a well-sized patch of woods. We did a lot of things there, and we had room and confidence. A creaky old house dimly lit, covered by trees, and a small garden to the side. The light only went so far from the windows and porch before it was total darkness, and a short walk to the other 2 buildings, old, long, empty garages filled with tables and chairs for parties. Probably about 50 feet long, 10 feet wide, side by side, and although they said no further than 20 feet from each other, they both had very different atmospheres. One was a beacon of light in the darkness, rather a checkpoint, before it was total darkness. They were bustling with life from family gatherings and parties, but never the second. Only 20 feet away, it was always too dark even to see. And on the other side of that, well, that's the scariest part of that place. The 4 mysterious homemade concrete graves. Right next to this building, and beyond that debris, giant rocks and tons of firewood picture almost a scrapyard with 0 light. The building was scary, but at least it was closer to the light. I have plenty of stories from here, ghosts and intruders and otherworldly and not worldly things. But this time, I'm going to concentrate on beyond those property lines, beyond the empty field adjacent to the old building, Cache Creek. Back then, the rules were don't go into that building at night. But we always did. They told us not to stray past the graves at night, but we always did. They told us not to go to the scrapyard, but yet we always did. But what we would not do is go past that field. It was almost an unspoken rule. No one ever brought it up. No one ever suggested attempting to make the trip, and we were reckless as kids, but not suicidal. We remember when we would sleep over when we were younger. My grandma would put us in the house before 12. That creaky old house. Too many for 1-story, 3-bedroom house. You could see the end of it from where you enter. A straight shot. Living room, dining room, kitchen. All the rooms to the left. Room 1 by the front door, room 2 by the end of the living room, and room 3 by the dining room and the bathroom in the kitchen. And then out the back door. We all funneled into the living room while the adults slept in their rooms. We slept on the floor, and we'd stay up longer than them, but not for long. We'd get too scared. I'd remember no one talking about these things, just a look on everyone's face. Then everyone lays down and pretends nothing happened. These types of occurrences were daily at this place. But there is something that I will never forget more than anything. One night, while everybody was asleep except for us kids, it was maybe 30 minutes after everybody went to sleep, and the house was all quiet except for us whispering away and talking. Honestly, when I started hearing the noises at first, I thought they were maybe just insects or maybe a cat or something. But then we started hearing distant screams far off. A chill ran down my spine instantly. Suddenly it sounds like something slams into the front door and starts scratching at the walls, the door, and the sides of the house. Everywhere. It sounds like something is running around the house. The scratches, like I said, started at the front door, and then suddenly they were at the back door, then the right, and all at once. Sometimes it just sounded like one finger, and other times it sounded like a full claw. We were all scared out of our wits. The scratching then stopped, and for a moment everything went silent before we heard a massive thud on the top of the roof. I felt fragile under it. I felt like at any moment that the roof would cave in on top of us, and we would be this thing's meal, whatever it was. Eventually, the adults woke up and went to see what was going on, asking if we were horsing around. Once they saw how scared we were, they walked outside. The wind seemed to calm, and everything seemed to drift off into silence. I survived that night somehow, and so did all of us. The next day, when I asked the adults what they saw, they wouldn't tell me. They wouldn't tell me if it was wolves, big coyotes, nothing. No response at all. All I knew is I heard something that night. I was young, maybe 5 or 6 at the time, and now I'm 22. And I can tell you for a fact that my reckless curiosity still gets the best of me sometimes. But I know one thing is there was something out there that night. I can't explain what it was. How's it going, Swamp Dweller? I hope all is well with you and those in the swamp. I've been listening to your channel for quite some time now, on the way to work and on long trips. I've wanted to submit my story for a while now and just haven't found the time to write it up. I currently live and work in Texas, but I'm originally from a small town in middle Georgia, where this story takes place. I can't give too many specifics about the area since there are some significant archaeological finds, and the landowner doesn't want trespassers to mess with them. He also doesn't want anyone from the government showing up on his front porch and trying to take it. Anyways, I lived a good way outside of the city limits. Nothing but dirt roads and trees as far as you wanted to drive. A couple of neighbors here and there, but they were few and very far between. Every summer when the mullet would run up the rivers from the ocean to spawn, we would spend as much time as possible on a particular sandbar on that river. One of the dirt roads ended where a logging trail started, which also happened to be right by my aunt and uncle's house on the left side of the road, and one of my cousins on the right. The trail led from the road, snaked through planted pines and hardwoods, and eventually found its way to the sandbar on the river. My uncle and cousin were good friends with the man that owned that land between the house and the river, which I learned was about 500 or more acres. And when they invited my dad down there, he realized it was a man he had worked with. They didn't know each other very well, but they knew each other well enough that the man told my dad he could come down here whenever he wanted. So, whenever he was off work in those summer months, he was down there with a salt block and a mesh bag full of chicken, stabbed into the ground with metal poles in the middle of the river to bait up the mullet. After baiting them the night before, he'd buy the worms and beer, find him a piece of river cane, or buy a cane pole if he was feeling a little lazy, and get everything ready to leave at the crack of dawn the next day. And almost every time my mom, my little brother, and I were with him. We were familiar with a good portion of the trails because when we weren't fishing, we would spend all night riding four-wheelers and taking hikes on the logging trails down there, hitting every mud hole in sight, pushing 1-inch thick sheets of ice out of the watering holes in the winter, just seeing how much we could do before our toys broke. Sometimes we'd have as many as 10 or 15 or so four-wheelers, and we'd all stop at this shack on the river and build a bonfire. My brother and I were around 13 to 17 years old as this went on for a couple of years before and after my encounter. My dad never explicitly gave us a beer, but we knew if we snuck a few when he was not looking, he'd assume he drank them. But I'm just rambling about the good old days. Anyway, I'd often wander off through the woods when my dad was fishing because, at the time, I hadn't gotten into fishing myself yet. I will tell you this is in the Oconee River. There used to be Native Americans who lived on the river. There's pottery and arrowheads galore. I would visit the rock houses where they lived. There's even a fishing trap they built still in the river. It's in a part of the river that winds through the land. These are the reasons we don't want people there. I'd walk these trails barefooted and shirtless all day long like the kid I was, and still am at heart. And with no cell phone, just a Bowie knife for protection and a couple of water bottles, I disappear early in the morning and come back about 4 or 5 in the evening because I knew my dad would barely eat all day if the fish were biting good, and he'd be ready to eat supper. My parents never worried because they knew I belonged in nature more than I did in the real world anyway. I was around 15 at the time of this encounter. The day started like always. I got to the sandbar and helped unload another salt block and some more chicken feed to keep it from running out during the day. I was swimming with my brother for a little while, and then I put my jeans back on and disappeared. Picture something like Huck Finn, with my cheap straw hat and blue jeans rolled up like I was expecting a flood, the likes of which haven't been seen since Noah built the ark. On this day I had a fresh pouch of Redmond Chew, Golden Blend to be exact, that I had gotten a friend's dad to buy for me, and I was loving life. I packed a fat chew and set out on my search for more pottery and arrowheads. As I got closer from the sandbar and deeper into the woods, I noticed pebbles flying through the trees and landing near my feet. Occasionally, one would bounce off my back or whiz past my ears. I thought it might have been my brother sneaking around and messing with me, but after dealing with this for over 2 miles, I was coming to a point in the trail where usually I could turn around on the four-wheeler and go back home, but ahead of me was a dried-up creek bed about 3 feet deep, which is why we would turn the four-wheelers around. I saw it just as I was about to turn around and walk somewhere else. About 10 feet ahead of me, right in the middle of the trail, was the perfect arrowhead. It was the best one I had ever seen. I guessed spearhead would be more proper for it. It was about 3 inches long and an inch or so wide. When I picked it up, I noticed that it was completely intact, no broken points or anything, and it was like a solid deep purple color. I bent down to pick it up and examine it for a minute, and excited would be an understatement. But as I looked up, I noticed something else. Behind a tall, healthy pine tree about 30 feet in front of where I was now standing was a massive arm, and peeking around the trunk of the tree was a face. I didn't get time to make much sense before I saw this thing move behind the tree and try to hide there in all its glory. It just stood there, arms by its side facing me, never once making a threatening move towards me. It was at least 7 or maybe even 8 feet tall and covered in matted, rust-colored hair or fur. From what I could tell, it had a very muscular physique. The face resembled that of a man but was more ancient, leathery, and wrinkled by the hands of time. But the eyes stood out to me just as much as the non-threatening posture. They weren't some abysmal black pits, they were glowing red orbs of anger and hatred. They were like our eyes, although I can't describe the color. It was like the sun hit them and reflected a goldish green color. The look in its eyes seemed very intelligent. I feel like it was studying me as much as I was it. It almost seemed to question what I was and what I was doing in its home. And why did I not mess myself and take off running? I can't tell you. There was also no eerie silence at any point, no putrid smell. The birds were still chirping, the chorus of frogs and crickets never skipped a beat, and I smelled the delightful scent of the wind, honeysuckles growing wild and free nearby. It was almost as if this thing were a spirit, but I can tell you it was accurate as any person you've ever stood before you in your life. We studied each other for what felt like an eternity, but was no more than 10 seconds. Then, without taking my eyes off this creature, I crouched down and placed the spearhead exactly where I had picked it up from, and almost as if I had read this thing's mind, it sort of nodded, turned around, and walked back into the dense forest. It never faded out of existence as a spirit might. I watched it disappear as it effortlessly walked through the vines and blackberry patches, and even after I couldn't see it anymore, I could hear it moving, branches crunching out of its way. After I no longer heard it, I turned around and walked straight back to the sandbar just in time to get in the truck and go home. I didn't say a word to anybody about it for quite some time. Then one night, as we were on one of our four-wheeler rides, I brought it up after we snuck a couple of beers, and my friend just gave me this weird look. But one of my other cousins who was there with us, who was also known to be a jokester, was the first one to say something. Until then, I had never heard him say anything as serious as this in all of our lives. I could hear the sincerity in his voice when he spoke. He told me that while he hadn't seen the creature himself, the loggers did. He asked if I ever wondered why they only cut small portions of the trees. They left their equipment down there one night, and when they came back the next day, a door to one of the trucks had been seriously damaged. It was severely smashed in and pulled open. They figured it must have gotten hit by a big log or a piece of equipment, and nobody wanted to get in trouble, so they didn't claim it. They decided they would deal with it after work, so they continued about their day. A few hours later, they noticed something in the creek bed I mentioned earlier. At first, they thought just maybe it was a hog, as they were a nuisance in the area. Then it stood up on 2 feet. They said they could see about 5 feet of it, but as I said before, the creek is about 3 feet deep. It chucked a huge log, and they hurriedly got out of there. They returned to get their equipment within the next week and never returned to this day. My cousin then went on to tell me some of the strange experiences he's had for himself down there, and I told him some more of mine. Those will have to be said later though, as it's getting late and I must work tomorrow. I do want to mention that after the encounter, I never stopped walking the trails. As I said, I didn't feel that this thing was threatening me, and I almost feel like it was a protector of the woods. The loggers were destroying the place and it showed aggression. I barely disturbed the area and always thanked the creator of the arrowheads or pottery I found for giving me a glimpse into the past, and I was spared. On later walks, I still had pebbles plinking through the trees and heard branches snapping, but it always made me feel safer knowing I had something watching over me. In roughly 11 years, I've only told one other person this story. Thank you for finally giving me a platform to share this story with like-minded individuals. I hope you have a blessed day, and always keep an open mind about things we know nothing about. Not everything is out to get you. I live in a city in northeastern India, but my parents and I always go to visit our grandma's house on the holidays, and on some occasions in the countryside. I'm 18 years old. The small town, which is kind of a village my grandma's house is in, is on farmland surrounded by many woods, if you get what I'm saying. So let's cut to the scary part. The town is like any other ordinary small town in our state, but the people have been seeing some weird stuff throughout the years. There are countless stories, so I will try to write the ones I remember. The oldest I can remember was told by my dad when I was a kid. He said that he and his friend and some of my uncles were drinking and talking in the cabin attached to the back of my grandmother's house in the backyard. The backyard is attached to a small pond and a few square kilometers of woods and farmland, since my family from my mother's side owned many parts of the property. So as I said, they were enjoying the stuff when they saw a fireball going through the bamboo trees in the backyard. He said fireball, but it wasn't attached to anything like a stick or a lamp, and they didn't hear footsteps or see anyone. The odd detail is, they said the fireball was blue. I don't know, but I saw those associated with spirits and stuff somewhere. Next was an occasion I can't quite remember. The whole incident is very foggy, but my aunt was cooking in the kitchen, and she heard a whistle in the backyard through the window in the kitchen. After some time, my dad and one of my uncles returned to throw away the previous day's trash. He said he saw a guy using our abandoned toilet in the backyard. The bathroom's made by my grandpa, since many people in that area are very poor. So my dad and my uncle approached the guy and asked what he was doing, when he had just said that he was there to use their toilet since my uncle sensed some danger, like the guy could be a robber or something. Hence, he and my father returned to the house to pick up some tools, phones, torches, and a safety knife. But the guy was not there when they returned. They went in for just a minute to collect the supplies, and my aunt in the kitchen looking out the window said that he just vanished. I don't know if it was paranormal, an attempted robbery, or something else. Now there are other events, like one of my uncles who partied late at night was coming back one night when we heard something following him. The road was of course dark, mildly foggy, and no one else was out there. Such a cliche. So of course he got scared and began looking back with his phone flashlight and walking fast when the footsteps started creeping him out. He started saying God's prayer and played a song on his phone. He began walking faster. Still, after just a few steps his phone died and he could hear the footsteps chasing him. He sprinted through our backyard because of a shortcut. Our backyard and farmlands are all connected to the road. When he came home, I don't remember what exactly happened, but still I remember him saying this to my mother. But still I remember him saying to his mother, which is my grandma, that he was chased by something. He said it was a solo footstep though, like it was something with only one foot hopping after him. The following day he told the whole story that I just wrote, and most of my family shrugged it off as a mild paranormal incident. As I said before, this town has bizarre things going on, so it's natural to become used to it. This happened to my friend Alex and me a couple of months ago around March of 2020. We both attended a school on California's Central Coast. One weekend in April sometime, Alex invited me to join him on a drive a few cities up north where he was picking up a dog he was interested in fostering. Once we picked up the dog, who is a lovely boy, we drove a bit further north to eat before heading back down to go home. We ordered ahead, and once we arrived, we picked up our food. Dine-in regulations are already in place because of COVID at that point. Both new to the area, we Google a park nearby to head out to eat. We pulled up to an empty park. There was only one other person there. He parks on a curb in front of another car, which is important. We quickly walk a few feet to a bench and a table near the curb, tie the dog to a public barbecue grill next to us, and began to eat. We were almost immediately approached by a man intent on talking to us. He specifically asked us about the dog, how old he is, his nature, is he mean, does he bite? Alex is busy answering the man's questions while trying to calm the dog down and eventually shifts his attention only to the dog. The conversation ends with the man stands there for a minute or two just staring at us, but only I notice because Alex is still making sure the dog doesn't try to escape. We both, however, agree that the conversation was quite weird. Anyway, the man walks away towards a shaded area next to the restrooms, under a large canopy type thing. Many parks in California have these, I don't really know how to explain it. I noticed that he sits with another man I had not seen previously, but I wasn't thinking much of it. At this point, the dog is still being troublesome, but I continue to eat. I feel like we're being watched, and I looked over and the two men are just staring at us, not talking at all. I think it's weird and I start to feel incredibly uncomfortable. Alex is still struggling with the dog, and when I look over again, I only see one of the men, the one who had not approached us. And when I look again, the one who did was coming for us, hiding behind a vending machine, poking his head out, looking at us ever so slightly, and I catch him. Without hesitating, I tell Alex to grab his stuff and get in his car. He doesn't even question me for a second. We gather our stuff and put it in his car. As we do so, the man still sitting and watching us approaches. And as soon as we get into the car, he begins to talk to us, asking us about the dog and its temperament again. He asked if he's protective and if he bites. Alex barely answers him and starts the car. The man then walks past our vehicle, gets into the car parked behind us where someone has been inside watching us the entire time from just a few feet away without either of us realizing. Over the next 10 to 15 minutes, we pull out of the parking lot, and the other car does the same. We immediately fear that they might be following us, so Alex does a random series of turns until we end up in a neighborhood, and sure enough, the car is still behind us. They are tailgating us at this point, and we're both very freaked out, so we do a few random turns until we enter a roundabout, in which Alex very poorly exits, and they lose us. Very stupidly, we map another park for us to finish eating and arrive at a garden with a good amount of people, only a few streets away. We park, sit on a bench, and keep eating. Maybe 5 minutes later, Alex notices the same car entered the parking lot, and they park near where we were eating. No one exits the car, and we grab our stuff and leave, this time down south. The car starts to pull out too, but luckily we lost them, because we got on the street first. Thanks for listening to the